If you've ever thought about building a course platform, this is the series for you. Now what we're going to do is we're going to build a course platform from scratch using Python, Django, HTMX, TailwindCSS, and Cloudinary. Now, if you've never heard of those tools before, I'm going to show you exactly what they are in the demo in just a moment. But the idea here is to have something real where you can deliver videos to real people and make them verify their email to access those videos. Now, once you understand how to do all of that stuff, you can start building new features and make this thing even more full-featured if you want to. Now, this is an in-depth course to make all of this happen, so feel free to let me know if you have any questions, but realistically, a lot of it's going to be highlighted in the demo, so let's go ahead and take a look at the demo right now. Let's take a demo as to what it is that we're going to be building. Now, it's going to end up looking like this, but the logic behind driving all of these pages is really the key to making all of this work well. Now, of course, this is building a course platform, as in we are going to have videos and they're going to be in different lessons themselves. So we can always navigate into those courses. We can see the courses right here. The same list or a modified version of that list is also going to show up at the bottom of the page, in which case you can go to any individual course and then you can go to any individual lesson and that lesson will play. You'll be able to watch it in just like that. Now you also notice that in this demo, I already have it at logged in. So if I go to log out, I can actually log out my session and then I can attempt to go into the courses again. And this time I'll be met with verify your email to unlock. So this mechanism right here will actually send out an email to the email I put on here. So it's going to send out a transactional email that's going to go in and it's going to be from a Gmail account. We're using that as a temporary transactional email service. So then I can actually go into that email address and then I can verify this email. So this is a unique verification link for the referenced email. So the email I actually put in to that verify your email, this is that unique link. And so I can press it a number of times in here. This accounts for when your email accounts, when you do something like that on your email accounts and you actually do it multiple times, eventually the verification will actually say, hey, you're no longer verified, so you got to do it again. That's kind of the idea here. So we actually can run this again and re-verify it and all of that. So that mechanism I think is really cool. But the part of this that's important is not so much this email only user login thing, but the actual videos themselves. So actually serving videos like this can be really challenging to do and to do it well. On top of that, actually delivering images so they are the right size. So if we look at the inspect element here, we can see that this image right here is quite literally a lot smaller. Now the rendered size is a little bit smaller than the intrinsic size, but if we go to the detail video or the detail image, we can actually see that this one is bigger and it's the exact rendered size. Now all of this happens automatically. The images themselves, I uploaded an image. The videos themselves, I uploaded a video. But how it's actually rendered, how it's modified, how it's transformed so that your end users can see these things quickly and, well, usefully, that all is driven through my partnership with Cloudinary. So Cloudinary does the image and video transformations and also deliver these things for you, and you can just change them on the fly. It actually happens really, really fast. So we partnered together to make this course because, well, making actual courses is really near and dear to me. That's one thing. But the other thing is we need a more effective way to make it all happen. Cloudinary makes that a lot easier. So of course, all of the code itself is on GitHub. So under the course platform on my GitHub repo itself. So if you go to GitHub, and look for Coding for Entrepreneurs or cfe.sh/GitHub, you will see the entire code in there. And so looking at the code itself, you can actually get a sense as to what's going on. So if you're familiar with Django already, this will look very familiar to you. One of the coolest things that I really liked about Cloudinary is there is a specific field that you can use for images. There's also one specifically for videos. So you can just upload things directly there. So what we actually spend a good amount of time on is modifying the Django admin to really just manage everything you'll need to manage for your courses and your lessons related to them. And so that's really a big part of this as well. Then we also implement some very basic permissions by really just checking whether or not the user has verified their email. And that's what's going on right here, is basically checking, hey, did they verify their email? And does the lesson require an email to see it? that sort of verification is a really low stakes way to implement authentication and authorization. It's not quite a Django user, but of course you can use this same process to build out Django users as well. It's a really interesting way to do it from my perspective. A big part of that is so you can actually get the emails from your user, so you have a one-to-one connection to them, and you will build out all of that as well. So there's a lot to this, and as far as the requirements are concerned, I do recommend that you have some basis in Django. So my Try Django series, it doesn't really matter which version because of what we'll be doing in here. And then also maybe my 30 Days of Python series and having some familiarity with one of those two things before you go through this process. Now, we will be using Python and Node.js. Node.js comes way later, and all of that is so that we can actually implement the styles and the user interface of it all using Tailwind. That's what's happening here. This is all Tailwind driven, and it's done through Django, not much through Node.js other than a few commands. Be sure to sign up at Cloudinary at this link right here. It really just lets them know that you enjoyed this course and you think we should all work together a little bit more. So at this point, we're now going to go ahead and set up our Python virtual environment. Now, I will say, if you want to skip around at all in this course, feel free to do so. There's a lot to it, and this is definitely a big one and potentially a really big undertaking. So pick and choose the parts that you want to do. If you're on YouTube, go ahead and look at all of the different chapters. If you're on my website, you can just go to the individual lessons themselves that interest you. So let's go ahead and jump right in. We're going to start this out by creating a fresh new Python virtual environment using Python 3.12. Now, you could always use a different version of Python. Just check the docs with Python and Django to see if that version still works or does work for you. And of course, if you're on Windows, I recommend that you use the Windows Subsystem for Linux or WSL. Now, if you are on Windows or you're having any issues with installation, just go to cfe.sh/guides. You'll see a few installation guides for Python there. Generally speaking, the idea is you download the version of Python that you need for your system, and then you just run the installation process. Then you can verify it by jumping into your command line, whichever that will be. If you're on WSL, there's going to be a terminal in there. If you're using just straight Windows, it'd be PowerShell. For Mac and Linux users, it's just simply terminal, like what I have right here. And then you just want to verify that you've got Python 3 installed, just like that. Now, notice I have 3.12.3, so it's not the absolute latest version of 3.12, but it is 3.12. So that's what we're going to be using. Now, with this in mind, we're going to go ahead and actually create a new Python virtual environment. The process is straightforward. You create a development folder where you want to store your project code. In there, you create a virtual environment. Now, there are many tools that do this. There's things like Poetry, there's pipenv, there's a lot of them out there. We're going to be using just a built-in Python version because, well, it's easiest for the most of us. And for those of you who know those tools, you can feel free to use them. So now with this in mind, we're going to go ahead and navigate to a dev folder. In my case, I create a folder called dev on my root user folder, and then I cd into that folder, and it looks something like this. Obviously, this changes over time based on what I'm working on, but the idea here is I want to create a new folder for this one, which I'm going to call it makedir, and this is going to be just simply the course platform, and that's it. So now that I've got this directory here, I'm going to go ahead and navigate into that directory, list things out, do pwd, see exactly where I am in terms of the actual, system itself. Next up, I'm going to use Python 3. Once again, this is how I can execute Python 3. Depending on what system you're on, it might be doing something more like Python 3.12 or doing something a little bit differently. Like if you're on PowerShell, it's going to be the absolute path to Python, whatever that might be. This is just an example. That is not a real path because I'm on a Mac machine. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and do Python 3 and do venv. So this is the command to use the built-in virtual environment manager right here, the highlighted command. venv is the convention to call it the virtual environment. That's the folder that's going to control everything about this Python project, all of the packages, the Django version, and all the other Django versions or software versions we'll end up using with our Python project. So that's where venv comes in. Now you can remove this at any time. That's one of the nice things about these virtual environments is they should be able to be removed and then recreated. what you end up doing then is you create something called a requirements file. So if you echo over to requirements.txt, this will actually give you a requirements file. And of course, you could look at it with cat, or you could always open it up in a virtual environment or a VS Code or a text editor or something like that, which is what we'll do in just a moment. But overall, the idea here is now we can go ahead and do source venv bin/activate, and then now we have a isolated virtual environment, an isolated Python environment specifically for this project. One of the things I did not mention in the last one is this is how you activate the virtual environment. If you run deactivate, that will deactivate the virtual environment. This command of deactivate works cross-platform. This one does as well as long as you're using WSL. If you are using PowerShell, the command is slightly different. It's inside of one of those guides at cfe.sh/guides. But the idea here is we need to be able to activate and reactivate our virtual environment at any time. So one of the ways you could do this is manually, like navigate into your virtual environment where it is located and then run source venv bin/activate. Then actually you can do your installations or run anything related to your Python project. All of your Python commands need to run inside of an activated virtual environment. It doesn't actually matter how you created the virtual environment. You just need to make sure that it's activated before you start running it. Now, the idea here is I actually don't like doing this on the terminal any longer. I actually like using Visual Studio Code specifically for this. So I have Visual Studio Code open, and if you open up the Explorer window here, you'll be able to open up folder, and you'll be able to navigate into the project folder that you have right here, right? So some of you might already be well aware of this process, but once you actually have this, you're going to go ahead and do File and Save Workspace As, and then save that. So going forward, when you want to work on your project, you're going to use it inside of VS Code. One of the things you're going to want to get used to doing is toggling the terminal window. In my case, it's Control tilde. So tilde being, that command right there, tilde or backtick, either one. But Control tilde does that on mine. I think it's pretty accurate or pretty similar on a Windows as well as a Mac. This will toggle that terminal window. The cool thing about VS Code is the fact that it activates the virtual environment for me by default if venv is in there. If for some reason it's not activated, you can just do source venv bin and activate, and then there you go. Now in my case, it looks like I double activated it, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that and just leave the single activation in here. Once again, we've got our pip freeze going on, nothing in there. So what we want to do is inside of requirements, we're going to go ahead and put in our Django project here. So what I want to do here for this is I'm going to set the actual version itself. So between version 5.1 or greater than or equal to that, or less than 5.2. Now, you don't actually have to put that version in here. This is actually really nice for in the future if you want to run this, you're going to need to make sure you have the right version, and in which case we do pip install-r requirements.txt. This will help reset up your environment based off of the version you need. So venv itself, we can now delete it and then do the same process all over again. And every once in a while, you might need to upgrade pip. For those of you who aren't aware, pip itself is the Python package installer. It is also built into Python depending on the version of Python you are using. So pip install pip -- upgrade, that's mostly for Linux users. Mac and Windows users, you should have pip installed by default. Now, the idea here is you can use pip in a lot of different ways as well. And notice that in my virtual environment, I actually have Python as 3.12, just like that. If I were to jump back into the terminal itself and type out Python, it says Python not found. As soon as I have that virtual environment, I can use that specifically. Okay, great. So now I have Django started. I'm going to go ahead and make a new directory in here called src. You could do it in the terminal. You could also do it in the Explorer window. This is the little icon you can press, and you can do src. Notice that if I do this -p here and try to create a new folder, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't, raise an error. But if I did mkdir, and without that p, it says it already exists. That's the idea here. Okay, so now what I want to do is actually create the Django project inside of src. This is convention. You don't have to do it this way, but it is recommended best practice because there's other things about your project that are going to be in your main project folder. So you put it inside of src. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And we'll go ahead and do Django Admin start project. and I'm going to call my project CFE Home. Now, I call all of my Django projects basically the same thing for a good reason, as you'll see in just a moment. But then you actually give a period at the very end so that it actually creates it inside of this SRC folder. So I hit enter, and it's going to create some boilerplate Django code. You could do all this stuff manually. I don't recommend that you do. You should always just use this command to create all of this boilerplate code. Now, the reason I call all of my Django projects CFE Home is because then I know that my main Django configurations file, this settings file, is inside of CFE Home. I also know that the URLs file is inside of CFE Home. Pretty straightforward as to why I do it, but I just wanted to make sure that you knew that. Anyways, so I'm going to go ahead and run python manage.py run server. Now we can actually run our Django server, and there we go. We have Django installed, it's running, it's ready to go. So we want to start building out this project, but before we do, we need to think about a few things in terms of what we are trying to build, in terms of the data that we are trying to actually store, which is why we're actually using Django in the first place. Let's go over the roadmap of our course platform. Now, the idea here is to think through all of the data that we want to collect and store in our database, which Django is going to help us manage through the Django ORM. Now, if you've never done that before, that's totally okay. This is not exactly a Django beginner's course, but the idea here is we need to decide what Django is going to do for us. And so the first thing that we think about are courses. It's a course platform. The main feature that we need to implement right away is a way to actually store information about courses and then deliver that information about courses where we see fit. So like title and description, those things make a lot of sense in terms of data we're going to store. Now, you also might want to have a thumbnail or an image for the course. That also makes sense. Maybe you want to have more than one. I'm going to stick with just one at this point. Next, you're going to decide who can have access to this course. Can it be anyone? Can it just be email required? Can it be purchase required? Can it be user required? These are all different layers of access that we can implement on a very simple level. We're not going to go into the in-depth of what you could do with Django in terms of permissions and access. We're just going to be doing it on a database level like this. Next, the actual publish or the actual visibility of this course. Do we want it to be published, coming soon, or a draft? Those are fairly straightforward. So those are a few options that we can have for that as well. And then finally, all of the lessons that we want to have in there. Now, the lessons, we're going to treat them as all videos. That's the idea here, is to actually have videos that people can watch for the course. Not all courses are like that. So if you look at various course platforms, every once in a while, the lesson might just be text, in which case you could still do that. What we're doing here is not going to be a whole lot different, as you'll come to see. Now, all of the metadata for any individual lesson could actually have the same data as the courses. We could do all of this all over again inside of the lessons. And also courses could have videos on them as well. The point is that we understand that this is where we want to go with our baseline data. Our minimum viable product is these things right here. Now, one key part of this is this email required. This is one that I'll definitely want to have. To me, at the very beginning of any given project, you're going to want to collect emails from users who are interested. The reason is you get a one-to-one connection. You can reach out to them directly to ask them questions about your platform or the problems that they are having with your courses or anything that it is that you're trying to build. That email one-to-one is critical. Now, if you think of something beyond that, like social connection, like on YouTube, maybe all of your subscribers see your videos. The chances are very low for that being true. Realistically, what happens is only some of your subscribers ever see it because maybe they're not on YouTube at that time, or maybe the algorithm offers something different. But the idea is if you have their email, at the very least, you can send everyone an email that's on your email list that, hey, they want to see it. Now, the other thing about that, of course, they might not actually see the email, but at the very least, you have control over what you send to them and how you can communicate. I think email is critical for all of that. And for that reason, our course platform has one other key feature, which is going to be email verification for short-lived access. We are not going to actually be using the Django user model. We're just going to be doing this email verification thing to start a session. So every time a user wants to see a course, they'll get an email. They'll have to use that email link to actually view the course itself and then go through that process, which is actually pretty cool. So we'll talk about how long those things can live and all that. But this is just the general roadmap we want to work towards. Now, there's a few key things about this. Number one, we're going to need to have a database of some kind. We'll need to store this data in long-term storage so, well, it doesn't go away and actually works. That probably makes sense. Next, we're going to need a way to actually host our images and, more importantly, host our videos. For that, we're going to be using Cloudinary, as you'll see, of course. But the idea here is you need a reliable host for those two things. The database needs to be reliable as well, but actually serving video and serving images to people around the world is not really that easy to do just with Django. You need other services to do that, which is another reason to do Cloudinary itself. So overall, that's the actual roadmap that we're working on. If you have any questions on that, please let me know in the chat below. But overall, the idea here is we now have a roadmap that we can follow ourselves, or if we need to hand this off to, let's say, for instance, an AI service of some kind to just go through this roadmap for us and give us a lot of suggestions for code, we totally could do that. And I encourage you to start playing around with those ideas. Now, I'm going to be implementing all this in a video so you can see exactly how it should be done given these constraints, given this roadmap and the current modern day best practices of Django. Let's jump in. Now we're going to start the process of storing our course data into a database thanks to Django and, of course, our roadmap. Before I do that, I'm actually going to open up this little icon here, which is for source control, also known as Git, and I'm going to run initialize repository in the root of this actual folder here. When I do that, I should see something like 5,000. This is because we are using Git, and it's attempting to keep track of every file in here. One of the things we don't want it to keep track of is this venv. So the way we actually get rid of that is by doing .git, git, ignore, and then putting in venv like that. Now, of course, there is a lot to Git that I'm not going to be covering. In fact, I'm not going to be covering very much at all. But what I like to do with git ignore files is just look for the official one from GitHub and quite literally copy this raw file, paste it in here. This will also ignore that venv file as well as many other things. If you're on a Mac, you might also want to put in ds-store in here. It's just a Mac file. But the idea is now I can actually track all of the changes, and then I can also add these to Git and version control for the files I want to track that have changed. So this is going to be my getting started, something like that. I'm going to go ahead and commit this. I'll go ahead and say yes or always. It's completely up to you on how you want to approach this. But the idea with Git is you basically have a bunch of files that you want to track. You can prepare them to be tracked, and then you can commit them to being tracked. We'll see that again in just a moment. I'm not going to cover this in detail. There is a lot of things that you can learn about Git. I just want you to be aware of it depending on where you are in your development journey. So with this in mind, I actually want to start the next step, the actual next phase within our, actual overview, our roadmap that we've got here. That next phase is going to start inside of the SRC folder here. So what we want to do is we want to create a Django app. That's what it's called. I like to think of it in terms of a Django component to our larger web application or our web app. But overall, it's creating a Django app that's going to have a models file that will then be able to declare exactly what we want to store in our database. So I'm going to go ahead and run python manage.py, and then I'm going to go ahead and do create, or rather start app, and then we're going to call it whatever we want, which is, in our case, courses. Now, the apps themselves, the way you name them, is typically plural of what it is that you're trying to save. Courses, posts like blog posts, or articles like articles, right? Instead of course or something like that. That's just convention. Technically speaking, it doesn't have to happen that way. Next up is models.py, right? So we already have a roadmap for this, so I'm going to go ahead and copy this roadmap, at least let's copy the whole thing. I'm going to go ahead and grab this, and right inside of models.py and courses, I'm going to go ahead and create these triple strings here just so that I can actually start the process of defining the various things. Now, the first thing I know that's going to happen is I'm going to get rid of lessons in here. We're going to use lessons to be a little bit different, so we'll come back to that in a little bit as well. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and just do my courses. So the way this is going to work is we define a class. This class is the singular version of the app itself. In this case, it's going to be course. So this is going to be the database table. This is a class that we can use for all sorts of things, as we'll see. But the idea is it inherits from models.model. This is the default Django class for models. So models are what you associate with a database table. We are defining the schema that the database is going to follow, essentially. So basically, if you think of it like a spreadsheet, we are defining the sheet and then all of the columns in it. That's what we're doing right here. This is true with databases and spreadsheets. They're very similar. They have this structure to them that we need to create. We already have an idea of what this structure is going to be. It's going to be these things right here. So the first one is going to be title, right? So this is a column that I want to have. I'll leave pass in here for just a moment to start writing these things out. Next is going to be description. Notice that I'm using lowercase. This is convention. If you need to have spaces, you would say something like, let's do publish date, right? So that's what you would use for a space, all lowercase. This is called snake case, of course. You do not want to use camel case. That's not actually how this is designed. It's also not going to be stored that way in the database anyway. So we want to go ahead and do something like that if you were going to use two words as a field itself. But I'm going to stick with what I've got here, which is description, image, then we've got our access, and then we have status. Okay, so we need to build out all of these different fields. Now, the way I'm going to do this is fairly straightforward. First off, we grab the title field, and once again, we use models dot, and inside of Django, there's a bunch of different field options that you have. You can actually see this with this autocomplete inside of VS Code, but the thing is, that might actually get a little confusing. So one of the things you can do is you can search for Django model fields, and just do a quick search for that. You'll see model field reference in here, and then in here, you'll be able to see all of the different field options, as you can see over here. But you can also see a bunch of field types. There are a lot of them. The primary ones that you'll probably end up using is char field or character field. This is a character field that has a specific length or a maximum length of characters that can be in there. If you think of like the old-fashioned tweets, then you can think of a character field similar to that. They have a strong like length that they have to follow. Boolean field's another one that you will end up using, and then something like text field as well. Now, there are a bunch of different options for fields, and you can even make custom fields if you need to. There's something called an embedding field. So if you need to start storing vector embeddings, that is something that is available. It's just not native to Django. You have to use something called PG Vector to do that. But the idea is these fields are very customizable, and they correlate to the actual database you'll use. One of the coolest ones is the JSON field. This field right here is responsible for not needing something like NoSQL or NoSQL or not only SQL is what it really stands for, like MongoDB. You can just use Postgres for that. Anyways, the idea here now is we got a title. We're going to use models.char field or character field here. And within a character field, we have to define a max length. This is a characteristic of the character field, is that we have a max length in it. Where the description, on the other hand, we might have a really long description, so that's where I would use something like text field, and then I'll also allow the description to be blank, so blank being true and null being true. That's it, right? So blank being true means that, we'll actually see what blank being true is very soon. Null being true means in the database, it can be an empty field altogether. If you don't want null, you can always put in a default in here for like an empty string, but I like using null. I haven't heard a good reason as to why not to use null. Next is going to be the image field. We'll come back to this one in a little bit. Access and status field. So both of these are going to be actually multiple choice fields. So what we have here is we can actually do something called choices. So if I do a quick search for field choices, it just so happens to be right here. There's a bunch of different options for doing choices, right? So what we've got here is you can actually have a dictionary that has a database storage and then a display storage. We'll see this in just a second, but these are different options that you can have for choices. There's also something a little bit more advanced, which is a text choice field, which I'm looking for. So if I do, there it is right here. So models text choices. I much prefer this one. This is the option I have for choices. Notice that it is still a character field, so we're going to go ahead and do that for status. And these are going to be the different choices that we'll have. So status is going to be models.char field, and we'll once again add in a max length. This time the max length can be based off of these items here, right? So let's go ahead and do a max length of 10. So as soon as I have a max length of 10, I'm going to go ahead and start the process of defining the choices. There's a few different ways on how you can define choices. You can put them directly in the model like you see in the documentation, or you can put them outside of the model. I'm actually going to put them outside of the model because I'm going to call it class publish status, and it's going to be models.textChoices here. And the status is fairly easy. First off, we do capitalized published, and this is going to be equal to two fields. So the first one, we can say pub and then published. So this is what's going to be stored in the database. This is what's going to be displayed to the user. This is what we'll use in code. We'll see this a lot throughout if it's confusing right now. But the idea here is we come into statuses and we now can do choices equals to that publish status dot choices. But I can also set a default value. So let's go ahead and do that. I want a new default value, which is not going to be published. Instead, it's going to go ahead and be draft, which I'll call draft and then draft. Okay, so again, database, what the user sees. So that's going to be the default. So when we want to use it now, default is going to be publish status dot draft. So this is how we're going to reference any of those fields in here. The reason we do something more like this is because if we ever need to change what's stored in the database, you can without affecting all of your code. All of your code will be adjusted to make sure that that's working like we see with this default draft. Now the other idea here is we can create something called a property, and then we would define is published. And what we could do here is we can return this property saying self.status equals to the publish status dot published. This is a much easier way than trying to remember what the database value is going to be. That's the point here. So the next one is going to be something like coming soon, and that will be soon, and then we'll go ahead and say coming soon, right? And so this is why we actually have publish status. What we can do is we can lower our database footprint on what we store. So the maximum length is really related to the maximum length of one of these, and that's how we actually end up storing it. Pretty neat. So we can do the same process for access as well, which would basically be copy this, and now we can go ahead and do access, let's say access requirement, something like that. Once again, text choices. This time it's going to be anyone, like email required. I'm going to leave out purchase required. That's going to be for another day, but we'll go ahead and say any and email required. And then we'll go ahead and say anyone and email required. Okay, so really just two choices at this point. But of course you could always add to it, which is exactly why I use these text choices also. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and copy this char field here, and then we'll go ahead and bring it in. Then I'll go ahead and use this access requirement choices instead, and there we go. So now we have most of our course data done. The one that I still need to make is this image of course. So another reason why I actually added in the source control at the beginning of this one was because now I can say, okay, baseline, or let's do something like baseline course designed, and then I'll commit everything. We'll go ahead and say yes, and now it's ready to be stored on GitHub or version control. So what you'll see is at some point I will have git push, and I'll actually be able to send this to GitHub, and then that way all of the code is being tracked over time. Off the video, I went ahead and added a git repo. Now I can actually do git push, and then I can open up the repo itself, which has all of our code, and that recent message that I wrote is called a commit. You can see the different commits in here, and then you'll be able to see the code at any given time. This is going to be really useful for you to reference it. So if you need to go back and you need to see what I changed, you'll see the actual messages. I'll start doing it where it's related to the name of the section itself. So it's not baseline course designed, but it would be something more like 5, added images or something along those lines. So what we've got here now is the start of our course model. Now, if this was really confusing to you, this course is maybe a little bit too advanced for you. If this was repetitive to you, well, I realize that sometimes you need to learn some new things, so hopefully you did. But overall, the idea here is we need to continue on building out this course model. Now we're going to add in a image field to our Django model. Now, of course, if you were to look at the docs, you can see in the model field reference, there is something called image field. There's something also called file field, which you could use in lieu of image field if you don't have Pillow installed. I do recommend that you install Pillow. This is the Python image library. It's a very useful tool, but some systems don't support it natively. There's other dependencies you might need to install, and in which case you would use something different potentially. But overall, I think most of us can probably get Pillow working, so let's go ahead and bring it into our requirements, and we'll just go ahead and say Pillow just like that. So we're going to go ahead and run this with pip install -r requirements.txt just to make sure that Pillow is installed. Notice that I'm not in the src folder just yet, so I'll go ahead and navigate back into that src folder for what's still to come. Now if I jump into models.py, I can actually go ahead and do image equals to models.image field just like that. Now, one of the things you might want to do with the image field itself is define an upload function. So typically speaking, when you have a image field or a file field, you can do something like a handle upload, which takes in an instance and a file name. And that's the arguments that come through in here. And so the idea here is if we look into our upload field, we can probably find an example somewhere. But here we have this option where it's a string where it's upload to. Notice that it's now in the file field itself. But we can also use this same function, which is what I just showed you. I really like using this function so I can change how these things end up being saved, as we'll see in just a moment. But for right now, all I'm going to go ahead and do is I'll just copy basically the file name and just have that. So I'm going to go ahead and just return the upload as the file name itself for this handle upload method, just like that. Okay, we will modify this as we see fit. But I'm going to go ahead and do upload to, and then just call that handle upload method right there. I'm also going to allow this to be blank and null as well. Just so if we are in draft mode and we don't have an image yet, I can leave that as null, so I don't have to put it in there. Okay, so with this in mind now, I have most of my course ready to go. So let's go ahead and add it into our CFE home, into settings. We're going to scroll down into installed apps, and we're going to go ahead and add it here with just simply courses. Okay, so now that we've got this, it seems like it's ready to go, but there's still one more critical piece that we need to do, and that has to do with the database. Let's take a look at migrations right now. Now we're going to start the process of syncing our Python code with our SQL database, our SQL database. The idea here is your Python code is an abstraction of what needs to happen on the database. As in, it doesn't do anything by itself. So there's a number of steps that we need to do in order for it to do something within the database. Django gives us a lot of that out of the box, and that is called the Django ORM, or Object Relation Mapper. But the idea here is this code here needs to be mapped into a database. So the way we do that is, of course, we write some code in Python, we create a Django app also in Python, and then we add that Django app into installed apps. Now, we only need to add it to install apps one time for this next process to be able to work. If it's not in installed apps, this next process is going to ignore that as a potential database model. So definitely needs to be in installed apps in order for it to sync with the database correctly. The other part of this is in our Django settings itself, we need to make sure that we have a valid database or a valid connection to a database. Django gives us a default database, which is SQLite 3. Now, once you go into production, I recommend using something like Postgres. You could even use MySQL, MariaDB. There's even bindings to use Mongo, although I don't recommend it for a lot of different reasons. One of them being that Postgres and MySQL have support for JSON fields. But the main thing here is we have a database that we want to use. Django uses SQLite by default in development because it's really easy, as we'll see in just a second. So now we've got our course model, we've got our settings, all of these things are all ready to go. So all we need to run is our migrations. So one of the things that's important to note as well is in installed apps, we have a bunch of different apps in there already. Each one of these apps may have their own models in there as well, so models.py. So just keep that in mind when it comes to running these migrations. If you ran this before we had our own app in there, actually, let's try that. We'll run migrations without our app in there. We're just going to go ahead and run python manage.py, make migrations. This is preparing the code to sync with Django. Then we're going to go ahead and run python manage.py migrate and hit enter. This is actually running the syncing with our Django app and our SQL database. As soon as I ran this, this file right here popped up, db.sqlite3. If you don't believe me, go ahead and delete that file and then go ahead and run it again. That database file pops right back up. And all of those migrations run once again. If I were to run this again, nothing's going to happen because the database and the code are already in sync. That's the idea of make migrations and migrate. So let's go ahead and clear this out. I'm going to bring courses back in, save that. Now, I just added a new app that has models.py. Now, even if it didn't have models.py or it didn't have anything in models.py, you would still probably want to do this process. And that is you would run python manage.py, make migrations. This is preparing those changes. And then we would run python manage.py migrate. Notice I actually have an error in here with my models, with one of my models. So it says access requirement has no attribute draft. So let's go back into our models here, go into our course. We see access here, which we've got choices. And then our default that I set before, which is an error, says access requirement.draft. That is not possible for access requirement, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say access requirement and email required. So what happens here when we try to run migrations, it also makes sure that you actually have valid code to a degree. In this case, this showed us that the code was completely invalid, so I wasn't able to run my make migrations command. So now if I press up and try it again, I'll go ahead and see that it will give me a potential to do this. So once again, it gives me yet another error. It's really helping me figure out what's going on and what's wrong with this. So what we see is the access max length is too small to fit the longest value in choices. This is actually really cool. So if we actually look at the value for access, the access was this access requirement, not published status. But one of these is beyond the max length that we declared, which is this at 10. So what we could try to do to figure out what the actual length is you can grab the email required. We can jump into the Python and do length and just see what the length is. It's 14. That is greater than 10, of course. So we could do a couple things. Number one, I could just change this to being email. Or number two, I could just change the length itself to being the minimum length for that other one, which I'll do at 14. I'm going to go ahead and exit out of Python, and then I'm going to go ahead and run my make migrations again. So what's cool about this is it can catch a lot of errors like that, syntax errors that you have in your code altogether. Next up, after we run these migrations, notice that it says, well, it actually created some for me. And inside of my code, I've got this green folder here. That's because of Git and VS Code. It's telling me that some things have changed. We can actually look at this folder. So I'm going to go ahead and close out some of these files here real quick. And I'm going to open up this migration here. So if I open this up, this is actually the code, the Python code that's going to run when we go to migrate things. This is going to be referenced in the database as well. So the migrations themselves are showing me exactly what's happening. It's going to go ahead and create a new model with all of these fields in here. And you can see all of the fields are identical to what's happening in models.py. This is important because I'll show you something cool in just a moment. But now we've got that. And notice that there's also another field in here called ID. So by default, the Django ORM, the models.py, has a hidden field in here called ID. The reason for that is because of databases. You need to actually increment everything, so it needs a unique ID. This is also known as a primary key. But the idea is we've got our initial data coming through with some, ID field and all that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and run migrate. So I've prepared the Python code to let the database know exactly what's going on. I can review this migration, and then after I'm like, okay, everything looks good, I'm going to go ahead and actually migrate it. Now, the database actually is synced with my Django code altogether. So if I run migrate 1,000 more times, it's going to say nothing to apply. If I run make migrations again, no changes have detected. So let's actually make a change so you can see exactly what that looks like. Now the idea here is this access model. Let's go back. Maybe I want to say, oh no, I actually do want it to be 10. I actually want that to be the case. So what I'm going to do here is get rid of this underscore required here and just literally have it as anyone and email required. That's it. That's the only change I'm going to do because I want to make my database even smaller. Notice that this is only 5 characters, so maybe I even make that field even smaller than it currently is. So I'm going to go ahead and say 5. So it's a lot smaller than what we started with. Now, I made some changes to my database models in Python. I did not make those changes to the database itself yet. So what I need to do is I need to actually prepare all of this to happen. The process is simple. You save models.py, you run python manage.py, make migrations. You do that every time. Save models.py, run make migrations. Save models.py, run make migrations. I'll say it 1,000 times. But the idea is now what happens, you can see in this migrations folder for this app, we can see that there is a new migration in here, as denoted by, well, 0002. What we got in here is something for alter field. Notice that the field has been altered. These are all of the alterations that happened. So the cool thing about this is now I can actually change everything with simply python manage.py migrate. Once the migrations are good to go, I can run migrate. So basically what we do, the process is simple. You go into models.py, you make some changes to models.py, you prepare Python to make those changes in the database by running make migrations. Then to actually make those changes in the database, you run migrate. Now, this might seem like a trivial thing, but it's really not. And I'm going to explain why with version control. So now that we've got all this, I'm going to go ahead and do, this is like 7 and model make migrations and migrate with Django, something like that. Right, so I think that's the name of this section, but either way, I'm going to go ahead and commit this. We'll go ahead and say save. I'm going to go ahead and sync the changes because I actually do have a public repo now. This is going to push it into GitHub. On GitHub, what we can do is we can now look in here and I'll refresh in my code. I'll go into SRC here. I'll go into courses. I can see migrations and I can see this alter course access field. I can see all of the changes that have been made. So if you were managing this project in a team, you wouldn't have to run migrate until you inspect this. You wouldn't have to change your database until you inspect this, because every once in a while, what you'll have is somebody do something like this, where they remove a field altogether. Then they run something like make migrations. Remove field. We don't want to run migrate on our production database because what's going to happen there is we would see that it's quite literally removing that field. So it's going to remove everything in the database related to that. So instead of running make migrations or running migrate, I can just refresh things. I'm going to go ahead and undo that. And then I'll go ahead and delete that migrations file because I actually didn't change anything at the end of the day. So tracking what's going to happen to your database is really, really important. It becomes a lot more important when you make mistakes in the code itself because you never want to delete a bunch of production data ever. And it's really easy to do so, as I just kind of showed you. We can experiment with this more later. But now it's time to get back to that image field as to why this is probably not what we're going to want to use in the long run. There's many different reasons for it. Let's take a look by adding this into the Django admin. To me, one of the reasons to use Django is the Django admin. It is a great tool to use because what you can create is a single user or multiple staff users that can manage a bunch of different things about your project. Let's take a look at what that looks like right now. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to run Python, and I'm going to go ahead and run manage.py create super user. This is going to give you an admin user that you'll put on here. I'm going to use some of my defaults and a whatever password because I'm in development mode. Now, of course, if you ever forget this, you could always just run it again and create a new admin user. Another thing you could do is quite literally go into db.sqli3 and quite literally delete it. And then you would just run your migrate command again. Notice that courses is in there once again. Now that courses is in there and has its own migrations. Take a look at what's happening with it. Now we can actually run that create super user once again. It's going to be my defaults and just like that. Great. So let's go ahead and jump into the Django admin really simply with python manage.py run server. And then we're going to go ahead and open up this local host running Django application, and then just go into /admin, type in your username and password that you just created and log in. So this, of course, is the Django admin. By default, the only thing that's in there is users and groups. So only my admin user is in there. Pretty cool. So if you needed to adjust passwords, you can do that right in line as well. Pretty nice. Now, the idea of using the Django admin is for your internal team. It's not meant for end users whatsoever. It wasn't designed for that. It was designed for your team. So like only a half a dozen people or more. It's not really meant for user-facing stuff. Now, part of the reason is permissions. There's a lot of permissions that are just granted on the admin that knowing how to granularly control those things is part of the reason why I think they recommend not to use it for end users. With this in mind, though, we're going to go ahead and actually add in our model, our course model, into the Django admin so we can manage it in a very similar way we can manage users. The way this is done is inside of the app itself, inside of a installed app at that. So it has to be an installed apps and it has to have admin.py and most likely have a model as well. So inside of admin.py, I'm going to go ahead and do from.models. We're going to import the course itself. Then we're going to run a function called admin.site.register of the course. Now, there's different ways to register the course model itself. This is the simplest way. As soon as I do that, I need to make sure that my server is running. Sure enough, it is. I jump back into the Django admin. There are my courses. So right now, I can actually test this out. I can see how this ends up playing out with the images themselves. So I'm going to go ahead and do a quick little snapshot here of the Django admin itself. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say the Django admin course, and I'm going to go ahead and grab that image that I just created, which is on the desktop. There it is. I'm going to go ahead and grab that. Notice we've got access being email required. That is the default. Draft is the default status. Pretty cool that that stuff's in there. I'm now going to go ahead and say save and continue. Now what happens is it says there's an image, right? Pretty cool. Where did that image go? Well, this is one of the downsides of the default image field. If I look into my code, there is that image. It's right in the root of SRC. That's not great. And let's go ahead and delete this now. So I'm going to go ahead and delete it. The image did not get deleted either. So that's another thing about this is when we start using some of the image field or file field locally, we get some issues like this. Now, this is mostly minor. I can actually make a small change to my Django project to make sure that that's working. Where it starts to get really tricky is when we want to deploy this, when we want it to run on a production service. This starts to get tricky because uploading image files is not really something Django or your production environment should be doing. We'll talk about that more in just a moment. Let's take a look at how we can actually handle this upload just a little bit better. Now we're going to take a look at how we can handle media file uploads as well as just standard static files that you might use for your actual web application. Media uploads are files that are uploaded through the image field or the file field. That's what we need to do right now. So if you jump into settings.py and scroll to the bottom, you'll see this thing for how to with static files. We're going to go ahead and open this thing up. And so what we got by default is this static URL here, right? So this right here. Now this is for your CSS, your JavaScript, your images, even videos or PDFs that your web application is going to serve, as in your web application is going to show these things to you. In fact, this is actually part of the reason why your Django admin should look like this. It should actually have some styles in here, because if we go into inspect the element, look at the actual elements themselves, go into head, you can see that there's static/admin and all that. Now, feel free to do that as you see fit, but the idea is this static URL is responsible for that in development. So if I change this to ABC and then refresh in here, all of my static files are still there working and ABC is the thing that's being shown. Granted, I don't actually want to change that. I'm going to leave that as is. In fact, I'm not even going to touch these static files themselves. If you want to look at something that I think is pretty cool in production, it's called white noise. We're not going to cover this right now. Maybe at some point we will, but what we are going to cover is something similar to static files, but this is going to be our media URL, which is going to be /media, for example. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that, and I'm going to go back into my admin. I'm going to go into course here, and I'm going to go ahead and do screenshot, and I'm going to go ahead and add in my image that I had before, and I'll go ahead and hit save and continue. So what I did is I added a new URL called /media. If I were to inspect the element in here, what I see is my actual item is trying to be served at /media. And of course, if I open this up in a new tab, it is not available. I can't actually see this image just yet. So what we can do in debug mode, in actual our development mode, is we can actually create a way to serve that file. So the way this is done is by coming in here and do from django.conf import settings. Then down below our URL patterns here, we can do if settings.debug. Then I can create some new URL patterns in here that we are going to use. Now, I could show you exactly what needs to be done, or you could just jump back into the docs again, scroll down a bit, and what you'll see is this serving static files during development. So notice that it says during development, not in production. Doing static files in production becomes a little bit harder, which is why white noise exists and why I said that. But you'll see that there's this URL pattern for static URL and static root. So I'm going to go ahead and use that one. For right now, I'm going to grab just the import for static, and then I'm going to go ahead and grab the plus item here or something similar to that. I'll bring this whole thing in. URL patterns is already defined, so what I'm going to do is plus equals and then add in my static configuration. So I'm not going to do static URL. Instead, I'm going to do media URL. And I don't actually have a media root just yet. So I'm going to go ahead and do base dir. We'll see what that looks like in just a second. So media URL, of course, is going directly to this. And then the base directory is this one right here. So the idea, though, with this is at this media URL, I want to actually display files that are here. So I did the base directory and I've got this screenshot now. Once again, going back into this course object, if I were to grab this item and open it up into a new tab, hey, what do you know? It's now being displayed. That's actually pretty cool. What about manage.py? Is that being displayed? So if I come in here and do manage.py, hit enter, uh-oh, that's not good. It's showing us the actual source code for our project. So naturally, this is not a good place to actually store your files. You probably already understood that well. What we want to do is we want to find a better place to store it. Now, this is part of the reason why I think using an image field as a beginner might not be a good way to do it. However, I still think it's important that you can see how it's done because it's actually not that challenging in development. It gets challenging when we want to put this into production. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder in my course platform, and I'm going to call this my local-CDN, or my local content delivery network. And here I'm going to go ahead and create another folder called media. So what I want, though, is I want two things to happen. Inside of urls.py, I want this to be the document root, only that media folder. And then also when I actually upload files, I want them to go into that folder as well. So the way we do this is going to be based off of base dir. If you're not familiar with pathlib, it's actually a really nice program. What we've already seen is base dir in action. What it does is it will give us this src folder. That is the base directory. Media is not in that src folder. In fact, we would say something like local CDN is equal to the base dir.parent, which is the course platform directory now. Then we could do // local-cdn. Now what I can do is say something like my media root. Local CDN is just an arbitrary constant that I created. Media root is one that Django actually looks for. And by default, media root is the base directory. So we want to change that to being based off of our local CDN and then /media because I have a folder called media. That's why I'm calling it media root. So that's what's going on here. Now, typically speaking, what I don't do is I don't put all of these next to each other. Instead, I put them all next to the definitions where it actually makes sense. So in this case, media root is right next to the media URL. And so now in urls.py, I can change this to simply .media and root. What you'll see in the documentation for Django is, well, almost the identical thing, but for static files. There's one called static root, which works basically the exact same thing. It just works a little bit differently in terms of Django. Once again, not going to be covering that at this point. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and now do one more thing. Back into our project. Let's delete this screenshot. Gone. I'm also going to go into the admin and delete that admin. object itself. Well, we might need to run the server again because we did a bunch of different things in here. So let's go ahead and run that server, and back into our admin, we'll delete that file. Now, to put it all together, let's go ahead and add a course here, and I'll go ahead and say screenshot course. Silly name, but nevertheless, it's all about these images. I now have an image. I hit save and continue. It says it's added. There's the image in there. If I open it up into a new tab, I should be able to see it in theory. Right now, it doesn't look like it's actually being seen. If I look in here, media root is actually working. It seems like that part's working, so that's good. Maybe URLs, maybe I just didn't save it in terms of media root. I didn't. So now after I saved it, the image is now in the correct place all across the board. So that's actually really, really nice. Now, when it comes to local CDN, I'm actually going to go ahead and add that entire thing into my getignore because I actually don't want this to be brought in to my repo itself at all. So that's the idea here. Now, if this seems complicated, on one hand, yes, I totally get it. It might feel a little complicated. But the thing is, the challenge is not so much doing all this. The challenge is then putting it into production. But there's also another challenge, and that is, well, do we really want to serve the raw file? How big is that raw file? That's another issue that we will face with these images. So if I reveal this in the folder, I see that's 228 kilobytes. That's not actually that bad. But every once in a while, you'll have images that are massive and are way bigger than this one. So we need yet another way to think about that when we go into production so our website is as fast as possible. So for that reason, we're going to start transitioning to something completely different than the ImageField using Cloudinary. Let's take a look. Right now, Django is our image hosting service. And it's not a very good one at that because Django's not designed to do that. Now we can also see this in the documentation. This is not suitable for production use. For seeing deployment strategies, take a look at how to deploy static files. Granted, it's also not a static file server either. So for static files, as in not our media uploads, we've already talked about that. White noise is an option. You could also use Nginx. In fact, you could use Nginx on media URLs as well. If you don't know what Nginx is, this doesn't really help your situation. If you do know Nginx, do keep in mind that your local server will need to have enough bandwidth to actually handle all of the images that could potentially be uploaded to your service. And if things go down, all of those images might be gone forever. So for that reason, we actually want to adopt a image hosting service. We're going to be using Cloudinary for this one for a lot of different reasons. But before I get there, what I want to show you though is what's actually happening with this image field. Like, where is Django involved in this image field other than maybe moving it into this folder? Well, the actual Django database, or the database that Django is managing, this right here is not the image. It's in a reference to the location of the image. That's it. So let's take a look at that in real time. So if we go into ls and we go to python manage.py shell, this will allow me to go into the Django managed Python shell. The nice thing for this is I can actually run different queries for my Django database. So for example, if I ran course.objects.all, this will give me list out all courses. And I can also do course.objects.first. This will give me the first row of all courses, which is actually a Python class, so I can use dot notation on it, as we'll see in just a moment. But that's the idea, is we want to actually run query sets. To do that, we do from courses.models, we import the course class itself inside of wherever I need to do this query set. In this case, it's a Python managed shell. So or Django managed Python shell rather. And so what we want to do then is we're going to go ahead and import this course. Then I'm going to go ahead and just run .all. This is called a query set, as it's denoted here, but you can treat it as a Python list. So if you use the 0th element, it will give you an instance of this query set. Or another way to think about that is an actual item, a row item that's stored in the database, but it's Pythonized, right? It's actually Python values. So what we can do then is we can say obj equals to this thing right here. I can also do obj equals to the index value or the list element. There's a lot of different ways on how we can get obj itself, but that gives us that course object. And now I can use dot notation on any of these fields, like dot title. I can even use it on that property field that we have here for is published. And there's a lot of different things on how we can, work with all that. But the one I really want to focus in on right now is this image field here. So if I do obj.image, what I've got is an image file field. This actually gives me, well, the image. It's a reference to that image. So if I did obj.image.url and hit enter, what do you know? I see the served URL, the actual endpoint that's going to be used in Django whenever I want to reference this image. We saw this exact URL in the Django admin itself. Now, I'm not positive if I change this to ABC right now and save it and run that image URL, if it would change in this shell session. I might have to restart the shell session to make sure that that works. But the idea is that media right there is based off of that. And of course, if I were to change the handle upload here to being something like ABC would be before here as well. In other words, what's happening in Django, the actual field itself is, well, keeping track of essentially the URL or the path. It's giving us those values, right? So this is where it's actually stored on my machine. The URL is where it's going to be displayed. So these things are still important to understand. The key part and why I'm showing you all of this is Django itself is not actually storing the image in the database. There are ways to store images in databases. I don't recommend doing that if you don't know what you're doing, but the idea here is the actual image is stored in a folder somewhere. We need it to be much better than this, especially when we go into production for a lot of different reasons, but one of them being that, well, as it stands right now, this is not production ready. So let's go ahead and change it to using Cloudinary's actual hosting service that does a lot more than just that. Now it's time to start implementing Cloudinary. We've well established why Django shouldn't be hosting images. Cloudinary does that and more. So go ahead and go to cloudinary.com, sign up for a free account, and once you do, you'll jump into the console. It's going to look something like this. You can always use Python or the Python SDK, and this is essentially what we're going to be going through. But we're going to be using Django to handle a lot of these things. The first thing that I need to do, though, is I definitely need to make sure that my configuration works, and it works where I need to. So we need to set up our environment to work based off of these things. Now, in our case, we're going to go ahead and create an API secret here in just a moment. But overall, I want to go ahead and start off with installing Cloudinary into my requirements. So come in here and do Cloudinary like this. Now, I'm also going to be using something called Python Decouple. This will allow us to load in secrets from a different file. We'll see that in just a moment, but for now, I'm going to go ahead and do pip install -r requirements.txt. I think I'm in the wrong location, so let me just go back one folder and run that again. And of course, that's going to install everything we need to install. So the way I like actually loading in third-party packages is by creating a new module called helpers, and then we do init just like that. This is something I'm starting to do on all of my projects. I just have this helpers module. Instead of adding it into the Django main configuration module, I just put it in something like this. In this case, we're going to also go ahead and do _Cloudinary. Now, the reason we have the underscore there is because of the Cloudinary package that I just brought in. So that's why I have that underscore altogether. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab some of these default values in here from the documentation right when you log in, just like that. The main thing here is actually configuring our Cloudinary installation. So I probably don't need the URL or the uploader at this point, but what I will have is I'm going to define a new function and I'm going to call it Cloudinary init. So as in initialize Cloudinary, and then I'm going to run that portion. So the key thing here is, of course, we'll need an API secret, which we'll do in just a moment. I'm going to get rid of this comment, but I will want to load these things in. Now, the way we're going to do that is from using Python decouple. So we're going to go ahead and import config. This takes place of doing something like os.environ.get. So it's very similar to OS Environ, but it's not quite the same. Now, the reason that I'm not using OS Environ is because this doesn't always load in .env files. So if we go into the root of our project and do .env, that is next to src, exactly in this location, next to venv, the Python decouple package will actually load this in for us by default. This is incredibly common in programming altogether, is having something called this .env file. Now, there are other packages that can load these things in. The reason I like using .env or Python decouple for .env is because I can actually do this Cloudinary, let's say for instance cloud name, and I can use config of that same name, right? So basically putting that in here. I can also pass in a default value. So I can put a default value as an empty string, for example, and then I can go ahead and pass this in as my Cloudinary name. So I'm actually going to use the value that was given to me, that value right there, along with this configuration, and I'm going to set it equal like that. Now, .env is really nice because you don't necessarily have to put quotes around things. The actual loading of it all will actually assign those quotes as it needs to. The next part of this would be the Cloudinary API key, which is the public version of the API key, not the secret. So I'm going to call it actually my public API key. It's okay if we actually use that one a little bit differently than it's written when you configure it. I like declaring it as public because then I know that I could actually leave it in here as hard-coded if I wanted to. That would be true with the cloud name most likely as well, but as far as the secret key, that's the one we definitely do not want to have in our code. So I'm going to go ahead and leave this in as a default value as well. So the API secret is, of course, the next one that we want to bring in, and I'm going to go ahead and do config of the API secret. So I'm going to call this my secret API key now, and that is what we will then rename this one, and we'll do something like that. Great. So with this in mind, I need to actually grab that secret, but also put it into .env. Notice that I only have two values here, but I'm actually loading in all three. So this public key is going to go based off of the default. That's the key here, is having that default in there. This one right here is now required. It doesn't have a default, which we'll see. Actually, if we wanted to try and use this, let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and bring it into this init file here. So we'll do from .cloudinary import cloudinary init. And then we'll declare this all method in here with Cloudinary init in a list as a string icon. This is so we can just import it. So now into, let's say, models.py, if I were to go ahead and say something like import helpers, and then down here, underneath this string, actually I probably don't need that anymore. I'll just go ahead and do helpers dot then Cloudinary init. That is why I imported it, is so that I can just do helpers.cloudinary init just like that. Now every once in a while maybe you'll have another module and you want to just call Cloudinary directly like that. That also works as well, but I like having these shortcuts every once in a while. This is going to be required when we want to use the field that we're still going to use. But of course if I run this and try to run the Cloudinary init, what we should see is a configuration error. Let's get rid of this in my .env. I'm going to go ahead and restart it, and there's that configuration error. That is exactly why I use Python decouple as well. So as soon as I add it into .env, it is now there. It's just not, it just doesn't have a value. So we need that actual value. Now it's time to finally do that. So back into Cloudinary, we're going to go ahead and create our API keys in here. So what we want to do is go into this upload optimize and go to view API keys, and here is my API secret right here. So I don't even have to look at it, but I can just go ahead and copy that and paste it in here. Granted, I have mine now exposed. You don't want to do that. Mine is here just so you can see exactly what's happening, not because you should be doing this. .env is where you should store all of your files. Now, if you follow along with the Git of it all, one of the other important parts of version control is to ensure that you don't accidentally check in your env files. You don't want to expose these ever. And so luckily that git ignore that I downloaded actually has the .env as part of it. So if you were to do something different like .env.local, right, you want to make sure that that is also basically not green. So let's say, for instance, if I just did let's change it to config.local or something like that. That is going to be a green color on VS Code. We don't want to see that. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that one altogether because I'm not going to use it. But the point is .env is now in there. It's not being checked out. And then also our main configuration is there. So the next part is actually just using this as a field. So let's take a look at how to do that right now. Now we're going to implement the CloudinaryField for Django and specifically images. Now, of course, the Python package for Cloudinary itself, if you scroll down, there's a link to the Django documentation, which will give you a lot of things related to this, including the Cloudinary model field for Django. So let's go ahead and actually bring that in to our models. So inside of courses here, I'm going to go ahead and do from Cloudinary.models, import the Cloudinary field. Now my image field, I'm going to go ahead and comment out the old one and then bring in our new one, which will be that Cloudinary field. All we have to declare here is simply image. That's it. So now that we've got this, there's two things I need to update. As soon as I change something in models.py, what do I need to do? Hopefully you remember, but it is we go into src and we run python manage.py make migrations. And then right now it's showing me that I have a non-nullable field or a nullable field. In other words, I can't actually have this as null. So I'm going to go ahead and try out null being true in here, save that, run my make migrations, and what do you know? It actually did allow for that to happen. And if I go into my migrations, I can see there it's looking for Cloudinary models, and there is the field itself allowing for null. Now, this is a what character field it looks like, but let's actually see how this ends up working. So now that I've run my make migrations, it's time to actually implement those migrations with python manage.py migrate. There it is. Great. Let's go ahead and make sure our server is still running. Looks like it is. So let's go jump into the Django admin once again. This time I've got my image here. This is the incorrect one, right? So what's happening here is it actually it's attempting, you can see on the bottom, it's trying to open up a previous image, which this image just doesn't exist on Cloudinary at all because that's not the image I uploaded. So of course I need to change it, but Django in the database is trying to basically reference this new field here. So we need to actually change it altogether. This is where you'd want to kind of make these decisions early on, not down the line, because doing the migration, if you wanted to, would require two fields and then saving things a little bit different. It's outside the scope of what we're trying to do here. But anyway, so now I changed the image to the Cloudinary one. I saved that and boom, now it is in Cloudinary. And if I were to open this link in a new tab, I can see the URL itself is coming from Cloudinary. It's not coming from Django any longer. We now have production ready image handling and hosting in our Django project. It's really just that simple. That's it. That's all we really need to do. So of course, every once in a while you might want to roll your API keys though. I just wanted to mention that the way you do that is going into your settings, into API keys, and then just generate a new key. And then you'll grab that API key and you'll make sure that you put it inside of your environment variables here. Now, one of the things to note is the API key, the public key itself, is likely going to change also. So with that in mind, I also want to go ahead and come back into this public key and set it equal to the current value itself, and then just get rid of that default value. I don't want that on there anymore for that exact reason. But now that we have these image fields here, let's show yet another reason that Cloudinary is so effective by actually showing the image right inside of the Django admin itself. Now we're going to customize the Django admin so that we can have an inline image, an actual displayed HTML image right inside of the admin. So let's go ahead and take a look at how we do this. First and foremost, we go into admin.py. To customize the Django admin, we create a new class. In this case, I'm going to call it course admin, which takes in admin.modeladmin. And I'll just go ahead and say pass. As soon as you do that, you can actually add it into the admin.site.register. This is certainly one way you can register this course admin in there. One of the ways that I like doing it now is the decorator of admin.register and just bringing in the course itself. These are basically the same thing. They are just done a little bit different. That's it. So what we want in here is we want to actually display all of the things related to this course. So I'm going to go ahead and do fields in here, and we'll do title, we'll do description. If I just save title and description and refresh on my admin, that's the only thing that shows up, which is super nice. So we can decide what fields we actually want in here. So access and status and image are of course other ones that we'll want. But maybe you want to put status next, then image, and then maybe access, right? So you can change the ordering of it as you see fit in here. This also is true for the list view itself. So you can also do something called list display, and you could do something like title and status and maybe access. This changes that as well. And then you can also do something called list filter, which once again, you can filter things down. So status and access might be the two you want to filter down in there, right? Which makes a lot of sense as well. So draft, you can see all of the draft ones, and there we go. If you do publish, there's all the publish, and so on. It's pretty nice. So the Django Admin is very, very customizable. I'm not really showing you all of the things you can do to customize, but it is really nice that there is the ability to do so. Now, one of the things I want to do is I want to actually display the image itself. So what I'm going to define in here is a display image function, which what we want to do is we want to return back some sort of HTML, some sort of image tag itself, right? And so to do this, what I actually want to do is print out something related to the instance that's being used on any given item. So before I actually do that, I'm going to go ahead and use this display image. I want it to actually show up on my fields. So what I'm going to do is inside of fields here, I'm going to go ahead and add in literally the name of this function of displayed image. But this is not an actual field of the model itself. So I need to add in one more thing, which is a read-only fields list, which will be literally that display image. Django Admin needs to understand that this is only a read-only field, so just attempt to just render it. That's it. This would be really good for things like timestamps as well. But nevertheless, I've got my display image in here. And so what we've got is it takes one positional argument, but two were given. In other words, the function itself is missing the values for args or keyword args. You could put both of those things in here. So args and keyword args. As soon as you do that, you can print out what those things are. And so as soon as you print those things out and refresh in here, you can see that the course object is actually coming through as an argument. In other words, I can actually come in here and just do obj. That is going to allow me to have access to the instance itself, so we can do things related to that instance. There's that course object there. So what we want to do is we want to grab obj.image. I'm going to grab what I would imagine might actually work. So obj.image.url. Let's go ahead and try that one out and see what ends up coming back from that. If I refresh in there, there is the image URL. Hey, that's pretty neat. So I'm really close to being able to use this. So I'm going to just go ahead and do URL equals to image.url. And then I'll go ahead and change this to being an actual image, HTML image itself with that URL in there. And we'll leave it just like that. So now if I refresh in here, it is showing the HTML element, but it's not rendering it. So I can render it by doing something within Django as well, which is from django.utils.html. We can import something called format HTML. This allows you to actually render out HTML inside of the Django admin and basically just marking this as, hey, it's okay to actually render this thing out. It will also remove things that are not allowed inside of Django itself. Now, the other thing about this is we can add display image, the actual function itself. We can do something called a short description, and we'll go ahead and say current image as the description itself. So it's not display image, but if I refresh in here now, it's current image, and then it's quite literally the entire image, which is a pretty big image. That is what I want to change, and that is what I want to use Cloudinary for, is to make this change seamless to what we've got here. I'll do that very soon, but for now, we're going to leave it as is. This is how you can do some variations of modifying the Django admin, and it allows you to have just custom HTML in here. You can do this with any of these fields as well. So if you need to render out any fields other than what we've got, totally feel free to do that, which is pretty nice. So let's keep going. It's great that I now have production ready image hosting, but what I want to do is I want to make it more efficient. I want to make this page load faster. One of the ways to do that is by changing the size of the image that actually comes through. So right now the image is clipped. It goes off of the page. It's not the full image. So I want to readjust it. So the way we're going to do that is by jumping back into the admin customization that we're doing, and we're going to start off with a fairly verbose way to make this happen. So the way it works is actually by grabbing the Cloudinary ID. So we're going to go ahead and do Cloudinary ID equals to the string of obj.image. The reason we're doing string of obj.image is because the actual field itself, the CloudinaryField, stores the ID in your database. So this is actually a simple way to grab that. And we can see that by just returning it back instead of the formatted HTML, which I'll just comment out for the moment. I'll refresh in here, and there is my Cloudinary ID. Now, granted, if I were to go into the management console and navigate into assets, media library, scroll down to the image, you can see that this is the same one, right? So if I do a quick search, I can search there, and there it is. And it also shows it right up there too. So a lot of different places as to where that image ID is showing up. So we actually want to use this. So the way I'm going to use it is by importing. So at the very top, we'll go ahead and do from Cloudinary. We're going to go ahead and import the class, and let's make sure we type import correctly, of Cloudinary image. So now I can actually use this Cloudinary ID in conjunction with the Cloudinary image class. First off, I initialize the class like that, and then I just do .image. Save that, and what we'll get here is, well, HTML again. Pretty nice. So I can just change this to being the Cloudinary HTML, and then I can just return that back with that format of that HTML, just like that. So we can save that, and I can refresh in here. What do you know? This is the raw image, though. It's not resized at all, so it seems like I didn't do anything whatsoever. So what I want to do instead is I'm going to go ahead and say width equals to 500. That's it. I'm passing in the argument of width in here, and if I refresh in my Django admin, there it is. It seems to be scaled down. So if I inspect the element here and take a look at the actual image itself, it shows me that the rendered size is 500 by 221. If I get rid of that image, let's get rid of that width there, and refresh again, I now see that the rendered size is much bigger. But the actual display size may or may not be that size. In fact, if I were to change it a little bit, then it could be that size, but it's not the actual image that's that size. It's the HTML adjusting the size of the image. When I actually pass in 500, it's not just adjusting the HTML, but the actual image itself is now 500, and it happens just like that. So this is actually one way to do it. There is another way to do this as well. There's actually many different ways on how we can think about doing it. The reason I like this way is because it's very obvious that I'm doing some transformations on a Cloudinary image. Another way to do it actually would be, I'll go ahead and say Cloudinary 2, and let's go ahead and actually spell it correctly. Right, so Cloudinary HTML 1 and 2, obj.image.image width being 200. This is quite literally another way to do it. It's doing the same thing as this one, but it's a little bit more abstract. It's a little bit harder to see exactly what's going on because you don't necessarily see that it's a Cloudinary image. Now, of course, us as developers, we could obviously reverse engineer it and figure it out, but we don't want to get in that habit of reverse engineering. We want to be explicit when necessary. In fact, what we've got here is probably a little bit too much as well. So what I want to do is I want to take one more step and create some model methods for the different image sizes that I might want to render out, because they probably won't change that often, but it will be nice to have all of the logic stored inside of models.py instead of in other places. In other words, this display image would then be something like return obj dot, admin image, like that. Something along those lines is what we want to work towards. Let's take a look at how we do that right now. Let's create some model methods or instance methods that we can use for different sizes of images that we might want to render out. So going back into our course here, we've got our image. I'm going to go ahead and create a couple of methods in here for this. And I'll actually add it in as a property. So we'll go ahead and do image admin. And this is still a method that's going to run through, but the idea is this is going to be an image for the admin. Now, there are still a couple of ways on how we could do it. We could do it on either one of these methods. The reason I like using the Cloudinary image in the admin is because there's no reference to Cloudinary anywhere else. Whereas on the model, it's very obvious that the field itself is a Cloudinary field, so I don't necessarily need to do it the Cloudinary method. I don't need to bring in the image method itself. Instead, I can just use this method right here. And that's what we'll stick with. So the first thing is we'll go ahead and say if not self.image, then we're going to go ahead and return an empty string. Next up, what we want to return is the actual image URL this time. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the URL being equal to self.image.image. This is the previous one. This is what we did right here, right? What I can also do though is instead of image, we can use build URL. Then I can also do my image options, right? So if I say, let's go ahead and say image options, and then I can pass this in as something like width equals to 200, then I can actually pass in these options in here just like that, and then I can return back the URL. Now, if I wanted to make this a function, every once in a while you might, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this again. This time it's going to be, let's say, for instance, a get image thumbnail, right? So this is now a function itself. It's an instance method now instead of just a property. I can use the same concept here, but instead of doing build URL, maybe I want to do something like return HTML, or like as HTML being false by default, right? So if as HTML, then I would return back the original one that we did, which is just simply image, right? And there we go. So that's another method on how we can do it. We could also add in a width item in here if we wanted to change the default width, which I'll leave in as 500 for my thumbnail, something along those lines. So there we go. So now we have two different instance methods that we can use. And of course we can build on this as well. But the idea here is this build URL or image comes directly from this Cloudinary stuff right here. So basically if I came in, I'm just going to go ahead and leave it as a comment. So this first one right here is simply equivalent to this right here. So we unpack the image options right there. This right here is equivalent to doing build URL instead. Just like that. Very, very straightforward, which of course we can just do the string of self.image in here too, just to have some reference for it if you ever need it in the future. So that's actually really nice. And of course, once I have these instance methods, then I can go back into the Django admin and change things as I see fit, right? So in the admin itself, I was just returning the URL. So this also means that then I can come in here and just do image admin like that. That is the property itself. Then the format would be something like this, where we would actually use image source equals to the URL, close that off. We can get rid of all this. Don't need that anymore. There's our new image itself. And then I can refresh in here. And let's go ahead and make sure that everything is still running as far as the server is concerned. And then I'll go ahead and run python manage.py, run server. Okay. And then if I refresh in here, there we go. It's still rendering and everything's working correctly. Now at this point, I might go like, maybe admin, it should be admin image URL. Maybe it should be something more like that, so that then this is a little bit more explicit as to what's coming back. It's going to be the URL itself. Maybe you do the same thing with the thumbnail, and maybe you have a property for the thumbnail as well. There are many, many more options that you could do here. Now, of course, adding too many instance options in here is probably not the best thing. What would be better is that you then take it one more step and remove it from models.py and create something like services.py that actually do all of the different instances you might need. I'm not going to do that in this one, but I will leave it as an option that you might want to do, because you definitely don't want this to have way too many instance methods just because you want a bunch of variations of images. And at some point, you don't even need an instance method. You could just use this method directly itself. So it's kind of a trade-off between the complexities of them all. But overall, I think with something like a course, you would have an image thumbnail and maybe something like the detail image, right? So if you came in here, you would have something get image detail, like the actual detail view itself. And maybe this is like, 750 or something along those lines. And that's now your default image option, which is basically the exact same thing as the thumbnail before. So you could even use that thumbnail method itself, or just refine it or refactor things so it's not repeating things over and over. But overall, what we got here, I think, is fairly straightforward and incredibly useful when it comes to then rendering this stuff out. Now that we've got all that, we want to repeat the process again with the actual lessons themselves. Let's take a look. Now we're going to create the lesson model and attach it to the course. So the way this is going to happen is we're going to go ahead and grab the course model first. And the only thing I'm going to grab are these two fields right here. Everything else I can bring later. But I really just want to focus in on the attaching portion of it. So down at the bottom, I'll go ahead and add this in and change it from course to lesson. Once again, we need the model to be singular of the eventual plural that we'll end up using. So in this case, we've got title and description. We are really close to having a fairly accurate lesson itself. Perhaps you want to add in the status. We'll do that in a little bit. But the idea is I actually want to attach this lesson to the course itself. Now, the way we do this is through a concept called foreign keys. So we actually want to grab the model class itself. And then in the lesson, we come down here and we're going to do some field. So my related object is kind of what I'll call it to start out. And we'll go ahead and do models.foreign key to the course table or the course model itself. And then I'll go ahead and say something like this where it's on delete. We'll do the models.cascade. I'll explain that in just a moment. But the idea here is I now have a field on my lesson that is also attached to the model of course. Now, when we see this foreign key one, it's going to be attached to one course. That is, this one single lesson row or this one single lesson column can only be attached to one row of this course itself. Now, there's ways to do multiple. It's called a many-to-many field, but that's outside the scope of what we're doing right now. I really just want to hone in on this right here. And so the way we actually query the lessons is similar to what we saw before. So lesson.objects.all. This is a lesson query set, which gives all rows of this in the database. If we want one of them, we can do lesson.objects.first once again, right? Now, if we wanted one specific to a course, what we would do then is we would say obj, or let's go ahead and do course obj equals to course.objects.first. Then we could do a few different things. The first thing that we could do is we could use a query set. So I could actually come in here and use a filter in that query set, and I could do something like my related object 2 underscores ID equals to the course object.id. Because the course object definitely has an ID. We saw this in the migrations, right? So here's that ID field. And then when you make them related, you can do a query set to it. You can actually filter things down to it. So here's the field name. These 2 underscores here allow you to then query all the fields on the other model, the actual foreign key model. It's quite literally looking up these fields in that other table and then filtering them down. So in many ways, what's happening here is very similar to doing something like course query set equals to course.objects.filter ID equals to course object.id. In fact, these two things would yield potentially the same data. The reason they don't is because the actual model that you're filtering is different. This one is going to filter all of the lesson data. This one is going to filter all of the course data. So just a little bit different overall. And the main reason to do this is not so you have these kind of queries, but rather you can actually go based off of the object itself. So to get the related data from the course object, to get all the lessons from it, we can do dot, and you can grab the model name. So I'll go and say model name like this, but it's not uppercase model name. It's going to be all lowercase model name like that. Then you can do underscore set.all, and that is now a query set. These two, in theory, are identical. But of course, the model name is not model name, but rather it's lesson. And that's it. Those two would end up being identical. Now, of course, this field of my related object doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. You could call it that, but in our case, we're going to call it course. That makes a lot more sense for a number of reasons. One of them being that it is directly related to the course itself because it's the course object. So using course makes a lot of sense there. But it also makes sense because lessons are going to be under courses. They're going to be a part of courses themselves. So you could call this a parent instead if you'd like. It's kind of similar in that sense. But I'm going to call it course because it's a lot more verbose as to what's going on with it. And so then this filter, what does it become? It becomes simply course. And then now all of these things kind of give us this foreign key relationship. Now it's actually really, really nice. So we have two different ways on how we can grab stuff. And of course, this lesson.object.first, we can also take that even further and say something like lesson and obj equals to that. Then we can grab the new course obj and say lesson and object. Now you might be tempted to say, oh, maybe it's course set, like dot course underscore set dot all. But the thing is, there's only one field in here and it's called course. We don't actually have a course set at all. In other words, foreign keys, when they're on a specific model, it can be related to only one other model. And so it's not course set, it's rather just simply course. It's quite literally just an attribute of the lesson object itself. And now I can do NE course lessons, and this would be then the NE course object.lesson set.all. And so this right here should give me this, the same exact query set altogether. But the idea is they are related to one another. So grabbing the lesson, we can then grab the course, and then from the course, we can then go back and go grab the lessons again, and we can just keep on repeating that process until we get all of the data we want. Now, of course, you're probably not going to do all of these things very often. I'm going to show you how to do these lookups so they actually have a view, but it's important to understand that the lesson is now, doing this foreign key is now directly related to the course itself. And then if we were to delete the course object, one single row, if we were to delete that one single row, the fact that we have on delete models cascade, that one single course row or that one single course object would also delete all of the related lessons to it. In other words, if you delete that course, all of those lessons are gone forever in any other related field that actually has this cascade in here. Now, of course, there's something that we can do about that, and we can actually set it to null if we wanted to, which just means that when this course object is deleted, this one single field on all of the related lessons becomes null. It just becomes empty. And so that's actually kind of interesting as well. I'm actually going to leave it as cascade. There's a lot of different options that go with that. So with all of this in mind, now that we hopefully get a better understanding of foreign keys, let's go ahead and run our migrations. Hopefully you already knew that because we just changed models.py. I want to go ahead and make sure I'm in the SRC folder, Python manage.py, make migrations, and then Python manage.py, migrate. And so the cool thing about this is we want to look at one more aspect before we call foreign keys done. Notice these three fields here. If you recall back to the initial course, we get an automatic ID in here. When we use a foreign key, we still get that ID for the lesson itself. We get the other fields, but we also get a foreign key in here as well for the course itself, which it doesn't actually show it on here, but there is a hidden field in here called course ID also, which is actually quite literally that course ID. So you wouldn't actually be able to set a new field in here called course ID because it's already in there for you. In other words, you can actually grab this lesson object and then you would actually be able to do course ID and it will literally give you that same course object's ID. It is a very well thought out method of attaching things together. Foreign keys is not something that is unique to Django whatsoever. Pretty much every ORM that exists in the SQL world has this idea of foreign keys because it comes from SQL. So now that we understand this, let's actually start building out this lesson to be closer to what we actually want to use in our course platform. Our lesson objects might also have status states just like our course. So like this status right here, I'm going to go ahead and grab that and bring it on down. So perhaps the course has a published status, but an individual lesson does not. That's kind of the idea here. And maybe the default is actually going to be published because realistically, if you're adding a lesson to an unpublished course, the lesson is probably ready to go. That's my assumption. That's the way I'm going to go. But of course, if it's not, then you could then change it at that time. Now, there might be some argument to have that both of these statuses should be the same no matter what they're doing, but I've found when I upload videos and I want to use this lesson status thing, the default being published is the way I want to go. Feel free to change it as you see fit. The next question would be access to this lesson. Like if a user doesn't have access to the course, could they be able to have access to the lesson individually? Now, we could use that same sort of multi-choice step for individual lessons, and that might be something well worth doing. And once you actually finish this actual course, you'll be able to learn how to do it on your own. In my case, I'm going to just do a different kind of flag here, or a different option, and I'm just going to go ahead and say preview, and it's going to be models.boolean field default being false. Or more specifically, something like can preview, and just do a help text like basically saying if user does not have access to course, can they see this, right? And so the first few lessons you might want to say yes to, and then maybe the last few you say yes to as well. But the idea is just having a simple Boolean for that will suffice, especially with how we end up querying it, as you'll see soon. So the idea though is we don't really need this access where it's like email required or anyone. I really just need to know, can this be previewed? That's it. This access is just a little bit more advanced than what we really need for individual lessons. So there we go. That's it. That's all I'm going to do at this point. Let's go ahead and do what we normally do, which of course is after we change models.py, we run python manage.py, make migrations, and then python manage.py migrate. One last thing I do want to say though is when we actually grab the courses, this object right here, we are going to filter them down based off of these things right here. So that's definitely something we will still do. But at this point, you can just think of them as ways to filter our information more so that we don't accidentally release something that shouldn't be released yet in the terms of status, or if a user doesn't have access to the course, we still want to give them a preview potentially for some of the lessons so that they do get access to the course, so they actually sign up for it. That's another key part of that right there. Now we need to add the critical pieces of our lesson model, and that of course is going to be our video. Now, in addition to the video, we might want to have a custom thumbnail or a custom poster that goes in front of that video before it is played. So when the user first loads it up, they don't just see a random frame of your video, they see the actual thumbnail you want them to see. Now, you're not always necessarily going to do this, especially with your course. You could always use the course image as that thumbnail. But in our case, we're going to go ahead and do both of those things. So the first thing is I'm going to go ahead and declare it as a thumbnail, and I'll put it underneath the description here. We'll go ahead and do thumbnail equals to, well, CloudinaryField, and it's going to be an ImageField. And then I'm going to go ahead and say blank equals to true and null equals to true. This, of course, means that in the admin, I can leave it blank, or in a Django model form, I can leave it blank, whereas on the database, I can also leave it blank. Great. So I also want to take the same idea and do the actual video. So we'll go ahead and do video and just write video here. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't work perfectly with just writing video here. So what we need to do is we need to actually take a look at this field itself and kind of understand what it is that we're trying to do with the particular options for Cloudinary fields. The main one is this resource type right here. So the default resource type is going to be image. Notice that it says keyword args or kwargs. Keyword args are any keyword argument that's being passed into the initializing of the field. Maybe you know that, maybe not. So we just put in a positional argument. I want to make sure that I put in a keyword argument. Now notice there's a width field and a height field as well. Much like the Django image field, you can do stuff like that too. But in my case, I'm going to go ahead and just use this resource type for now for the video itself. And then I'm going to go ahead and change this resource type to simply video. And that's it. So that's what I want to do when it comes to adding a video with Cloudinary. Cloudinary is now going to host a video just like it's been hosting our images. It's really just that simple. But the key thing here is these fields can do a lot more than this. We can actually add in a few items that I think are going to become even more relevant to this when we actually start to build out our thumbnails and our videos. Now I'll give you a little teaser of what that is, and that is adding in the upload API reference, but also if we actually take a look at our Media Explorer on Cloudinary, we see that our name and public ID, this is the image itself. Now, once we start to grow in complexity and have a lot of courses and a lot of lessons, this is kind of hard to understand exactly what's going on. It's really nice that it's unique and all, but it's not going to be that easy to know and identify these things in the Cloudinary, actual Media Explorer. The only way we'd be able to identify it is in our Django project. This leaves us a little bit vulnerable to potential problems that we might have if we accidentally were to delete a course and we didn't want to, or delete an image and we didn't want to. We want to be able to change that a little bit, and this is all going to be done through this actual field right here. Before we actually get to that though, let's go ahead and actually migrate our changes here. So I'll go and do python manage.py, make migrations, and then python manage.py migrate. And do you remember why we just ran those migrations? Yep, it's because we changed models.py. Before we go into advanced modifications for this Cloudinary field, I actually want to show you how to bring this lesson model into the admin so we can actually test it. We can actually do things with it. And since we have this foreign key to the course itself, we can use something called a tabular or a stacked inline for that particular model. So go into admin.py, bring in lesson here, and then we're going to go ahead and create class, and this is going to be our lesson inline. And so there's a few different ways to do a inline itself. So if we do admin, we can do a stacked inline, or we can do a tabular inline. We'll see both of them. It's really straightforward on how to do it. We bring in our model, which is going to be simply lesson, and that's pretty much it. Since there's that foreign key, we can then go into the course admin and do inlines, which is just a list of the various inlines. You can have a lot of different foreign keys on any given object, but this now allows me to then go back into the Django admin for our course, and now I can see different lesson items in here, and I can see all of these things in. So this is the tabular inline, which is okay, but the stacked inline I think works a little bit better for our lessons, because now I can actually look at each individual lesson like this. Even gives us an order in there and all sorts of things related to our lesson. Now, one of the things I actually don't want to do is I don't want to have a bunch of things already displayed here. So I'm going to actually change this to being extra, being 0. What this will do is if I refresh in here, now I actually have to click on add a new lesson. In my case, that's actually what I want to have happen in terms of the admin itself. So when I want to add a new one, I would go through that process. And so one of the things that I also noticed here is as soon as I start adding new lessons, I'm going to be like, oh no, the ordering is going to be wrong. What if I wanted to change lesson 3 to lesson 1? That is something else that we might want to think about. Here's how we're going to change the lesson order that gets rendered out. It's very easy to do. The first thing that we need is an actual field that's going to store any given row's order. So we can go ahead and say order equals to models.integer field, and then we can go ahead and say the default being something like 0. We'll take a look as to why in just a moment. As soon as we add this field in, we can then add in a meta feature or a meta property that will allow me to have my query sets automatically get ordered. So before I go into that detail, what I will say is query sets themselves have a method on them that you can change the ordering of them. So let's go ahead and take a look at this one right here. Just grabbing any given lesson, you can actually do order by, and then you can pass in one of the fields that's in there, right? So you could pass in title or the reverse ordering of title. You can do all of those things. That is really cool because you can do it on the fly regardless of what we're about to set. Now, what we need to set, though, is we want a default order for the lesson model itself. That default order is going to be class meta, and the ordering argument that we add in here is going to be a list of fields on how we want to order them. By default, we can just go ahead and bring in the order field, which is what's going to be the default for the ordering. Then, if we want to change it in the future, we could always do it on the fly like this, or you could always add in something like title here. Or if your course had an order too, you could do something like that as well. Now in our case, we don't actually have a course order. We just have the one single order for this lesson. But now that we've got this, let's go ahead and add it to our project. We'll go ahead and run python manage.py make migrations, and then python manage.py migrate, because of course we changed models.py. And so now in my admin, I can refresh in here. I can add a lesson, and we'll go ahead and say welcome. And this order is going to be simply 1. And then the next one is going to be, well, or actually let's change these a little bit. I'll change this to demo and welcome and say hello there or whatever. And then I'll go ahead and hit save and continue. What I got here is welcome is at 0 and then demo is at 1. Right? So if I changed welcome to 3 and hit save and continue, I can see that welcome gets dropped down below demo, right? And so if I do 1, what's going to end up happening is these things are going to be at the exact same spot, which is maybe not ideal. So if that ends up happening, there's a lot of different ways on how we could think about solving it, or we could just do a once glance over and say, oh, those are in the wrong order. And so there we go. Now, one of the ways I would end up doing it is by doing this, is adding in an updated field, which is going to be models.datetime field, and there's going to be auto now being true. What this does is on the database, whenever you make a save or a change to the row itself, this is going to be updated. This is going to be set to that time. So let's go ahead and add that in now. So I'm going to go ahead and run make migrations and then migrate. Since I've got this, I'm going to go ahead and bring it into my admin with a read-only field as updated. I just want to make sure that I can actually see that field on here. So if I put it in as a read-only field, there's the updated timestamps here. And so what I want to do is I want to change, let's go ahead and put them both at 2 for a moment. We hit save and continue. Demo is on top, and then the welcome is on the bottom. So how we order this is going to be completely up to us, but we can go back into our ordering here, and now we can go ahead and say updated, where the most recent updated one should be first. This is going to be oldest to newest. This is going to be newest to oldest. Reverse updated or reverse timestamp is what you often will see when it comes to ordering. Anyway, so now if I refresh in here, I've got my demo at there and welcome here. So once again, if I were to change the demo, say hello world, and hit save and continue, the demo one moves up regardless of the number being the same. That's kind of the idea. So that's usually how I would actually approach doing ordering. So as in, the most recent one changed is going to take the precedent if there's a tie in the order. That is just forward thinking. Most of you might not even get into that point because you'll probably review it on your own. But I've had times where I couldn't figure out why this wasn't working correctly. So this is just a really simple, easy fix to do that. And you also get to learn the bonus of an updated field, which maybe you want to also put on your course itself. Now, every once in a while, what you also can do is a timestamp field. So we might as well add that one in as well, which is essentially the same thing as this, but instead of auto now, it's auto now add. And this is only set one time, as in when you create that object. So you can do it in both places. And this is also very common for me, what I do, so I can keep track of any given asset that I store inside of Django. I put this in almost every single Django model, unless for some reason I don't need to know when it was created or when it was last updated. It's pretty neat. So again, I made a bunch of changes to the model, so make migrations. Notice I'm going to get something like this, where it's saying impossible to add the field timestamp with auto now without a default. So this happens from time to time when you run your migrations. You either have a default for all of the previous rows, or you can provide one off, right now, which is what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and provide one right now. Because this is a timestamp field, I can just quite literally use timezone.now, hit enter. Same thing for the next one, because the other model had that same thing. Once again, timezone.now, and boom, now I have all these things. Now, if you want to see what the default looks like, if you actually go into the migrations that we just did, this is the default right there. It's literally writing the default for us in the migration only. That's it. You can do this same thing directly on the field too, and it wouldn't really cause any issues. So that's actually fairly nice. The reason updated didn't do that is because it doesn't really need to. It can just use right now anyway, because that's how updated works by itself. Timestamp works when it's created. So we need a default for all those. Now that we've got all this, let's actually move to the next part, which is really just advancing how we end up using these Cloudinary fields, especially when it relates to videos. Now we're going to take a look at the Cloudinary Upload API so that we can actually modify a few things so that our content is better organized both in our Django project, but also in Cloudinary itself. So the way we're going to do this is by looking at the Upload API reference documentation. You can do this as well, or you could just work along with me in the code itself. But the idea here is on the right-hand side under Asset Management, you'll see Upload and Optional Parameters. The required parameters are actually set by the field itself, so we probably won't have to change anything there. The optional ones are ones we can add into the field in addition to what we've already got. Now we can actually put in a public ID or a use file name as the default file name that gets stored. So in other words, if you actually go into your Media Explorer, there is the public ID right there. So you can actually modify that on how you see fit. Now, since we're using a field, you probably don't want to set this. Instead, what you'll want to set is the public ID prefix. So what's nice about this is we can just grab this. Let's go into our course model, for example, and into the thumbnail that's for the course, actually the image for the course. I'm going to go ahead and change the prefix in here, and I'm just going to do courses. So basically just putting courses at the very beginning. Now that I've got that on there, I'm going to go jump into the Django Admin, and I'm going to change my screenshot image that I've been using, and then I'll go ahead and hit save and continue. And what you'll end up seeing is it says courses / and then of course the actual image itself is being rendered. And if I copy the image address, I can actually see that courses is in there. And then it has a unique name for the image itself, and then .png, which of course is the extension of the screenshot that I used. And now if you go into Cloudinary's Media Explorer and refresh in there, you will actually see that path, right? So you can go into the public ID. There's that path right there. Pretty nice. It's going to be a lot easier to find things when that is the case. Now we can actually even take this even further, and we can define a method called something like get public ID prefix. And we'll take a look at what comes through here, but I'm going to go ahead and do args and keyword args, and then we're going to go ahead and return courses again. And I'm going to go ahead and print out these arguments that come through args and keyword args here. And so I'm going to use this function in lieu of this courses right here. So I'm going to go ahead and pass the function. Don't call the function, just leave it like that, make it a callable. We'll save it as is. Once again, we'll go back into the Django admin. All I want to see here is what's printed out. I grab that screenshot again, and then I hit save and continue editing. And then if I go back into my terminal, I can see what's printed out right there. So course object. So the only argument that comes in here is the instance itself, the actual course that we're working off of. So the cool thing about this is what we can use is we can use the title as part of the prefix. We could also use the course ID if it exists, right? So what we could do is we could say if instance.id, then we can return back something like courses/instance.id. We could absolutely do something like that, right? Which is actually pretty nice. Now, this is actually in the case of like, well, when are we actually going to be adding this image? More than likely, you'll probably add it when you add the title as well. Maybe you'll save it, maybe you'll change things. It's hard to say exactly how you would do it. The point here is to say we can modify this altogether. And so how I would do it if I wanted to modify it based off of the course title is I would actually bring in a utility that Django has. So from django.utils.text, we can import something called Slugify. What this will do is make it a URL path type field. So basically I'll go ahead and say title equals to instance.title, and then if title, then we'll return the slugified version of that title that is also known as a slug field. And then we'll go ahead and return this back as courses/that slug field. And that's what you could then use. Now, the idea here, though, is this is not a URL path. Notice there's not a slash up front or a slash at the end. You can put a slash in between, but just not at the front or the end. Otherwise, you might have some issues with the upload process. It's certainly possible that the Cloudinary upload process or this prefix process won't have any issues. That's definitely possible if they built in fixes for that. But this right here is also really useful for the image field as well. Hey, what do you know? We actually talked about this just a little bit with the handle upload. It's actually a very similar process as that, except we don't have the file name coming through. Maybe there's a way to do it, but at this point, it's just the instance that we're going to be using. And so there we go. So now we have this public prefix that we can change, and we can do it as we see fit. But there's a few other things that I might want to add based off of the upload API reference. If we scroll down, there's this display name in here. Hey, what do you know? Maybe I also want to do this same sort of idea. This time it's going to be now get display name. And this time I can actually return back things like the title if it is in there. And if it's not in there, I'll just go ahead and say something like course upload, right? But more than likely, we will have that title in there, right? And so I'm going to go ahead and grab that and then also do our display name in here as another argument, right? There we go. Now, of course, we can test this, and feel free to do that if you want to right now. But one last thing that I actually want to add in here is going to be our tags. So there we go. We've got some tags. So the nice thing about this then is I can bring in my tags. Once again, I could do that same sort of function upload. But in my case, I'm going to just go ahead and grab this here. I will separate these things out a little bit so it's easier to work with and easier to look at. And then we are going to go ahead and do one more thing right in here with tags. And here we can actually pass in a list of items that we might want to use. So for example, course, thumbnail, right? So those two work just fine in terms of courses and thumbnails. That's it. Again, you could probably use these same functions. Go ahead and try it out, and then you would just return back a list as well. Okay, so with this all this in mind, let's go back into our object here, and I might have to rerun everything, and it looks like I need display name, not deep display, whatever. Okay, so if I were to restart the server here, refresh in here, now I'm going to go ahead and change this altogether, screenshot in here, save and continue editing. And that looks like it's saved. Notice it shows courses, screenshot course. That's the slugified version of that title. And then we've got this in here as well. And so if I go back into the upload API or the actual asset explorer in the media explorer in Cloudinary, we can refresh in here and we will see that Cloudinary has the tags in there. It's got a name in there. So many good things going on with that. Now, another aspect of this that you might also consider is the slug name or the public prefix name or the display name. So both of these things you might want to consider one more aspect of this and basically saying, you know, ID or like unique ID and doing something like the string of UUID, UUID4, and then getting up to like, I don't know, 5 numbers or something like that. And I'll also go ahead and do replace the dash with nothing. And then I'll go ahead and import UUID just to make sure that it has at least a little bit different from maybe another course with the same slug. This is kind of optional. I suppose you don't really need to do that, but it is kind of nice that you can do it in there just along those lines. In fact, we could probably use slugify instead of string, but overall we want to replace this altogether. And let's go ahead and see what that ends up doing in terms of the upload itself. Once again, doing another one and save and continue editing. And then we should see a unique ID coming through at the very end there. Great. And so that is another nice thing about this. You could also do a UUID field directly in the course if you wanted to make it even more referenceable, versus the ID field may or may not be available when you do this. In other words, if I were to go into courses and hit add new course, that ID field is not available right now. Even if I hit save and continue, it's not going to be available until the next time I try to upload an image, which is why I did it in this method. So with this idea, we actually want to bring this down also into our lessons. Most of the time when you look at a blog post, like my blog at cfe.sh/blog, you can see there's blog and then this long string here that actually correlates directly to the title of the blog post. This is very common. It's called a slug, and it's usually used in the URL. So the slug is just a URL encoded string, really. So it has these dashes and in lower cases everything. It gets rid of like commas and different things that you just simply don't need. Now, since I'm showing you this, the reason I'm showing you this has everything to do with what we just did of getting this public ID prefix. So what we actually want to do is take this same concept, but actually turn it into a new field on our course itself. Now, typically speaking, I would often call this a slug field. So my blog that I just showed you, that's what it's called. It's just simply a slug field. But I may or may not want to use slug fields on my courses. So instead of calling it a slug field, I'm just going to call it my public ID field. This might be something I want to use and share with others as well. So I'm going to use that public ID and I want to make it based off of the title. So I'm basically going to do it very similar to the title itself. But I'm also going to add in maybe like 10 more characters in here. So I'm going to put it at maximum length of 130. And then I'll go ahead and allow for blank being true and null being true. Allowing null for being true allows you to, well, save the defaults. So you don't actually have to set a default. You might recall we had to set a default for this timestamp one. The reason you'd have to do that for this public ID right now, if null was false, is exactly that. If null is false, you have to set a default for all the pre-existing ones. I'm going to leave it in as simply null. Now, the reason I want this also is so that I can then update my Cloudinary field itself, but then I can also update my lesson field that has some sort of correlation to that one. So before I do that, though, I want to actually implement this public ID field, and it's actually really, really easy to do. Whenever you create a new instance or save a new instance, Django automatically does something called save. This method right here is built into the Django models. Right now, this is incorrectly formatted. You actually don't need to return anything in save. Instead, what you need to do is call the original save method at some point. So before here, this is before save and possibly before IDs, right? So before course.id basically. And this right here is after save. So you can do stuff after the save. But if you were to do something after the save, there might be little issues, which we'll talk about in just a moment. So what actually goes into the default save method, which is self args and keyword args, just like that. So self, of course, is for the instance itself. These args and keyword args are things that are related to the save method in there. I'm just going to go ahead and pass them to the super save. So right now, this is correct. This actually will work. There's no errors in here. What we want to do is we want to build this public ID based off of our title. And we only want to do it if there is no public ID. So basically if self.publicID equals to an empty string and self.publicID is none, then we'll go ahead and we actually want to set it here. So self.publicID equals to something. Now, what is that something going to be? Well, this we actually already solved. If I scroll up a little bit, I've got this get public ID prefix. Well, what if I changed it just a little bit? I'll go up one and say get public ID, right? There we go. I am now getting even closer to creating a public ID itself. So the idea here, though, is I actually don't need these two things right here. What I need to do is basically check if there is a title, then we'll go through this process. But realistically, if there's not a title, then we just want to return something else, right? And what is that something else? Oopsie. Little typo there. But what is that something else is going to be this unique ID string or something similar to it. So what I want to do then is basically grab that. I'm going to go ahead and bring this up right here. And that is exactly what I will return without the dashes in there if the title doesn't exist. What I want to return otherwise is still going to be the slug and then a new version of the unique ID, which is going to be just basically unique ID short. And that's going to be the unique ID up to some point, right? So you can change that as you see fit. But there we go. We now have a way to get this public ID based off of the instance and all of that. Great. So now that we've got this, oops, I got these quotes here for some reason. Let's go ahead and grab this get public ID, or we'll actually change it to generate public ID. So we'll grab this and then we'll scroll back down to that save method. And then in here, we can now generate the public ID. The instance is the only argument we have to bring in there, which is just simply self. Now we could always do self.title, but using self is just fine in this case. So that will now create a public ID for me, literally whenever I need to in the course. So the next thing about this is, again, it's really important that you put null here. If you did not put null, you'll need to put a default. So now that we've made this change, let's go ahead and run our migrations with python manage.py and make migrations. And then python manage.py migrate. There we go. So one of the things that some of you might be wondering is why use a unique ID instead of just the slugified version of the title? The reason for this is you might have the same course in multiple iterations, and you might want to have basically the same slug, in which case you can have a different URL. It's going to be unique because of this unique ID. That's why we have that generated public ID like that. And it's also really good for our assets, which we'll see in just a moment. But now that we've got the migrations gone, we can actually take a look at the make migrations in here. And there we go. We can see that the null field is on here, and it's going to just leave just like that. So now I'm going to go ahead and run my migrate command if I didn't already. And then I'll go jump into the Django admin and just save that field. So we're going to go back into the course itself. Let's go ahead and take a look at our model admin. We've got our fields in here. I'm going to go ahead and bring in our public ID. And this might be something we will have as a read-only field as well. So going back into the course I've been working on, or any new course, this thing will be empty. Or if it's just the public ID is not ready yet, we want to go ahead and hit save and continue. As soon as I do that, it actually should create my public ID, but it didn't. So what I've got here is a problem with my condition here. So I say if the public ID is equal to a string or it is none, then I want to call that. So these and or things can sometimes cause issues. Just make sure that you get it correct, or at least you try it out, because then you'll get this screenshot course like this. Now the reason, again, that I created these public IDs is so then in the next one, if I were to do screenshot and course, same name, all around, I can use that screenshot again, I can go ahead and say whether or not it's published, all the things that we're used to. We hit save and continue. It is still screenshot course, but it is a different one. 7.4 is how it starts, whereas this one over here is D2 whatever. Cool. So that's why we have this public ID. This actually solves a number of things for us when it comes to our public ID prefix. So now all we need to do is grab that prefix. So basically, if instance.publicID, we would then go ahead and say something along these lines. And if not public ID, we'll return just simply courses. Otherwise, we'll return, well, courses / that public ID, just like that. Very, very straightforward. Now the display name here, we've got this display name. We want to actually have it as display name, not display name. That little typo. But overall, we now have these things coming through. Now, the other part about this is this asset, this actual class name right here. We can actually make it based off of the instance itself, so these are reusable. Right now, they're not reusable. We'll change that in just a little bit. Now, that we have this, we are ready to move to actually bringing this into our lessons. Now, the public ID is actually already very straightforward, so we can just come back into our lessons down here, bring that one in, and then grab our save method because it's identical. So we can come back into the save method and bring it down here, and there we go. Now, it's important to note that this has to happen before the save. If it happens after the save, it won't be saved, as in the save is done. And if you were to call self.save, technically this could work correctly, but you are calling itself. So you could actually loop it forever if you mess this up, right? If you mess your condition up. I made a mistake earlier. It's a very simple mistake. But what if I didn't have the condition whatsoever and I did something like this? This would cause an infinite loop and cause a bunch of issues. So we do it before the save, so it generates. The other reason to do it before the save is to make sure that we do have access to it when we go to upload a new ID or a new actual image itself. So let's go ahead and try that out now on a brand new course, a brand new screenshot course. It's a great one. I'm going to go ahead and choose a new file. What I want to see here is the public ID being a part of the upload process. I hit save and continue. The public ID, no such column on my lesson. Oops, let's go ahead and make those migrations and come back. And I'll just go ahead and refresh in here. And there we go. We actually already see it. So that problem did happen, but it happened after the course was created. There is that public ID, and there it is in the image as well. This process is just about creating unique slugs for any given instance. You can do it in many different ways. I like doing it where it actually displays something about the title, because you could just use a UUID field, and that's actually really easy to do. So UUID is just models.UUID field like that, and then you just pass in a default for UUID, UUID4. And that's it. That's really all you'd have to do for individual UUID fields, which these will then end up being unique. You could put in a unique clause in here as well. More than likely, especially with a vast ability that UUID has, this will be true. But if you just change it to UUID1, it will be true and also based off of time. So this will definitely be true because it's almost nearly impossible to have these same things happen at the same exact time, which is also pretty interesting that you can look into more. Now we're going to make our Cloudinary fields, the public ID prefix and the display name, to be a little bit more unique to the course itself or the lesson itself, so we can reuse them a little bit better. Now the first thing is this getDisplayName. What we could literally do is create a method that has getDisplayName. So really we could just come in here and say something along these lines and say if instance, or rather has attribute, the instance, and then title, then we can go ahead and return instance.title. Now that might be the fallback that we want to actually use. We could also do if it has the attribute instance and something like getDisplayName. This would be right on the instance itself. Then we can return back instance.getDisplayName like that, right? Which might be what you actually want to use. So let's go ahead and do it like this now. So getDisplayName coming through on the course itself. I'll now come down here and define a method called getDisplayName. And this is going to return back Well, maybe the title. So let's do a self.title here. And then I also might want to say courses or course and just put that dash there. And that's just a slight little change that changes the image itself. Now we could also do a thumbnail. We could do a lot of different things on how we could think about this itself, which is not too bad. Now the final one, if it doesn't have either one of those, do we still want to call it course? Well, maybe, maybe not. Maybe instead what we want to do is get the model class, which is simply instance.2_class, just like that. And to get the model name, we can use instance.2_name, or rather model class.name. And then we can use that as our final fallback. Fairly straightforward, nice to do, and we can just change things as we see fit. The other one that's a little bit different is going to be our public ID prefix. Now, the reason this is a little different is because of how we want to approach this one. What I want to do is I actually want to get my path for what it's eventually going to be. So if I define a method here called path and save it, the idea here is eventually we'll have something like /courses/self.publicID, right? So that's kind of the idea. I showed you the blog post is very similar to that. So the reason I like using path is because this is like really good for eventual APIs if you ever build something like that. It's also really good for if you implement the Django get absolute URL. What you could always do is you could always call self.path like that, or you could actually turn this into a property as well, which is typically what I do with it is I put it into a property itself. And so it's just simply self.path. You could totally save this as well, but there's a lot of different options on how you can go about doing this. Now, when it comes to something like the get absolute URL method, what you often end up seeing is you would see something like the actual domain name. In our case, it's something like localhost 8000, and then it's plus whatever self.path is, which will have those slashes and all that. So this is not something I'm going to implement right now, but it is important to see that I do this on so many of my models, especially if they're public facing. So this path right here is now something I would actually want to use on this public ID prefix. So what I'll do then is I'll say my instance path. Once again, I'll just go ahead and say if has attribute instance and path. Then I'll have to assume that the path itself starts with a trailing slash, a actual slash itself. So we can also do if, well, let's grab the path itself. So instance.path, and then we'll go ahead and say if instance dot, or rather if the path dot starts with the slash itself, then we want to do the path being equal to path of 1 going forward. And then also if path dot ends with that slash, we want to get rid of that path. So it's going to be path and then up to -1. And then we just return that path. And that is now a little bit more of a public prefix idea in terms of the item itself. And so now that we've got this, we can also bring back that courses idea. So something related to this right here. And I'll go ahead and bring that in. And we'll put this after or inside of this public ID part here. Or actually, we'll put it in both places. So we'll leave the model name here now. And now we'll do model name. And we'll call it slug. And that's going to just be slugify of the model name. And then we can pass that in. And then we just change this to being that model name slug as a string. More than likely, it will not have a trailing slash or anything like that. But there we go. So now this is quite a bit different than what it was before, but now it's a little bit more specific to things that are going on. Now, a big part of the reason that I actually created this path one, though, was for the lessons. Because the actual course itself, we didn't really change that much about it. The actual lessons, though, we do want to change stuff about it. So I'm going to come back in here, and I'm going to grab the path down here, and we'll scroll down a little bit, and then I'll go ahead and create the path and the get display name. So the path itself is going to be based off of the course. So what we really want is we want to grab the course path, which is self.course.path. This is one of those things where you don't want this to be null. If it is null, you would have to have another condition in here to be aware of that. So as soon as I have the course path, I know that it starts with that trailing slash. So I'm going to go ahead and bring that in, or trailing slash has in there. So self.course path. And I also want to basically say that if course path ends with the trailing slash, we're going to go ahead and get rid of it. So course path equals to course path up to -1, which gets rid of that trailing slash. Then I just do lessons or something along those lines. So the final result will be based off of that path itself. This one, once again, if we have a course, which we do by default, I can go ahead and do, instead of just that, we would just say self.getCourse and get display name. Okay, so once again, it would have to be something that is like, oh, does that exist? You could do that. If has attribute, there would be other tests that you could bring in, of course. But now that we can do those things, we have these quite a bit more reusable. So I can just go ahead and grab them and come down here for, let's say, for instance, our thumbnail or image. We can bring it in here now, and I'll bring it into my thumbnail first, and we'll paste this in just like that. Okay, and we could do the same thing with our video as well. I actually don't think there's anything wrong with that because they are different assets altogether. If there was something that is a completely different asset, then you might want to have different functions. I'll show you just simply how you would go about doing that. So say, for instance, get display name, you wanted to use maybe a little bit different. Maybe you'll go ahead and say is thumbnail, right, being true, or let's go ahead and say false to start out. And then we'll go ahead and just change this to being something like get thumbnail display name. And this is going to be equal to lambda of the instance itself. And then that would end up calling the get display name with that instance, and then also passing in is thumbnail being true. And then that would give you the same function in here. And then if it was the thumbnail, maybe you add a, something else that you add onto it, like dash thumbnail. I'm actually not going to implement that, but that would be a way to do it if you wanted to go that route. So feel free to do that. But overall now we've got a bunch of different things related to these paths. Let's go ahead and give it a shot. So back into our screenshot course. Granted, this is the old one, so let's go ahead and give it a try with a new one. And we'll go ahead and hit save and continue. And so what we should end up seeing is the same thing, basically. The actual image itself changed, so that final part of it did change a little bit. The next one is going to be our lesson, so I'll go ahead and say welcome and not actually put the public ID. That's something we need to adjust. We will in a second. I'll go ahead and put an image in here. And we'll hit save and continue. So the goal here is to see that it says lesson welcome, and then it has the public ID. So we've got a little bit of an issue, I think, with that one. Let's go back up into our path, instance.path. There's that path. It should have it. Let's scroll back down, and we've got our path here. So if the self.course path, here's the problem right here, is it actually doesn't have a course path, so that doesn't exist. This should actually be not self.course path, but just simply course path. Okay, cool. Simple fix, not a big deal. Let's go ahead and do this, and we'll come back in, save that, save and continue. And now we have these paths coming through. There we go. So courses, screenshot, lessons, so on and so forth. Now it's a lot more specific to this course itself. And granted, we could always go and double check this in the Cloudinary Media Explorer so we can see exactly what's happening with the images themselves. And there we go. So notice the images don't actually have tags at this point. So that's another thing that we could do in here. So we don't necessarily have to do too much with this. Instead, we can just bring in tags and go ahead and say image and thumbnail and maybe lesson. Right? And then in the video itself, we would come in here. You probably don't even need the data type itself, but I can go ahead and say video and do that right there. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the image itself, but there we go. So now we have tags in there. So when we upload stuff, that's going to work according to what it should. I need a trailing comma there. Otherwise, we've got some issues. Trailing comma in both places. And then finally on my admin in this lesson inline, read-only fields, the public ID I do not want to be able to change, so we'll go ahead and do that as well. And so let's go ahead and go back into the admin and just verify that this is true. And there we go. So now we've got our public ID in there. All of that is looking a lot better. Great. And we've also established where we want to actually display these things to users. So we should probably start that process. off the video, I went ahead and created a new course, and then I also created a new lesson with an image and a video. So what we want to do is we want to start the process of rendering out the image, and then we'll go ahead and do the video. So what we could do for this is we could jump into models.py as we've seen, and we can scroll down and sort of copy what we did with the course, and quite literally copy the property, the different instance methods specifically for that. But one of the things you'll notice about this is it's actually basically the same thing over and over with maybe a few different options that are in there. So that's actually what we want to start to update, is basically go off of options, not however I have it right now, because I'm actually repeating myself multiple times. Realistically, if I were to do this on the lesson with those instance methods, I would have one for the thumbnail itself, I would have one for video, and maybe multiple for both of them based off of where we're wanting to render them. So instead of having multiple, we want to just go ahead and take one of these things and start to redefine it as something completely different, so that then I can kind of redo everything in terms of the actual images and the videos themselves. So what I'm going to do for that is I'm going to go into helpers here, and we're going to change things quite a bit. So the reason I'm changing things now versus before is because this is the time to actually refactor them. I don't refactor things in advance. I do it when it's necessary. Right now, it's finally necessary. So inside of helpers here, we're going to go ahead and create a new folder called _Cloudinary, and then we'll put an init method in here. With that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and change my old one to just simply config, and that's it. So I'll bring this into Cloudinary like that. So now it's just simply config. So this init method here is now, we could still do this process here, or we can just do .config and grab that init method. Overall, things haven't really changed. In this init method, I can still call from .config and import that, Cloudinary init method as well, and then put in all here, and then change, and then save that as something like this. Okay, and so that means that I could use .config, or I could just import it directly like that. Either way, completely up to you on how you go about doing that. Now, the next start of this, or next part of this, would be basically some sort of generator or URL. So let's actually think through what it is that we're trying to do, and that is really the URL or the HTML. So I'm going to go ahead and just call it something like Cloudinary object. So I'm going to go ahead and come in here, and we're going to call this, let's call it services.py, and we're going to define get Cloudinary object. And what this is going to do is it's going to take in an instance and then a field name, as in what field we're going to use. By default, we might end up using the image field itself. So this is going to have to be a Django model instance, of course, right? But before I go much further here, I'm going to go ahead and bring it into my init method here, and we'll go ahead and do from.services. We're going to import the get Cloudinary object service here, and then I'll go ahead and pass it into all. Once again, just like in the other one, I'll go ahead and do that same thing in here. But now it actually makes sense to import just all of them like this, and then I can do each one individually, and there we go. Now, these things could probably still be refactored more. That's not really the point. The point is that we're starting to build out this get Cloudinary object, so it's a little bit more reusable than what we currently have. And in our models, we already have the import going, right? So we already have helpers imported, which makes things kind of nice for us. So let's actually go through this process now as to what we need on that object itself. So let's go ahead and close out some of these init files here, and tests and views, and just have services and models. So what I want to do is this property here. This is going to be the first one I'm going to go ahead and use. I'm going to grab this and bring it in right here. So of course the idea here is it's actually saying self instead of instance. So we want to do instance and instance. So this is close, right? It's not quite there, and I'll explain why in just a second. But the other thing is we might want to consider is maybe using the Cloudinary image itself. This might be something we end up doing. So realistically, this is going to be a Cloudinary image object. So I'll go ahead and say img object, or let's make it very verbose and say image object. The reason for this is quite literally how we actually grab the built file. So right here is build URL. That is very, very useful for the admin, as we saw before. What if I want to actually return the HTML or as HTML? That's an argument that I also want to update. So in the services here, I'm going to go after this field name. Let's go ahead and actually put it into a new line here. I'll bring in as HTML being false. And then realistically, it's going to be something like if as HTML, then we'll return back that instance, .image with the image options, right? And so that actually mirrors what we saw before with everything in there, of course, on purpose. Now the image options, what options do we want? Well, the width, right? So right now the default width is 200. Maybe I want to make it bigger, like 1200. And so that's going to be the default now. And so we're getting there. We're almost there. We're not quite there, but we're definitely getting there. So with this in mind, I'm now going to go ahead and rechange the imports once again. And so we could go through this process just like we did. Right? This is the iterative process. You definitely need to get used to that iterative process when you need to make some changes. And since we're doing all of these changes right now, it's all in Git. So it's fairly obvious as to what has to happen. So next up inside of our models, we now want to start using that. So once again, we've got our helpers already imported here. So the first thing I want to change is going to be the admin one. So let's scroll down here. We've got admin URL. I want to actually return back the URL itself. So what are the actual things we need to do? Well, helpers dot get the object itself. We need to pass in the instance. So the instance is going to be self. The next thing is the field name, which the default is image. I'll just go ahead and use that default field name in there as well. I'm not going to have the str in there or the data type. I'll just go ahead and put it in like this. Okay, so that is the start. Next option that we have in here, if I scroll over this, is as HTML. Do I want it to be as HTML? Let's go ahead and put that in. So as HTML being false, I actually want the URL. So you could also just say something like build URL, but I like it as HTML, so I know that that's what I'm getting back. Next up, we want to see the width. Hey, what do you know? I have an image option right here for that width. And there we go. So that is now the result. So the result being equal to all of that. This is now what I can return. So I can get rid of all of these things and just return that one single function. Now, naturally, not surprising, we can do the same thing down here. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this same thing here. And what do you know? These are basically the exact same arguments that we saw before, but now they're just being thrown on this thumbnail here. And so all we really need to do is pass in the as thumbnail. Not a big deal. Very simple. Okay, so the next one is the last one. And now we can actually redefine this one as well. Now, there's a good chance that this one we probably don't really need to refine much because the get image detail and get image thumbnail, these are basically the same thing now. So we probably can get rid of one of them and just update our code elsewhere. But for now, I'm just going to leave it just like that. We do want to verify this though. And I'll refresh in the admin and just make sure that the image is still coming through. Looks like it is. Great. Now that we've got this, it's time to actually bring it home by going into admin.py and taking a look at the course inline. I'm going to quite literally get this display image here. We're going to go ahead and paste it in right there. I'm also going to use this display image right in here, just like that. Okay, so this is the incorrect URL. This is not correct at all because it's coming from an instance method that just simply doesn't exist because it probably doesn't need to. So I'm going to go ahead and bring back helpers back in. So helpers dot, and what do you know? Get Cloudinary image object. We go ahead and pass in our object here, and this is a good start, right? Do we want it as HTML? No. But what we might want is the width. Let's go ahead and change the width to being something maybe more like 200 or what we might want in our admin itself. And there we go. Now, this feels like it should work. So let's go ahead and take a look at the admin. We'll refresh in there. I'll scroll down. I see that the current image is there, but it's not showing up. I did have a current image uploaded, so it should show up here, but it's not. Why is that? Well, it has to do with an argument that I simply did not implement, this field name right here. Now, when it comes to grabbing a field by a string, you can't just do dot field name. That just simply doesn't work. You have to do something a little bit different. So how is this going to work? First off, we say if not has attribute instance of that field name. If it doesn't have that attribute, we're going to return back an empty string. If it does, it will be everything after that. So now what I'll do is I'll go ahead and grab what that thing is, but we have it referenced multiple times. So this time I'm going to go ahead and say the image object, just like that. I'll set that equal to the get attribute method of the instance and that field name. Pretty nice here. Once again, I'll go ahead and say if it's not valid or if it's empty or something like that, I'll return it. So this one is checking if that field name even exists on the model instance itself. This one's checking to see if the instance actually has something, if there's data in there. After that, we then go run through this whole process, which would be going off of this image object. So right here and right here. Once I do that, it is now using the same stuff as before, but it's a little bit more dynamic as we see here. What we've got now is a current image that's broken, so there might be some issues with the instance object itself. Perhaps we want this to be none instead of an empty string because there is none, which would mean that we need to change a few other places. So I'm going to leave it as an empty string. But what I do need to do is inside of the admin, I need to adjust the field name because we look at models.py, we go down from course down to lesson, and we see that the field name is thumbnail, not image. That is the key thing here. So all we need to do is come back into our object. We're going to go ahead and break this down a little bit so it's easier to see. And then I'll go ahead and do my field name equals to thumbnail. We save that, we refresh in there. What do you know? There's my thumbnail. If I were to change the size, I can change the size right in line. So the nice thing about this as well is the fact that I can adjust these things on the fly, right? Cloudinary is already built to do that. It has a lot of these features. So we don't necessarily have to do this method. We could use these things right here. But the thing is, what this does is it gives me a consistent approach anywhere I want to. Anywhere I want to get one of the Cloudinary image objects, I can decide how I want it to come back without needing to remember all of the APIs or SDKs that are going on with Cloudinary itself, because there's a lot of them and there might be even more. Now, if we ever need to change anything related to this lookup process, we could do that right now. Like if we wanted to crop something or something like that, we could just do it in a service and then it changes globally, and also Cloudinary obviously handles its part of that process. So this is actually why I like doing things in this manner. It's a matter of saying like, oh, well, where is this going to work? It's going to work in a lot of places. Yes, I can absolutely add this in as a property of the display image or of the model itself. But the problem with that is then you get your models being way too complicated. So realistically, down here, I would come back into here, get rid of that, leave the default field name, which I can actually just be explicit by saying image. We can leave that in here, and then I can go back into my lesson, or the models themselves, and I can delete a bunch of things that I'm just not going to use anymore. I actually haven't implemented them anywhere else, so there's a really good chance that I won't need them. The reason for this is because you can really start to creep up your models.py. You can make it massive, and we don't want to do that. We want to make it as focused as possible for models.py. Now, a couple of other things that you might consider moving out of models.py are like these utility functions here. These ones are pretty straightforward. You could do that inside of the courses and just do utils.py. Of course, if you end up using these over and over, then maybe you put it into the Cloudinary helpers. I'll leave that for you to do, including the generate public ID. Just another one that you might want to move elsewhere to really narrow down what models.py does. Now let's create our get Cloudinary video object. So basically just like our service for image object, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate that and paste it right below here. And we're just going to call this our video object. The field name will skip to video. And then the main reason that we call it video object has to do with the fact that you do .video, and then also all of the options are going to be a little bit different than what we've got here. So I'll go ahead and say video object, bring that in instead of image object, and then we're going to go ahead and say video options in here and bring those in instead. Okay, so one of the things about videos as opposed to images is they might be private. So I'm going to go ahead and do something called sign URL being false by default, but I'm going to pass this in as one of the arguments that I might want to have in my video options. Now with video as well, basically I actually am going to go ahead and set a default width in here to just simply none. And I'll then go ahead and say if width, then I'll update the video options based off of that width. and like this. Well, we'll say it is not none. Probably check if it's a number as well, but we'll leave it in like that. Great. So you could repeat this process as well with height if you wanted to have some sort of height in here, right? And so we'd come in and do exactly that, and height being none. And then if I have both height and width, I would basically say if height and width, then I would go ahead and add in something called a crop. And this will just be crop equaling to limit. Feel free to check the various items in terms of options on the documentation, but we're going to leave it like that. And I'm going to adjust the tabs here a little bit. Okay, great. So now that we've got some of the baseline stuff, there's a couple other things that we want with a video object specifically. Now, images, you can change the format that you get back as well, but in our case, we actually want to get a little bit more specific, and we want to have a fetch format in here, not in quotes, but fetch format equaling to auto. So by default, I want the auto format to come through. This is going to be important when we actually implement this video itself. And then the quality that I want, this is another thing that you can adjust. You can have a much smaller quality version of the video. Let's say, for instance, you have a free tier that has like a lower resolution video, and then the pro tier has the high resolution video. I don't know why you would do it that way, but that is certainly an option. The more likely way would be if they're on a mobile device and they need a lower quality, that would be one of those options you could bring in there. But overall, the thing here is we want to leave it at auto. We'll just let Cloudinary decide, but if you need that granular option, you totally could. Okay, so with this in mind now, I have a bunch of things related to the video. No surprising, we're going to want to go ahead and implement this. But before I do, there's another feature that I want to add that's related to this sign URL. This is for private videos, right? That's the point of this. If you say true, then it's going to sign those videos so you can actually see them. Versus right now, the way my video is set up is it's not private. So I'm going to go ahead and say type being private. When it comes to lessons, I want them all to be private. I could probably change this if I wanted to on any given video, but the default option I actually want to have is going to be private. So what I need to do now, given that I want to sign these URLs, I'm going to go ahead and run python manage.py, make migrations, because of course we changed our models.py. In this case, it actually doesn't change the field itself. It doesn't need to run migrations because this is more of a parameter for the video upload that we're doing, right? Specifically for the resource type of video. Now you might be able to do private images. I would imagine that would make sense. I haven't experimented with that myself because the video is far more important at this point to be, private. Okay, so now that we have this service and this video, let's actually implement it in the Django admin. Now that my Django model for the video field has a type of private, I went ahead and re-uploaded my video. If I were to go into the admin and click on the video link, what I end up seeing here is it can't be reached. So all we want to do now is bring in the URL so it can be reached before we actually fully embed the video into the admin. So the way this is going to work is, of course, using the admin.py and using something very similar to display image, but now it's going to be display video. So let's go ahead and bring in display image on the lesson inline. So let's go ahead and go here. And this is now going to be just simply display video. And we'll just use that throughout. And then, of course, it's going to be our current video. Now, the function itself is going to be something different than this. So one of the things I didn't do in the helpers is I did create the function itself, but we didn't actually import or bring it to all of the various imports. So I'll go ahead and bring it into the Cloudinary init. Then I'll bring it into the helpers init, just like the other methods that we used in here. Great. So now that I've got that, going back into the admin, I can now use that object itself. The field name is going to be simply video. The width, let's go ahead and do something like maybe 700 or 550. We'll leave it in like that. Okay, so now we've got that video. All I really want to see is the URL itself. So we'll go ahead and just use the URL, and that's it. Okay, so let's actually see if this ended up working for us. We'll refresh in the admin. It's not there yet, so that's probably because we need to bring it into our read-only fields, which we'll go ahead and do as well. And we'll put it under the display image. and just do display video. Okay, and there we go. So let's refresh in here. There's our video now. Okay, so if I were to open this up, what I should see is quite literally the actual video. And it's in the right size, right? So that's great. But the thing that I've got here is this is just using the HTML browser to show this video. We want to use the actual Cloudinary video object itself. We want to embed their video player because it's going to give us a lot of other features that just using standard HTML won't. But it also makes it a little bit more challenging for a user to just download the video. Whereas if you just use the browser's one, you can just click here and download it, and there you go. All right, so now that we have the URL being displayed correctly, and it is one that we can access for our private video, let's go ahead and actually embed this video. Let's actually take a look so we can play it. Now, one of the ways we're going to do this is by just jumping into display video and say as HTML being true. So we go ahead and save this and refresh, and well, looks like the video's there, but I can't actually play anything. So we can actually add in additional arguments into our object itself. So if we jump into services here, what we could do is something like controls being true. So we'll go ahead and do controls, and we'll go ahead and say it's true, and then auto play. We'll also put that as true, and then we'll put these into our arguments here. So controls, and then auto play and auto play. Okay, so now that we've got that, let's go jump back, and the controls are there, but it won't play. Now, this will probably play if it wasn't a private video. For private videos, we have to use things a little bit differently. Now, there's probably a way to modify what I'm about to do, but we actually aren't going to be using this method in the long run. Very soon, we're going to be implementing JavaScript to do it, but just a little teeny bit of JavaScript, and I'll explain what happens in there. But the idea being that we want to actually display this video a little bit differently. So let's go ahead and jump into the inspect element on our current video. We can see that this is just HTML video. That's all that's happening here, is it's literally just using HTML video to render the video out. So in the short run, what I'm going to do right now is just do a really simple change to this. And that's going to allow us to see our video HTML, and it's going to be triple strings like this. And then all we want to do is bring in a video argument here. So this is going to be the custom video HTML, if you will, and I'm just going to leave it in like that. I'll also go ahead and just do .strip here, and we'll start this process. So what we do is we actually can use a source with src in here and do something like that. This src, we can bring in our video URL, and if you're familiar with Python, of course, you would do format video URL equals to some URL, right? And so that's kind of the idea that we want to go off of here. And then maybe that's when we actually do the strip tag itself. So the idea then is we can bring this down, and we'll go ahead, instead of the as HTML from the actual, Cloudinary object signing, we can just go ahead and say the video HTML.format, and then the video URL equals to, well, hey, what do you know? We already have a way to build the URL. So let's go ahead and just bring that up one. And then we'll go ahead and say URL like that. And then I'll go ahead and strip out any sort of extra, HTML we have in there. But overall, this should now closely resemble what we first saw. But of course, now the thumbnail is a little bit different. So the poster itself is different, which of course we could still get the poster. That's not something I'm going to do at this point. But if you wanted to grab a poster, you would just do something very similar to this and then inject that as poster equals whatever that URL would end up being. Okay, so without that happening, we're going to go ahead and just add in controls, and we'll go ahead and say autoplay. So I'll go ahead and refresh in here, and autoplay is on, but it's not autoplaying. That's because modern browsers don't necessarily autoplay things. So there we go. Now I can actually play this video. But this technique is flawed for a number of reasons. One of them being that I'm using inline HTML inside of Python. That's not ideal. We actually want to load this HTML using Django templates, which is what we'll do in just a moment. The concept, or how it will actually end up rendering, is identical to this. Now, there is another option that we could go, and that is if we actually take a look at the Cloudinary how to embed the video player documentation, what you can actually see is there's this cloud hosted player that you can use, which uses an iframe instead of the video object. which you can absolutely build out to do. But the thing is, you would have to modify how your URL is coming through. It's not the same as that. So if we actually take a look at what that URL looks like, just as a refresher, we can print it out in our admin, and we can see that here's what's being delivered to us. It doesn't say .player. It's not meant to be the embed. That doesn't mean we can't use it. It just means that it would take a little bit longer to get the iframe portion of it working. So what we want to do instead, though, is use the self-hosted player, the JavaScript version, which, like I said, it will just be a tiny bit of JavaScript that I'll show you how to do. And before we actually use that, I don't actually want to write JavaScript right inside of Python. I did it with HTML just to have a simple proof of concept, but now we really need to actually start using the Django templates and the Django templating engine to actually replace variables and do all sorts of good stuff. Now we're going to configure our project to start using templates with our Cloudinary video embeds. So this actually means that inside of CFE Home, we're going to jump into settings here. I'm going to scroll to the very top and remember where this base directory is. Now we already saw this local CDN thing, so it's actually very similar to that, but now it's going to be our template dir, and that's going to be base directory / templates. That is essentially what we want to use. But of course, we don't put it right here. We actually put it in the templates argument for dirs. So feel free to actually grab this same thing and put it down here. It's totally okay. You can also have a lot of different directories in here that will look for templates. Now, the reason for this has to do with how we'll eventually render this thing out. But as soon as I do that inside of SRC, this is inside of the base directory. So it's actually going to be inside of SRC where we're going to put this templates folder here. That's the point of this one. And make sure that you spell templates correctly. But the idea here then is we will build this out to being use all sorts of things. Now at this point, all I really want to build out is going to be related to my video. So I'm going to go ahead and come in here and bring in videos, and then I'll go ahead and say the HTML embed, or rather just embed.html. That's it. So now what I want to do then is, with this in mind, I'll go back into my services, which was in helpers, Cloudinary services, and I'm going to go ahead and grab this element right here, but more specifically, just the video itself, right? And so this might actually be better off suited by saying videos snippets and then embed.html. It's just because this is not a standard Django template. This is a very small template that we can use to embed our video. So this is now gives us the advantage of using something like a IDE or an actual, code editor, is it now says that it is HTML, which is accurate. The one thing that I need to change is how we actually are going to render in the video itself, which is going to be video URL like this. So 2 curly brackets. That's it. That's how we're going to go ahead and render this process. So then in services.py, this video HTML doesn't make sense anymore. We want to change it to being something completely different than what we've got right here. The way we do that is by using the getTemplate function that's built into Django. So this getTemplate function is inside of the loader, which if you do a Google search and actually go to the item itself, you can always grab it like this. And so in our services.py now, I'm going to go ahead and do from the Django template loader, we're going to go ahead and import getTemplate. So right now I have just introduced Django into helpers. Up until this point, I haven't. So this config.py, I should probably also move into Django itself. The reason I didn't bring it up until this point is because up until this point, I could have used any Python package with these helpers. Now I actually am starting to make it more Django specific. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and get this template here. And then I'm going to go ahead and bring it in down to as HTML. And so the template name is going to be based off of the template itself. Then we're going to go ahead and do something like tmpl equals to this getTemplate function, which we pass in our template name. Then we're going to go ahead and get our, I'll say underscore HTML equals to template.render. And then we pass in the context that we want to pass in, which in our case is going to be a dictionary for video URL being equal to the URL. And these are basically identical, or at least at this point they will be basically identical. So we'll go ahead and return that back like this. The template name, what do we want to call it? I'll just go ahead and say embed and .html, just like that. Save that, and we'll jump back into the Django admin. I refresh in here and I get template does not exist. Of course it doesn't exist. It doesn't find it. It can't find it anywhere. So what we see here is it's looking inside of that templates directory. Yay, that's awesome. But remember how I said inside of settings.py, I can actually have additional directories in here. So what you could do, this is the wrong way to do it, but it's one way to understand the Django template engine and how it looks up templates a little bit better, is what you could do is you could say template slash, hey, what do you know, this video directory, which we called videos. And then you could also do slash snippets and save it like that. And so this is just another folder for Django to look in. As soon as I do that, I should be able to refresh in here. Let's go ahead and make sure our server is still running. It's possible that what I did there just a second ago caused some issues with the server running. But now if I refresh in here, now it actually renders. And what do you know? There's the video right there. It's actually doing the work. This is not good practice though. The only reason I'm showing you it is so that you understand that you should not use it. That's pretty much it. Overall, you want to be a little bit more explicit of the template you're using, where you're using it. So in other words, you can use relative paths in here. That relative path would come in the form of grabbing, let's go ahead and grab this relative path. I'm just copying it, right click, copy relative path, and then I can paste this in right here. So we're really close to being able to use this whole thing, but what I don't need is src/templates because that's the job of this declaration right here. So I can come back into services and just use videos, snippets, embed, refresh in there. What do you know? It's now showing this actual embed in here as if it was just purely Django. Fantastic. So since we're still doing this and we're moving the helpers over to completely being Django, I'm actually going to do the same thing with config.py. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, go into settings.py, and we're going to go ahead and paste all of the things related to the configuration here. I'm going to put this at the very bottom, and we're going to save this as Cloudinary video config. And then I'll go into config.py and change all of these to be based off of Django as well. So we'll do from django.conf. We're going to import the settings here, and I'm just going to do settings dot, and then the actual value that's stored in the settings itself, which I'll just go ahead and copy and paste here all throughout. Okay. And now this helpers module is very Django specific. So that's kind of something that you want to think about when you go and do these things in terms of settings and all that. Now, another reason that I actually have that and I wanted to change it right now was not to necessarily follow best practices, but to allow for a specific setting to come through in that template, just so you can see also how you might do things. So from django.conf inside of services.py, we'll go ahead and bring in settings here. And I want to bring in Cloudinary name as one of my arguments. So back into my as HTML here, I'm going to go ahead and say cloud name equals to my Cloudinary cloud name. This is now, I'm going to bring this into my template itself. And that's it. So, whoops, this should be settings dot Cloudinary cloud name. Okay, because that's already in those settings now. And so back into my embed here, I can actually put in something like my data-cloud name, and then I can bring in that cloud name just like that, which at this point doesn't do anything yet. It will do something here shortly, but if we look in the actual inspect element itself into this read-only portion, we can see that the data cloud name is now in there for my own cloud. Granted, it's on the URL as well, but it's really nice that I can actually bring it in just like that, because it's going to be really important for that next part where we actually turn this into a JavaScript element. The JavaScript of it all is very basic. Of course, you could always look at the GitHub repo itself to actually just copy and paste that. I will probably mention that again in the next part. But now that we've got this, let's go ahead and take a look at how to do this video embed the correct way. Now that I'm using the Django template engine, I can actually modify admin.py a little bit. I actually don't need this format HTML anymore. Instead, I can actually just say that it's like the video embed HTML is equal to that. And I can actually quite literally just use that HTML that's coming back because of the fact that I'm using the Django templating engine. If I wasn't using the Django templating engine, I probably wouldn't want to go this route, right? It would not render. The reason it is rendering is because the templating engine itself has a lot of safeguards to ensure that you're rendering a template correctly. That's what's going on with it. And so now that we've got that, let's go into the embed.html, and we want to make some modifications here. In fact, I want to learn some basic JavaScript to be able to make those modifications. The first thing that we're going to look at here is literally just rendering out or logging the data cloud name. So inside of our Django admin, if you go to inspect the element here and go into this console here, we want to log out that cloud name. We want it to show up in there inside of the JavaScript console. Now, for those of you who don't know JavaScript, this portion is for you. If you do know JavaScript, this part is going to be super easy. But the idea here is we need a way to actually render out this HTML video based off of Cloudinary specifications for rendering JavaScript, because it's going to look a lot better, it's going to function a lot better, as we'll see in just a moment. So the idea here is inside of embed.html, we can actually add in a script tag here, and we can do all sorts of scripting or writing out JavaScript. So you can quite literally say something like alert and hello world, and if you do something like that and refresh on your page here, it says hello world. Now, this particular error or warning or alert, you just can't do with pure Python and without using JavaScript. Now, there are some packages that might turn Python into JavaScript, in which case it does this, but that's not the point here. What we need to do is we need to be able to actually write out some JavaScript so we can modify what gets rendered on the page after it gets rendered. So like this video is going to be rendered on the page. We want to modify it after that's done loading and all that. That's what JavaScript does. It runs in the browser to help with those modifications. So what we can do here is we can actually declare a video ID, and I'm going to do demo player. The reason I'm declaring an ID here is so that in the JavaScript itself, I can actually grab that video player itself. Now, the way I'm going to do this is by using a constant, and we're going to call this constant video player element. And we're going to set it equal to something. Okay, and so this is declaring a variable. In JavaScript, you have to declare what kind of variable it is. Python, you don't have to do that. Now, in this case, this variable cannot change. In other words, I can't come down here and say this. This just doesn't work. If I change it to var or let, then it will work. So I'm going to leave it in just simply as constant, and that's it. And so the next thing is actually how we name variables. You don't use snake case like you do in Python. You use camel case, which is video player element, like that. Great. So now what we need to do is we still need to grab this ID here, right? I need to grab this element itself. The way we do that is we can use this method called document. Now, document itself is referring to the HTML document that's being rendered. That's including the entire web page, including the admin. Wherever it's being rendered, it's looking at the entire page because it's quite literally a document. What we can do on that is we can use dot notation and do get element by ID. So this get element by ID hopefully doesn't look that much different than what we did with, our services. So if we actually go into our admin here, we've got helpers and then helpers dot get Cloudinary video object. Hey, what do you know? It's actually very similar. It just used a different casing altogether. And so the element ID, well, by ID, what's the ID? Well, the ID is right here. It's demo player, just like that. Now, if you're actually familiar with CSS, this is similar to CSS selectors like demo dash player. It's just a little bit different. Very similar though. So now that we've got this element, what I'm going to do is just do a clause, say if that element, we're going to go ahead and console log out that element. This is how you do an if statement, a condition. We're not going to go into any more complicated elements than that. I just want to see if it's even there. Go ahead and render this thing out or log it. So now inside of the JavaScript console and the Django admin, if I refresh in there, there is my video player right there. Pretty cool. Very simple. It's able to actually show that video player. So the next thing about this then is to grab this data cloud name. The way we can do that is every element itself can actually do .data set. So anything you see with data slash or data dash rather, you can actually see that inside of the actual console log itself. And there we go. There's that cloud name right there. So I can actually see that the cloud dash name also gets turned into camel case. So it's not dot, if we did cloud dash name, it's not that. We actually still have to use camel case. What do you know? The casing comes in again. So we save that and refresh in here, and there is now that cloud name. That's quite literally the correct value. So once again, we can set another constant and say cloud name equals to that value right here, right? And of course, we could do another condition if that exists or doesn't exist, then you'd want to change things. But in our case, it does exist. So we're going to leave it as is. But the other thing is I also want to do just something like video URL. Do you know what you would need to do for this? It's actually also straightforward. So data-video-URL, this is now going to be equal to this video URL right here. We'll paste that in. We're going to get rid of the source itself. And then once again, I'll go use that dataset thing here and then do video URL also in camel casing. If I were to refresh in here, what I should see is those two things coming out. Let's go ahead and actually console log them first. So console log cloud name and video URL. We save that. We refresh in here. There's the cloud name. There's that video URL. Now JavaScript is ready to run. We aren't quite there yet fully because we need to bring in a few more things in here. But if you understand this, the next portion is going to be super easy. If this is really, really confusing, then learning a little bit more about JavaScript could be really helpful. What we're going to be doing for the next part is basically as easy as this. There's not a whole lot more we need to do. Into the Cloudinary documentation, we're now going to embed their video player and more specifically, their self-hosted player. Now, the reason it's called self-hosted is because you can modify the JavaScript to make it work correctly. It's not so much about the third-party files that you may or may not use. So in our case, we're going to be using the self-hosted player with the CDN versions or the content delivery network versions of their CSS and their JavaScript, as you can see right here. In the long run, you'll probably want to use your own version of those things. But for now, to keep things simple, I'm going to go ahead and copy those, and we're going to bring them into embed.html. And I'm going to save them right here. Now, the reason I'm bringing them into embed.html is because I haven't built out anything else with my templates, and this also ensures that they're definitely there and they're definitely working. So with that in mind, I can now modify my project a little bit to make it work. So the way this is going to work is we are going to go ahead and declare const CLD, and it's going to be Cloudinary dot video player, and then we're going to go ahead and grab the ID of that video player. So I'm going to go ahead and say const and video player ID equals to demo player. I'm only doing it that is because I used it twice. So I'm going to go ahead and use it here as well as right here. Realistically, the actual video player element itself, I probably don't even want to render if the correct ID is not showing up. So that's why I'm going to go ahead and bring it down here now. And so this is actually how we can start the process of initializing the video player itself. But there is an argument that we need to bring into it, and that is going to be the cloud name. And what do you know? I already have the cloud name element right there, right? And so I added these things off or in the last section. So if you skip that last section, just make sure that you add these two things in here. It's not really different than what we already had, but the idea now is that this is going to almost initialize our video. All we need to do now is cld.source, and that's going to now be our video. We save that, and now we can refresh into our admin. Let's go ahead and take a look. What do you know? There is now the Cloudinary video player, and you also have all of the different options that you might want to have. So the video player customization, you can come in here, you can change all sorts of things that you might want to change with it, including maybe adding the class on here. So let's go ahead and grab this class, for example, and I'm going to bring it right onto the video player itself and paste it in like that. And then after we do that, let's go ahead and jump into the admin, refresh in here, and there we go, the color changed. Now, there's other things that we can do here, of course. So if we scroll down, we can see there's this color scheme as well. I can literally copy that, bring it also in here, and there we go. So now I have other colors I can use. Now, the nice thing about using Django is then I can actually change this color itself as an argument. So I can actually come in here and say if base color, then we would use base color, and then else we would use that color right there. And so this is the Django templating engine at work. Now, one of the things you'll definitely need to make sure you have are quotes around the entire element or double quotes in there, just like that. And so now you should be able to pass in a base color. So right now the color, let's take a look at it for a moment. We'll refresh in here. That's a nice blue, but let's go ahead and change it to like something just a little bit different. Maybe 00 ABC. Let's see what that color is. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of a maybe too close to the last one as well. But there we go. So that is also a blue one, which is funny. But anyways, let's go ahead and actually change the color itself. I'm going to go ahead and pass this as an argument in here, base color, and I'm going to go ahead and use the CFE one, which is 007 CAE, and then I can refresh in here. There's that color, right? So that's an accurate color for that. So you can use the template to make changes to how it's all being rendered out. And the reason I use this if clause is so that you have some sort of backup in case you don't actually put the correct color in there. And you use hex keys right here. Just make sure that pound sign's right above to make sure that that color is working correctly. But overall, in terms of customization, it's really easy to do a lot of the styling using their styles that are available. Now you can also use the JavaScript constructor parameter, which would go directly into the JavaScript. But like I said before, I'm only keeping things a little bit easier and make it a little bit more simple. So one of the things you might also look at is the data transformations. So let's go ahead and pass this one in and save here. And so if I refresh in here, it doesn't seem to change anything. So let me change this to like 100 as the width. And I refresh in here, it doesn't transform anything. And I actually think the reason for this is the fact that my video, the one that I have, already has transformations. I am not giving it the different criteria that you could use for like public videos. This is specific to private videos. In my case, I actually want to keep all of that stuff in Python. I don't want to spend too much time building out all of the JavaScript things, unless of course I know JavaScript really well, I might do it. But in my case, I want to actually use Python as much as possible and Django as much as possible to do all of the video heavy lifting itself. And so that I can just keep this really, really simple so that if I need to make more advanced changes in the future, I totally could. And then I would have all of those things available in Python that I can pass in as context, whether it's to a template directly itself, or I could go even more advanced with Django and make my own template context processors and have them injected on every single template specific variables, which is a little bit more advanced and something that we're not going to do. But there we go. We now have exactly what we wanted for embedded video. The permissions, of course, is something we'll still need to actually use. That is going to be more on the request level, not so much the rendering level. Then we're also going to go ahead and use stuff like HTMX and all that to actually show this to an end user. In preparation for the front end, I realized we have a little bit of a problem. So if you go into the Django admin and upload more than one video, the second video is not going to load, as you can see right here. The other problem is if we were to copy one of these embed elements here and go into inspect the element, go into these elements here and do a Command F or Control F and search by that string, what you'll probably find, or maybe even just the JS itself. Let's go ahead and just grab this one line right here. What you'll probably end up finding is this actually being imported more than once. And of course, if you have a lot of videos, it's going to definitely be imported more than once. So what we're going to do now is we're first going to override the default HTML that goes into the Django admin so we can make sure that these only get loaded one time. After we do that, we're going to go ahead and actually make sure that we can load all of the videos and solve the problem that is because of this ID right here. So let's do the actual JavaScript stuff first. So inside of the templates here, we're going to go ahead and create a new template. I'm going to put it in base, and we'll do base/js.html. Now, the reason I'm calling it js.html is because I really just want to bring in these two items right here. So that's all I'm going to do so far. Just these two items right here. We'll save that. And what I want to do is I want this to be able to be loaded. Because now if I go into the admin and refresh, that other video doesn't work. Neither video works at this point because these are not referenced anywhere. Now, one of the things we could do to reference it is inside of embed.html, we can do these curly brackets %. We can say include and base/js.html, just like that. So this is a really cool characteristic of the Django templating engine is you can include other templates in your templates. So if we save this and then refresh in here, this will still load up, but what we'll also see is, guess what? It's going to do it twice. It's not going to do it just once. And we can see that by just grabbing that JavaScript and having that run again, which you could obviously verify. So this is actually not where we want to include it, is the point of that. Where do we want to include it? Well, in the case of the Django admin, we need to override some of the default Django admin templates. So there's a lot of different ways on how we could do this. First off, I'm just going to show you how it's done. Then I'll show you where you can find these templates. First off, when it comes to the Django admin, there is a folder default in one of the apps that is called admin. In this admin folder, we can do something called base_site.html. This is what we can override. The way we override it is first grab what it extends from. I'll explain this to a little bit more detail later, but this is like basically saying, hey, in this other template that we might be using, make sure that you actually use that template in addition to what we've got in here. That's kind of the idea. That's probably not that clear, but it will be hopefully more clear in just a moment. Then what we're going to do is define something called a block, and we'll do extra head, and then we'll go ahead and do the end block itself. Okay, and so all I'm going to do here is do script and just say alert, and we'll go ahead and say working. Save that. Refresh, and there we go. We got working in there, and everything is showing up. Okay, so that's a good sign that it's actually working the way it should. Now, what's happening here is if we were to bring in JavaScript now, let's go ahead and bring in our other JavaScript elements. So we'll do include, and there's going to be base.js.html. It's going to go ahead and save that. Now we shouldn't have to repeat this same JavaScript in the embed. So at this point, let's go ahead and just copy it. We should see at least 3 elements because I have 2 videos in here. So if I come in, inspect the element, do a quick Command F, I see one up there in the head block, which is where we want it. Then I see some in the actual body element, and there's 3 of them. If I were to remove this include from the embed, which is exactly what we want and what we would have worked towards anyway, we can see that it's still working, and now there's only 1 in there. And hey, what do you know? We actually see our script in there saying alert working as well. So great, we now have overridden some of the default preferences of the Django admin. There's still a couple things that I want to do here. In this base site here, I want to bring in something called block super. Now, what block super does is it allows us to get the original elements that might have been in extra head. So this is going to become a little bit more clear as I look at the actual, parent document that we are extending from. Let's go ahead and take a look at that now before we fix the other part with our script. So if we go into our virtual environment here, or venv, into lib, into our site packages, if you're on Windows, this process might be slightly different, but overall you want to go into your site packages, you look for Django in here, and we need to find the Django admin templates. I know exactly where they are, but if you are looking for reference templates, you could always do it in the Django code itself. This is often true for the actual Django project, third-party packages that you might end up using. Where we're going to look is inside of the actual app that is responsible for the Django admin. That app is in settings.py. If we scroll up into installed apps, what do you know? Django.contrib.admin. That is the admin app. That's literally how it works. And so the template might also be in there. So if we go into Django, contrib, admin, what do you know? Here's a folder called templates. Here's another folder called admin. And there's that base site that we actually inherited from in our overriding. So we did both things. We literally took everything that's in here, all of this, and then brought it in. That's what extends does. So we could just imagine this as like copying this whole thing and bringing it in here, right? Just like that. But we don't need to copy it. We can just use extends. That's the point. And then we've got these blocks in here. So these blocks, what they can do is, let's say, for instance, this block title. This actually might be a good one to show you. So block title, I'm just going to change the title to something like this, right? So now I've changed the title. I've overridden the default. So if I were to refresh in there, you can see that the title has changed on the browser. If I were to bring in block.super, it's going to take in the default value that was in there, but then it'll append my new value at the very end, which that default value was course object. And of course, I actually want, let's put that first and then do a dash here so we can see that. And I'm going to get rid of that alert because it's kind of annoying. But anyways, we go back in here and now we can see this is in there. So when you think about a block itself, you might have default block elements that you want to inject into, which is exactly what's happening here. We are importing another template and we're putting it into this block. This block is being replaced on the extends portion, but it's also still using the original extends portion in there. Hopefully that's clear at this point. If it's not, just play around more with the Django admin templates or just Django templates in general. We will come back to some of this concept as well when we start going into the front end a little bit more. But now we still have to solve that other big problem, which is rendering out multiple instances of this video itself. For that, I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste some code for you in the next part. But the idea is actually just looking for all of those video elements and then applying essentially this on each one of them. Let's take a look. Now that we've solved the problem of loading too many of the actual external scripts, it's time to fix our internal script, this script right here. And of course, it all comes down to this ID. When it comes to HTML elements, the document itself expects only one ID. The IDs should be unique across all elements. If this was an anchor tag, it would still need to be a unique ID. Regardless, all of those IDs have to be unique. So what we could do instead is we could use a class. So like something like CFE video, and then that being the class we do. Now, the way we're going to do this, I'm just going to copy and paste to show you, but what I want to show you first is the fact that you can get video player elements by using something like document.get elements by class name. And of course, our case, we can do that CFE video. That's this one right here. And it's going to show us all of those elements. So I'm going to go ahead and console log those elements themselves. So if we go back into our project here, refresh in the admin, we can see that we are getting now a collection of elements. And of course, we get another syntax error because, well, I'm quite literally using the same JavaScript multiple times. So that syntax error is going to be solved, or hopefully solved, by cutting out this script, bringing it into base.js, and bringing it right there. So we save that, and now if I refresh in here, it shows me the HTML collection, and there's two things in here, or two elements that actually match that value itself. And so all I would really need to do is then use this same sort of methodology on any given element. Now, I didn't want to go through all of the complexity that this could probably bring up as it relates to JavaScript, so I figured I would just copy and paste it, and then we can talk through, generally speaking, what's going on. And so if we look here, the first part of this is the function render video element. This should actually look very familiar to what you've already seen. Here's the Cloudinary video player that's going on to the video ID. And then we actually grab the source from that same place, which is going to be the element that's in there, right? So going back into the video, it's looking for these two elements. It's looking for the ID as well on the individual video element itself. And so this function is basically what we just did, and I would recommend doing something like this on yours as well. Now, one of the things about it that is new is this video player ID. This actually creates a unique video ID. Now, what you could do is you could say const current video ID, and you could grab the video player element dot get attribute, and you can use the original ID, especially if it's the same ID over and over and over again. You might actually want to update that based off of that. So like basically you could say something like this, where you bring in the original one, and then you can add in any other sort of things that you might want to have, and say like CFE or something like that. That will actually change all of those video elements themselves. Now, the only way this function works is if we go through all of those video elements. So next function is, first off, looking for all of them, getting all of them. You could console log all of them, and then you can actually render out each one of them. This is a for loop that will go through and render them out. Now, to call this function, what needs to have happen is it has to happen after the entire page has been loaded in order for this to work. Now, the other thing that needs to happen is this defer. If I don't have that defer on there and I try to refresh in here, it might work. It might work sometimes. What I want to make sure is it works all the time, so I want to defer this till later. So it basically lets other things load before it runs this script. And so that's exactly what's happening with that defer. And so now it's going to render all of those video elements, assuming that we're using the same class all across the board. So I actually don't need to change my ID if I don't want to. I don't need to have Python put in some random ID in here for me. I don't even need to necessarily have an ID on this video because I've got this class and these two elements here. If you don't have one of these elements, if you were to save it without one, the video will not render, right? It just simply will not show up. And so this solves a few things for us. First off, we now know that these are the three primary elements we need in order for this to run. CFE home is the actual class name, so if you were to change that, make sure that your JavaScript changes it as well in this location. This constant doesn't necessarily have to be in this function either, but overall, this is also a little bit better too, because these three elements only really get rendered one time, and there would be a way to cache them and to just make them a lot more efficient. So eventually this is the only thing that you would end up using. Now, I was planning on doing something like this when we got to the front end, but it made a whole lot of sense with the admin so that we can actually review the videos we upload at this point. Now I think we're ready to actually start rendering out the courses on the front end. It's going to be so easy compared to what we've been doing. Let's take a look. At this point, we have most of the data in place. It's time to actually start building out the views, starting with our courses. So what I actually want to start with is just the actual views themselves. So if we go into courses and views.py, we're going to start with course list, and this is going to return back something called render. Now, I think a lot of you might have already had some experience with these things, but let's go ahead and do all of them right now. So first off, course list, course detail, and then lesson list, or really probably lesson detail. The course detail is probably going to have all the lessons in there. And most of the time I actually put it in as a view itself. Now you can use something called class-based views. Oftentimes class-based views help speed things up in terms of reusability with various functions. But I now pretty much only use function-based views in addition to having services.py. So services.py is like my go-to way of actually loading in data. So this is really one of the things we'll have to build out as well. So inside of our views though, what we want here is we want to build in the request. We want to render some sort of template, so courses list.html with some context. So that's kind of the idea here. Each one of these views will actually render out these items. So we actually don't have all of this stuff in place yet, like the templates are not there, but we'll go ahead and do those in a moment. So really I want to actually build out the logic before I work on the templates. So what is the logic going to be? Well, the other part of this is we want to actually do from dot import services. So inside of my course list view, I want to bring back something called a query set. And this is going to be services.get courses. And maybe we want to have get public courses or published courses, something along those lines for the actual courses we'll use. So let's go ahead and do that now and create it inside of services. So we're going to create the get published courses. And what do we want to return here? Well, there's a lot of different ways on how we can think about returning this data. Every once in a while, you might want these services to go into models.py. So what I mean by this is oftentimes you'll see something like you import a model like this, and then you return a query set, something like course.objects.all. And that will actually return a query set. It's not the correct query set just yet, but it is the query set overall. So that's certainly one way on how you can actually bring in the courses. Or what you could also do is you could bring in something from Django.apps. You can import apps, and then you can do course equals to apps.getModel, and then you pass in courses and app, or rather course. So the name of the app itself, which is courses, and then the name of the model. Both of these actually technically work. It's really up to you on how you go about doing it. So if you ever try to do it this method and you get this like loop problem, or like, there's possibly a looping import issue, then you're going to want to go this method. So I'm going to actually stick with the more basic method here because I don't think we'll have that issue. But also one other part of this is I actually want to bring in the different status items that we've already seen. So like access requirement and publish status. So let's go ahead and bring both of those things in as well. Mostly publish status. If we need access requirement, we will bring that in also. But realistically, the course objects themselves should have access requirements, so I probably won't need that. The only reason I have the publish status is so that I can filter these down and by that status. So if we come back down into our model and scroll down a bit, we have status in here, and then we can just use one of the choices. Now, the other thing is we did have something that is published. So this is actually the filter that we want to do on our query set. So basically filter status equals to publish status dot published. That's it. So that's now how we can actually filter these things down. Of course, no big deal here. Next up is going to be get, course detail, something like that. So in this case, I want to go ahead and grab in my ID. So I'll go ahead and say like my course ID, and we'll say none. And then if course ID is none, we'll return none. What I actually want to see here is I want to grab the course if it's available. Otherwise, we will return none. So basically, I'm going to start off with obj being none, and then I'm going to do a try block in here. And we'll go ahead and say obj equals to course.objects.get. And this is going to get two things here. First off, the status itself, then the ID. So there we go. Now, this has everything to do with a public-facing version. The admin doesn't follow this same lookup for any given course. So then we just put an exception in here, and we can just go ahead and say pass. There's a lot of different ways on how we can handle that exception, but overall here, this is going to either return the course object or none. The next thing will be the lesson detail. Now, if we go ahead and say get lesson detail in here, we are going to say our lesson ID. And once again, if it is none, we will return none. This time I'm going to bring in my lessons. So let's go ahead and do that now. So the lesson model itself. And we'll come down in here. And then we've got our lesson objects and then our lesson ID. But we also want to do course, and we might also want to say something like course and status equals to this published item as well. We also might want to go even further and include the course ID in here also, right? So we could include both of them, or course ID is none, right? Now, this is always one of those things where you could modify them as you see fit as well, but overall, this is how we'll start at least. So then course and ID is equal to that course ID, and then there we go. So now we have 3 different services that we can use to get these various items. Going back into our view, we now have our query set here. The course detail view means that we need to pass in the ID at some point, which we will. But then we'll go ahead and say the course object equals to services.getCourseDetail, and then the course ID is equal to that ID. And then basically, if it is none, so we'll go ahead and say if course object is none, then we'll go ahead and raise a HTTP 404. This is a standard page not found error, so we can go ahead and do from django.http import HTTP 404. Great. Now, of course, the same logic is true down here as well, basically the exact same. We'll go ahead and pass in lesson object, and again, if it's none, this time we need to bring in, we'll say ID equals to none, and then we'll do a lesson ID equals to none, and then args and keyword args. The reason I kept this ID has to do with this one up here, so let's actually call them the same thing so that we don't have any confusion as to what's going on with each portion of this. Okay, and now instead of get course detail, it's get lesson detail, and then we can pass in course ID, and then lesson ID equals to lesson ID. There we go. And so this is a lot of the logic. Now, a lot of these things can still be improved, and each individual object, we might want to have additional things related to the user itself. But as far as the actual lookups in our database, this is as simple as it gets. Now, you could put these same things on the view function themselves, but then your views start to get kind of a bit cumbersome with all sorts of logic that might come in here, especially when it relates to bringing in users. So as soon as we start bringing in user permissions, we might want to have a whole nother set of services for specific users as well. Now again, this is not about access, it's just about the basic database lookup. We will still add in access soon, but for now I'm going to leave it just like this. Now we want to verify our various services, those database lookups, with actually navigating to any given URL path that would have that lookup. So like if we go to /courses, it would actually go to this view. If we go to /courses/1, it would go to the correct detail view. If we go to lessons and so on, right? So we want to actually implement this process. Now we're going to do this sort of in isolation, and then we'll start to move it back towards what we did in parts for our models themselves. I'm really just trying to make sure that these can all be routed to, so the user can actually go to one of these views and get some sort of data coming back. So the first one is going to be the query set itself. So if we come in here, we can grab and print out that query set. Now, one other thing that I want to actually do is return a JSON response. So this is going to be the first thing I'll actually take a look at for this. I'm going to return a JSON response with some data. So the data I'm going to return are really just the query set IDs. So I'll just go ahead and do x.id for x in query set, only to see what that data looks like. That's it. Now, this is also showing us that once I have these services dialed, I can either do an API view, which is essentially what JSON response is, or I can render out an HTML template, which is what we'll end up doing. But the nice thing is actually getting these services dialed means that it's really flexible to switch to other types of views, which is another reason why I'm using function-based views. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and actually implement the course list URL view as a URL path. So where we want to put it, let's go ahead and actually run our server first. So we'll go ahead and run our server, and then we'll go ahead and open this up into our application here. And what I want to do is I want to be able to go to /courses and actually see that response come through. Right now, I don't have that, of course. So let's go ahead and do it. So a lot of the ways that you can do this, there's a number of ways. First off, you can go into just plain old urls.py, and you can come in here and do from courses. We can import views as courses views. And so I can then come in here and put a path and say courses with a trailing slash, and then do courses views, and then something like our course, what do we call it? We called it our course list view here. And we can do something along those lines. This is often very fine in terms of the URL patterns. We will change this a little bit. But what I want to see is on courses, I want to be able to refresh in here, and there it is. There's my data. Congratulations. This is your first API view. If you've never created one before, it's hopefully not that big of a deal. Now, of course, it's not really a great API view, but it is one nonetheless. And so the course platform I'm using, I actually did publish one, and it sounds like that my actual autoplay is working now. I think it probably starts working once you start playing videos, but nevertheless, we can now see that the courses are coming through in here. So I want to take this same logic and build out the other endpoints themselves. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into views.py here and do the same thing with the detail view. So once again, I will return a JSON response, and I'll go ahead and do that based off of the course object now. So we'll go ahead and say course object.id, and then we'll do the same concept with the lesson detail and bring that in here, and this will be our lesson object.id. Okay, great. So back into urls.py, the nice thing about importing views this way is then I can actually just copy and paste things and just, make it a little bit more simple. So to actually get a course detail view, we've got this course detail view here, this view function. This view function takes in the request argument by default, but it also has this parameter for course ID. Now, if you were calling this just in pure old Python, not a big deal. That's actually really easy to use. But inside of Django URL routing, what we need to do is we need to declare how this actually works. So this is actually really easy to make mistakes with. That's because there's a lot of different ways on how routing could end up working. But basically, we want to take this argument here, whatever that argument is, whatever you called it, and then we want to give a colon and then a data type. So I'm going to go ahead and say the argument colon data type, just like that. I'm going to save it, make sure my server's running. Right away, it says I'm using the invalid whatever, right? The parameter name is wrong. So I actually have these things flipped. It actually should be the data type, then the actual value that we want to assign it to, as in course ID. The nice thing about this is going to be very clear in just a moment. So let me go ahead and jump in. Looks like my server's running again. I'm going to grab that ID of 6, and then, maybe my server's not running. Let's try it again. I go to 6. And now I can see that it's saying that it's not found. Well, the reason is I have a trailing slash here, but my URL does not. So let's go ahead and get rid of that trailing slash, and it's still redirecting. So Django does this by default. There are things that you can do to change that, but just go ahead and add in a trailing slash at this point. And there we go. So now we get our course detail of 6. What if I used ABC? Right away, it gives me a standard Django not found page because it doesn't match this data type. It's not an integer. If I were to change this to data type 1, I still get a page not found, but this is a different one. This is coming directly from the view itself because in the view, there's no course object that is at least fitting this service that exists. So it's actually raising this 404 page here for us on our behalves. So this is not a 404 page that you would use in a standard API request. So do keep that in mind if you were wanting to build out an API. But the idea here is it's now actually allowing us to get any data point that we want for these 2 items. Good start so far. But in that course detail, I also might want to add in my lessons objects, right? So let's go ahead and add in our lessons. And this is going to be our lessons query set. Let's go ahead and use that. This time it's grabbing that course object again. Then we do lesson and set.all. If you recall, that's how we can do that reverse relationship. Then I can bring in the lessons IDs. So I'll go ahead and do lesson IDs, and we'll go ahead and do x.id for x in lesson query set. And there we go. So now in my detail view, here's my lesson IDs. So what I want to do is bring in lessons and then slash, and then put a trailing slash here. So that's going to be the URL then. So we of course need to map things to that. So jumping back into our URLs here, I'll go ahead and copy this one, paste it all over again, bring this open a little bit more so it's easier to read. So we got lessons, and then we are going to go ahead and bring in our course or our lesson ID here. And then this is going to be our lesson detail view. We save that, we refresh in here. It's really close. Notice there's no trailing slash again. Let's make sure that trailing slash is in there. Save that, refresh. And now it's giving us a page not found in here for whatever reason, but it is coming from the lesson detail view. So perhaps there's something wrong with this lookup. Maybe this lesson detail lookup is incorrect. So all I want to do here is first off, take a look at the course ID and the lesson ID. Let's see what's happening with that. We refresh in here, we get 6 and 4. Those are correct. That is accurate for the lookup as far as we thought it was going to be. So if we go into the get lesson detail, we can go into the services here, get lesson detail. This right here, something maybe isn't working in this realm. Let's go ahead and see what's going on here. And I'll just go ahead and say we'll say exception as E, and then we're going to go ahead and print it, lesson detail, and I'll go ahead and do our E here, save that. We'll refresh in here, and we've got an unsupported lookup underscore ID. Okay, so I made a little bit of a mistake here on the lookup. Maybe you did that, maybe not. But that's where these exception handlers and looking at your exceptions are important to do. Now that I've changed that and updated it, it now gives me that data right back. So it's now back to working as we intended. So we actually have still an issue though. That is, if we go into models.py and we take a look at our paths here, hey, what do you know? These are actually different. It's using the public ID in both places, both the lesson as well as the course itself, right? So that's actually the path we want to build this off of, not these ID paths. So that actually changes how we do everything. That changes how we do our services. That changes how we do our views. But the thing is, it's not that big of a change. It's not that complicated of a change. So it will be definitely achievable. But overall, the idea here is this is the default. This is what you'll see a lot of times where it's going based off of IDs. And then if they are related to one another, it would go into those as well. Which is pretty cool. Now, one other thing that we can do in terms of the course detail is you can also do things that are related to our query. So when we actually went in here and we got our lessons query set, there's a way to more efficiently use this course detail where it prefetches this information so it's ready. It's just a little bit more efficient. That's a little bit outside the scope of what we're trying to do here overall, but it's important to understand that there are ways to improve these querying data sets all together, which is another reason to leave it in as services.py, because then you can really drill down into individual lookups and see how you might improve them all around, including using things like caching. But now what we want to do is modify everything so it actually fits with the lookups that we had based off of the paths that we already declared in models.py and all of that logic. Now we're going to go one by one and implement the public IDs as part of the path for the lookup process. So the first thing that I want to do is take a look at the course list view. Right now, what it's returning back is basically the ID. If I actually just change it to being the path, then I can actually start seeing what those paths would be. So I can just do that, and there I now have the next step that I need to do, which is actually using this path right here. So how we go about doing this is, well, not a whole lot different than what we've already seen. The way I'm going to do it, though, is I'm now going to isolate the courses URL. So I'll go ahead and do urls.py right inside of courses. I'm going to go ahead and copy some of the things from the original urls.py, and we'll talk about as to why. I'll get rid of these comments in here as well. So all I really need is the courses related views here. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this and also these things and just keep path and the import process. So I'm actually going to go ahead and do from dot import views now. We can still call it course views. That's probably fine. Or you could just leave it a little bit more simple and just use it as views because it's relative to those views in this actual app itself. Now what we want to do, since we are doing it inside of courses itself, we're going to get rid of the initial courses. We'll use this in the main configuration when we want to loop it in just a moment. So the way we're going to change this has to do with first the detail view. This time it's no longer an integer. That's not the correct data type. It is now just simply a slug. Now I could still call it the course ID. I actually think that's probably okay, even if it's actually the course public ID. It's still the course ID as far as what I want to do with my logic itself. Now on the model itself, it's a little bit different, of course, but I can keep things a little bit simpler for myself if I keep it as course ID. So going back into the view, the thing is the detail view doesn't really need to change then. What needs to change is the lookup itself. So going back into services, this is now the course detail lookup. This is no longer just ID, but rather now the public ID. Once again, just verifying that that's the name of the field. Sure enough, it is. And so now we didn't really touch the views. I mean, they're in there, but we didn't really need to change anything. The reason this looks different only has to do with just what's being rendered back. And so the same concept we can do with our lessons as well. So we bring in our path there. Let's go ahead and just verify that that course ID is working on the platform itself. And it's not. Big reason for that is we're using the wrong URLs. Let's go back into urls.py in our main configuration. We're going to now get rid of all of these here. We're going to declare a new path called courses. And we're going to do something more akin to admin.site.urls by actually using an include statement. So we come in here and say include, and then we can bring in the new URLs that we created by doing include courses.urls, just like that. And now it works just like admin.site.urls, or at least very similar to that. So then when I go to my detail view, I should be able to actually look these things up. And there are these two paths for my lessons, so I can go ahead and look those up. And what do you know? It's the same problem that we had before. Going back into my URLs now inside of my courses here, it's no longer an integer, but rather the slug. And then back into my views lookup, it doesn't even need to be in the detail itself. We can go back into the service. We scroll down here. This is now the public ID once again, right? And this is now the public ID as well. Save that. We refresh into our course admin, assuming that everything is still running. We might have an exception somewhere, but let's take a look. Looks like maybe it's not wanting to come in just yet. So let's go ahead and see what's going on here. Let's go back into the courses themselves. There we go. Open this one up. We're getting a page not found still. So let's go ahead and we'll put this in as an and. Still not. Oh, I don't have a trailing slash up here. That did nothing, so it's peculiar what's going on. I see what the problem is. It's this right here. So that should be a slug as well. Bring it back. There we go. There's our detail view coming through. Just making sure that you pass all of those arguments in as well. So now that we are using the public ID to do most of our lookups, up until this point we haven't been. But since we are, and we know we're probably going to going forward, we want to just bring this in as DB index being true. This is going to help speed up our querying for that public ID because it's now one of the dominant forces as a lookup portion for our project. Up until this point, it hasn't been, which is why I didn't put it there in the first place. You could do that early on, but it's just not something that I necessarily needed to do. So now that we've got this, we're a lot closer to having our public display going correctly. But since I made changes to models.py, we're going to run our migrations, and then we're going to go ahead and run migrate. Fantastic. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and start the process of creating our templates. Now we're going to take a look at using Django templates. What I want to do now is do some basic template inheritance so then we can actually build on top of it. And hopefully this will clear up some of the things we did with templates before. Now, as you may know, HTML documents are needed for us as people to actually see the actual content on any given website. If, of course, you wanted to build a REST API service, we've already sort of started that process with our current responses. So all we need to do now is change them to actually render out a template of some kind. So the very first thing I'm going to do is go in the root of this template folder, and I'm just going to go ahead and create home.html. And in here, I'm just going to put an h1 tag, and I'll go ahead and say hello world, just like that. Okay, great. So now back into CFE home, I'm going to go ahead and do views.py, and I'm going to define a function called home. This is going to take in a request. We'll do args and keyword args. Now, when it comes to referencing templates themselves, we do it relative to the base directory that the templates live in. So basically, if I want to render out home.html, I just can say my template name is equal to home.html because it's in the root of that template's directory. Now, we already saw this before, but the idea being it's inside of this template directory, so that's all I really need. Now, of course, if I were to copy the relative path here, I did it off the screen, so let me do that again. If I were to copy this relative path and put this in here, it shows the project source folder, it shows templates, and then it shows home.html. The Django setting for this template directory takes place of all of this, so I don't need it at all. Great. So with this in mind, I now want to return this template. So the way we do this is by bringing in from Django.shortcuts, we're going to import render. So render is one of the default ways to render an HTML document. It's called render for a reason, which we'll get into in a moment. Right now, I really just want to return render and then that actual request and then the template itself. So we definitely need to bring in the request for a good reason, but we'll see that in just a moment. So right now, I'm going to return back that template. So in order for me to use this homepage view, I need to bring it into my URLs. Once again, we've already kind of seen this before. So what I'm going to do now is do from .import views, and then I'm just going to create an empty path, and it's going to be views.home, and that's it. Now, most of the time, you would probably do something more like home view, so it's not confused with not a view, basically. But since we're using the view module, it's not fully necessary. In other words, since I'm importing the entire view module, I don't necessarily have to call it home view, but it's convention to do so, so I'm going to keep it as is. So with this in mind, I've got my server still running. I can now open up my server, and there's my hello world. But there's a big problem with this, and that is if I inspect the element here, I can see that it's rendering out all of the valid HTML behavior that you should have, but I didn't actually write any of these things. So you definitely should. Web browsers are very forgiving with poorly formatted HTML, but we don't want to have poorly formatted HTML if we can help it. In this case, we definitely can. So on home.html, though, all I really want to have as a focus for this single template is just simply hello world. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the Django template engine to inherit from another template called base.html. Now, this is something we've seen before. We saw that inheritance before, but now I'm going to go ahead and do it with the view. Now, my base.html, I actually want it to be based off of TailwindCSS. So if you go to tailwindcss.com and actually go into the docs, go into like the installation portion of getting started and then click on play CDN, we're going to use the default index.html that's here. I'm going to go ahead and copy this and bring it into base.html. That's it. So the reason I'm using Tailwind is so that we have styles to our HTML. So our HTML looks better, as we'll see in just a moment with our text, this text of hello world. But I'm going to go ahead and say hello world from base this time with an exclamation mark. We're going to go ahead and save that. Now, of course, going back into our running project here, let's go ahead and grab that URL and open it up inside of our web browser. I still have it say hello world. Okay, so I want it to say hello world from base to start. Now, how do we go about doing this? This is where template inheritance comes in. So what we do on any given template that we want to use inheritance with, we can just do extends and then the template we are trying to inherit from. So this is now going to be the parent template. This is going to be injected into that parent template. It's going to be replacing spots in there. But as soon as I do extends with these % signs and curly brackets and all that formatting, I can refresh on this homepage. Now it says hello world from base. Okay, so it's not actually using my hello world like hello world from home.html. It's only using the base.html stuff. So all of this is happening thanks to specifically Django's extend portion. But of course, this is what I wanted to actually say. So the way we do that is we go back into the parent template, the template we're inheriting from, and then we put in a block in here. So we do something like block and then in block. Now the thing with blocks is you can have a lot of them. So I'm going to go ahead and show you two examples of that right now. So the other one is going to be our title block. So I'll go ahead and put a title tag around it. So then I can say something like hello world from course platform or something like that, right? So there's a title block and there's another one. Now what we see here is these blocks are not currently named. They're not defined. So this actually causes a problem because how do I replace this specific block in home.html? The way you do that is by naming it. So you would say something like head title. Head title is an arbitrary name. You could also just call it title. I like using head title because then I know it's going to replace the title element or the title block inside of head. So I go ahead and do something like that. Great. So how we replace this is by grabbing this element here, bringing it into the file we're trying to render, and we can now go ahead and replace it. Now I can do hello world from home page on course platform. I save that, and now if I refresh in here, I see that it says block tag only takes one argument. That's because I have an issue, and that's in here. I have another block that I need to bring in, which is going to be just our main content. And then usually with the blocks, if you open them, you need to end them as well. So once again, content and head title, these are variables that I'm just deciding to name. These are very commonly used, but those are variables nonetheless. So if I refresh in here, I now see that it says hello world from base still, but now my title tag is actually coming through here. You could always inspect the element and verify this as well by going into the head tag. You can see the hello world from homepage on here. Really, really straightforward on how that works. So now what we want though is we want to make sure that our block content is coming through. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this block content here. I'm going to go back into home and I'm going to replace the block content with this hello world portion. So I'm going to go ahead and paste this in here. We're going to save it. We refresh in there. Now it's showing two things in here. Now notice my H1 on this one changed. The styles changed altogether. That's because of Tailwind. So if I go back into base.html and get rid of this line right here and just that line, you now have valid HTML in there, but Tailwind is now gone. And so the styling will be identical across both of these H1 tags, regardless of all of these classes here. Bringing Tailwind back removes all the default styling and only uses the Tailwind styles altogether. Great. So now we've got block content, and then we also have this duplicate H1 tag, which I simply do not want. I want to have one HTML tag. And so I'm going to go ahead and put this one in that content and refresh it here. Notice that it goes away completely. Now to bring it back, what I could do is I could remove block content from home.html, refresh, and there it's back. If I bring it back into home.html, refresh, it's gone again. In other words, block content will remove all of the default content that's in there. If I want all of that default content, I can go ahead and do block.super, save that, and that will bring in the original content that's in the thing that it's inheriting from in the parent document itself. And so that's really just all we wanted to learn or understand about using these various template inheritance at this time. Now I'm going to do it a few more times. The key part here is that we are extending from a parent document. That parent document has blocks in it. We want to replace those blocks as we see fit within the document we're trying to render. And we know that we're trying to render it because that's what we declared on our view itself. So the next part of this, though, is to make it a little bit more dynamic than the just hello world portion of it all. So my homepage is just going to be hello world, and that's all I'm really going to put here, and just leave it as is, because we really don't want to spend a ton of time building out the templates, because many of you may already know them, and I go into depth on templates in a lot of different places. Now it's much more about building out the rest of our viewing so we can see our courses, our course, and then also our detail for it. Let's take a look. Now we're going to change the course list view from a JSON response to an HTML response. So the way we're going to do this is by jumping into the view itself, and I actually already wrote out the way we want to name the template, which is this right here. So comment out the JSON response as soon as you do that and save it, then go back into the course view. You get this template does not exist. And of course, what it's looking for is in the file system, it's looking for courses list. So we need to create that file. The way I do this is I always grab the name of the file itself. I navigate and select the folder in VS Code, and then I hit new file and then create that file with the slash in there, hit enter. That will create the folder for me. And now I can actually build out this template. As soon as I create the template, I can refresh on this template does not exist in theory. And now it's going to just be a blank page. Of course, I want to fill it out and make it a little bit more robust here. So what we're going to start out with is just a unordered list, or UL element. And then we put in a list item in here, and I'll say item 1. And then we can repeat this process for however many things that we're going to go ahead and put in here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, just like that. If I save it and refresh, now I can see that those items are coming through. Now, in this case, it's actually going to be invalid HTML because of why? Well, we didn't actually inherit from base.html like we just did. So let's go ahead and make sure we do inherit. So I'll go ahead and do extends base.html in here. Save that. Then we'll go ahead and refresh. What do you know? That content goes away. Not surprising because we didn't actually replace block content. So now I need to go ahead and replace block content, and we'll go ahead and save that in here. And we'll do block content just like that. Save it, refresh, and we want to do in block content at the end there, not just block content twice, which is what this error is all about. We refresh in here. Now it looks a little bit different than what we started with. So what actually happened here? Well, if we go into base.html and get rid of this script tag here, save it, and then refresh, it goes back to the browser default for unordered lists. As soon as I bring in TailwindCSS, those things go away. Now, for those of you who are really, eager to start using Tailwind, you could jump into TailwindCSS and do a quick search here for a list style type. Click on that. And if you see, there's different classes in here, but if you scroll down, you'll see examples of those classes. So here's the rendered example. Here's the code itself. And you might be like, oh, I'm just going to grab this class here. So it actually has those bullets again. And I'm going to go ahead and bring it in to my unordered list element here, save it, and then I'll get a flat nothing. It didn't change. We will have to make a change here shortly, which I will, but just not yet. I just wanted to mention that for those of you who are eager with Tailwind. It is a very great platform, but there's more configuration that needs to happen in order for that to work. Now, in the meantime, though, I actually want to render out the actual classes that I'm going to use. So in other words, very similar to our JSON response, we did render out those classes by passing in this dictionary of data. This dictionary of data turned into a JSON response, right? Now what we need to do is bring in the same query set what you can do is we can actually turn it into something called context. And so the context itself is much like using format with string substitution in Python. Then we can pass in something like object underscore list of that query set. Object list is convention. You can call it whatever you like, but this is going to be a context object for your template. Context object for your template. So we grab that context and then we pass this into render. This is yet another reason to use render, is because now it's going to combine all three of these things, the request, the template, and the context object, so that inside of your template, inside of your Django template, you can use these things. So what I can do is I can go back into list.html and I can do these two curly brackets and use object list. Remember, if you were using format with just simply Python, it would look something like this. And then on the string itself, you would do .format object list equals to something. We're doing something very similar here with Django templates. It's not identical because it can't be. The way HTML works is it can't be identical. So we have curly brackets with the variable we're injecting this variable because of this variable right here, which is another reason to distinguish it from the actual Python variable with the context object variable. So now that we've got that, we can refresh in here. Now you can see that it says, hey, I've got this query set here. Great. I can now see that it's rendering that out. But of course, we can do something that Django templates can do that HTML can't. So in addition to replacing elements, we can also use, loops, for loops, while loops. We can use a lot of different looping mechanisms inside of a template itself. In other words, I can use this same concept of an UL or an unordered list. And what I could do then is I can take this element here and I can try to loop through. So your intuition might be for object in object list, and then you need to close off and do in for, something like that. And then you would use the object variables. So object.title, and then we can put in here href, or rather an a tag, an anchor tag, a href, and then put that in there as well, which we won't link just yet, but then I'm going to get rid of these. And so right off the bat, you might be like, okay, great. Now I can actually iterate through here and do something like this. But unfortunately, these curly brackets, double curly brackets, is not how you do for loops. Instead, you change the inside ones to a %. Just like the block content here, we do something very similar, just like this. And so now I can actually iterate through. Individual objects in that loop I can use as I did right here. So those curly brackets still work. Now this object, this is just another variable that I added in the for loop, just like you would in Python. So if I just said my object, this would work as well. And so I should be able to refresh in here. And what do you know? There's my object. You could also know that my cursor is turning into a button. Once again, if I were to get rid of Tailwind and save it and refresh in here, there's a link. It's a very obvious link now, but before it wasn't an obvious link. That's because of Tailwind itself. So whenever it comes to using Tailwind, just keep in mind that you will always have to declare a class if you want it to have any sort of styling whatsoever. But before I do any of the classes there and implement Tailwind, we're going to finish off getting all of the templates up and going. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this value here, and now I'm going to go ahead and use .path. That's the same value that we've been using for this one. So if I go into my model itself, I'm actually calling these attributes of the model, just like we did in the templates and all these other places. So we've got a title here, description. I can do .title, .description. I can do all of that stuff like I did with the title itself. And there's my path right there. Now, we often use get absolute URL. So most of the time what you'll see in here is something like get absolute URL in here instead of .path. This is a Django convention. Sometimes you would see something even different than this. But now that we've got that, I can actually click on my course platform. It's still taking us to the API view of the course, which we'll change in just a moment, but the linking is absolutely working. So at this point, I don't need this old UL element in here at all. And so what I'm going to go ahead and try is I'm going to try to add in a class for Tailwind itself. And I'm going to go ahead and do text blue 500 and then hover text blue like 800 and then hover underline. I'll do all three of those. Refresh in here. Notice that the color is working in here and also the hover commands in here for Tailwind. So all of this is what Tailwind brings for you. It's very robust and explicit, but now anyone who develops on Tailwind knows exactly what's happening here. And I think you might as well. Standard CSS doesn't always do it this way. For a long time, this was considered invalid CSS. Now it's probably the de facto CSS because it's so verbose. It's so easy to understand everything that's going on, even if you don't exactly understand what's going on. And of course, you can make it even more dramatic by changing the text color to something different when you hover over it. So if I save that and refresh, I should see a different color when I hover over it, which is very obvious now when you change it to red. But this is what we're going to leave it in as and build out the rest of the templates for the other views, at least at a baseline level, so then we can actually start building out more Tailwind related things. Now we're going to create the course detail view. So the first step on this one is to comment out JSON response. And then we're going to go ahead and add in our context object here. So we'll go ahead and do context is equal to this dictionary. And then I'm going to pass that in as my render right away. Now, traditionally speaking, when you have a detail view, the actual object is going to be object. So that's going to be the context object we pass in. Every once in a while on a detail view, you might enrich your context with additional variables. And if you do that, you just want to be aware of what you're going to call that. In my case, it's going to be the lessons query set. But before I even use that object itself, I'm going to actually keep it commented out for the moment and just use the object itself. So now I'm going to go ahead and go create the courses detail. So once again, in the root of my templates, I'm going to go ahead and create courses/detail.html. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy list.html and bring it into courses detail. So the reason I'm copying list.html is because I will eventually have some sort of list in here. Before that, I'm going to go ahead and just do object.title. Object.title in an h1 tag, just like that. Save it, and then we're pretty much good to go in terms of the detail view itself. So if I go back into my courses and I click on a detail view, there is my course platform and no other data. So I actually want to see all of the lessons that might come through for this course platform. Now, part of the reason that we stick with convention is because then when you need to use a list view of some kind, it's a really simple change. All you have to change is the object you're iterating through. Object list is not in anywhere on my context. At some point, we might have lessons query set, but before we do, I want to show you something that's cool that you can do inside of the templates as well, is you can grab related items in there. So object dot lesson set dot all, save that, and then I can go ahead and refresh in there, and there is my other lessons. Fantastic. So that's one way to do it. Now, every once in a while, you might be like, oh, but I want to filter in here. I don't want just every possible lesson course item. So let's go ahead and actually change this as well. So going back into our views, we will bring in lesson query set now. And once again, in detail.html, all we need to do is change what we iterate on here, save that, and then we can refresh in here, and there are our new objects. Great. So that's a really good start in terms of displaying this content, and it's basically the same of what we've seen. So whenever you see this same of what we've seen, you might start thinking, oh, can I actually decouple that and just re-reference it in other places? And the answer, of course, is yes. This is when you build in something like snippets, and then inside of snippets, you can do something like a list display.html, something along those lines. You don't have to call it that, but that's a nice way to call it, or list query set even. I'm going to go ahead and grab this, bring it in here, save it just like that. This time I'm going to change it from my object to simply object because that's convention. Then I'm going to do something along those lines. And instead of lessons query set, I'm going to change this to simply query set. Now, the reason I'm calling it query set is going to become very clear in just a moment. But the idea being that we grab this, then inside a detail, instead of using this entire block, I can use an include statement. So we can do include, and then we want to grab that snippet. I'm just going to go ahead and copy the relative path, paste it in there. Now, as you may know, we don't want source and templates. That's already being looked into. Now I can just bring in that entire display, and then I can actually close it off. if I don't actually pass in any arguments in here, it's going to attempt to render something, right? So it definitely will. But the argument I actually want to bring in is this QuerySet. So what I can do then is I can say with QuerySet equaling to, now let's take a look at this, with QuerySet equaling to the lesson QuerySet. So now I'm taking one template's context and passing it into another template's context with a different variable name altogether. So I can save that. And going back into our refresh here, we're not quite getting that. So let's go ahead and make sure that everything's saved up and it's all the right names and stuff. And so when I refresh on my detail view, it should actually show me this. So maybe it's lessons QuerySet. So let's save that. And there we go. So now we actually see that, hey, what do you know? It actually is rendering things out. So if I look at welcome, these links should in theory work, but maybe they're not working for another reason. But what I wanted to show you though is what if we forget about adding in these arguments? Well, the way you would then add in those arguments would be to use the same context that we have here. In other words, changing it from lesson QuerySet to just simply QuerySet. As soon as you do that, that other template is still used. If you kept it as lesson QuerySet, the other template's not used. If you use the same variable names, it actually does work. And that's how powerful Django templates can be, but also how confusing they can be. But again, I'm going to leave it in with the arguments themselves because this is a little bit better. And then I can also take this same concept, of course, and go into list.html, and this being my new list. And now the QuerySet is just simply object list. And then maybe I put up here something like h1 courses, just so that we have some distinction between all of these different URLs. So going back into courses, there's my courses. Now going into course platform, there's those detail views, and there we go. So we got a lot of cool stuff going on with this, and it just shows us the power that can be used within Django templates. We're gonna elevate this power one more time with using something called HTMX, but for now, this is actually really, really cool because we can then just focus in whenever we need to change any sort of list display element, we would go through that process and change it. But of course, we still have a problem with this list display, and it has to do with the lessons, to being able to see the detail view of any given lesson. So we need to solve that. Let's take a look at how that is done, and then we'll actually see the detail view of the lesson itself. Before we go to our lesson detail view, we need to solve a few things on our course detail view. The first thing has to do with the lesson itself. So if I actually click on one of these, it doesn't take me anywhere on that course detail. Of course, we could verify that this is working by going into courses. I should be able to go on the course detail, but I can't go on the lesson detail. Now this actually comes back to something very straightforward, and that is this get absolute URL method. Our models need to have this method on it. Now that is convention. Most Django developers know get absolute URL really well because it's used in a lot of different convenience places within Django itself. But also, most Django developers understand that this is a way to get to that object itself. So now what we're going to do is grab that get absolute URL method and just verify some things. First off, the course model itself, if we scroll down a little bit, there's get absolute URL. If we actually go down to the lesson itself, we scroll down a bit, it's not there. We do have path, and that's on both places, but path isn't necessarily convention for Django developers. Get absolute URL is. So if we do get absolute URL, we can now save it and do self.path. We can use our version of grabbing the path itself. I really like having path like this as well for APIs, not just using Django template views. As soon as I do that, I refresh in here and click on it. I can now go to each one of these items. But I have a new problem, is one of these items is not actually available. So this is where the actual view in the course detail, this lesson QuerySet, needs to be adjusted. And it needs to be adjusted to better fit the lesson detail view. As in, if you can't see the detail view, you shouldn't be able to see it in the lesson QuerySet either. So let's go ahead and modify this by implementing a new service for it. So in services.py, we've got our lesson detail, which is going to be published. Right now, the only status that's possible is both of these things being published. That's it. So that's what we're going to do, the same thing. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to define get course lessons. And we're going to take in a course object here. And so I'm going to go ahead and say lessons equals to this. And basically, if not is, let's go ahead and say if not is instance, the course object of the course itself. Then we're going to go ahead and return back the lessons altogether, empty lessons. Otherwise, we're going to return back a query set. That query set is going to be based off of some of these arguments in here. Well, the arguments themselves, we're going to go ahead and grab in just a second. But the idea is the view already gave us a hint as to what we need to do. So it's very similar to this. I'm going to copy this here, and we'll go back into our services. And the default lessons are basically that. So let's go ahead and leave in the default ones to just get this service mapping going. So this is now going to be what we'll use. Going back into our views here, we're going to change lessons query set to just being our services.getCourseLessons and just passing in that course object. So if I scroll up a bit, just make sure that services are imported like that, just like we did on the course list view itself. There we go. So now we've got the course lessons in here. On the detail view, I should get the exact same stuff coming back. If I don't have the same stuff coming back, that means I did something incorrect in my course lessons. Maybe it's your is not instance portion in here. So you could also just have a default at none. And of course, none is not an instance of course, which it would just bring us back an empty query set altogether. So we can actually make this a little bit better by actually returning back a lesson.objects.none. This is quite literally now only going to return back a lesson query set. This is a way to have an empty query set. So that is another part that you might consider doing. It's not completely required in here, but it is a good idea to return back the same data type that you want to use, which in our case is going to be one of these query sets. But all we need to do now is just change this filter here to something a little bit different. So right off the bat, we want to have the status of published on here. Now you also might want to have the course status of published as well. Now this is going to be up for debate on how you want to go about getting these course lessons. But in our case, like I said before, I want to make sure that the view is basically the same as the detail view for the course lesson itself. Now that we've got that, we've got this query set here. We've got all sorts of stuff that are updated for our course detail view, and in which case I remove one of the lessons that is just not available anymore. Now, one of the things to go advanced that I'm not actually going to cover would be using something called a Django Q lookup. So let's go ahead and talk about what that's for. So if we go into django.db.models, we can import something called Q here. And so what Q would allow for you to do, actually, let's go ahead and just show you an example real quick. What Q will allow for you to do is to bring in another set of filtering. So first off, I'll leave that course filtering in there, and then I'll bring in another filter. Now, the reason for this other filter is to grab published. This is the default. This is the same as what we just saw. But if I were to put a pipe here and go right underneath here, I can bring in coming soon as well. So as soon as I do something like that, I can refresh in here. This would allow me to filter down again based off of coming soon as well. So it's not actually rendering out correctly, or maybe it is. So let's actually change this to simply draft. We save that, and what do you know? Coming soon is actually a draft. So let's change it to actually being coming soon. So I save that and I refresh in here. Once again, it's now showing me that it's missing. So if I actually come in here and go into my admin for this course itself and scroll all the way down to coming soon, I can see the status is draft. If I change it to coming soon, I can save that and then I can refresh in here. Now coming soon is written in there where drafts will not be. But of course, if I were to go to the detail view here, I would also want that coming soon in here as well. So that might be something else that you also, in addition, do on our get query set as well. So the way we could think about this one is by actually using a couple of different methods, right? So we can say status in, and this is another option. Instead of doing basically the Q lookups, you can just use in as just giving the two different options. So in other words, Q lookups help with advancing these things out, or you can just use in, which is what I would recommend that you do instead of doing it where it's really advanced lookups themselves, because that can cause all sorts of problems for you. But every once in a while, you might want to have the Q lookups going through there, which is why I almost didn't mention it. But doing it as in would allow for a little bit easier of a lookup itself, because you can have a bunch of different values in there. And that's how status __ in works. You can do in on any field itself, but in our case, this field actually lends really well to it because there's already choices in there, and that's it. You could also do in the choices that are available, but that of course would give you all of those status option choices themselves. This is the way I recommend doing it going forward. But now that we've got this, we have a way to show coming soon, but of course it's not even rendering out. It's not showing coming soon. Now the cool thing about Django models is that we can then come in here and say something like if object.status, and then saying something like, let's say, for instance, let's do object is coming soon. Then we can say something like this, where it's coming soon, and then do end if. Okay. And so if I save that and refresh in here, there's no error that runs. We don't have this property or method whatsoever on any of our models, but there's still no error on there. This is a key part of the reason why I did this. If you did the same thing in Python, it would run an error, because Python itself, if you wanted to put that on like one of the views here, so like lesson, and here if we did print lesson.is, coming soon, let's go ahead and save that and take a look here, we get this error, right? It's really nice that Django templates do that and ignore if a property is not on there, because then I can just have that one property wherever I want to. So in the case of the lesson, I could come down here and give a @property method in here and define is coming soon. And we can return back self.status equals to publish status being coming soon. And now that actually makes sense. So going back into our lesson list for our detail view, we should be able to see that is coming soon is working somewhere in there. So is coming soon. Let's save everything, and it is not rendering in here for some reason. I see the problem, and there was another issue. I used even the wrong variable in there. Now that I've got that object in there, it's now showing coming soon in there. And of course, the title is coming soon, but overall now it has that flag of coming soon. And if I were to go to the detail view, this one is also still showing the detail view. Versus if I wanted to get rid of that as an option, which you totally could by just going into the detail view itself and get rid of that, save that. And as soon as you save that, boom, it's no longer found. It's no longer there, which of course you could change and do all sorts of things in there in terms of what you want to render. Now that we've got all this, let's actually start the process of rendering out our lesson detail views. Now we're going to go ahead and implement the lesson detail view. This is going to be very straightforward given what we just did, but it will also help us set up for future permissions for any given user. So naturally, the first thing I want to do is get rid of that JSON response. Then I want to go ahead and bring in some context in here and grab the lesson object and set it as the object itself. And just like that. And then we'll go ahead and bring in that as our context dictionary. Then I'll go ahead and create this template with a simple add template name and all that. Notice I accidentally did courses and all that, so I'll just drag this over and I'll delete that folder. Really easy thing to do on accident. I'm going to go ahead and copy the detail view from the course itself and just have our lesson in here and get rid of this right here. Okay, so we can save that, and now in our view here, we've got everything kind of dialed in. So let's go ahead and see this lesson. If we jump back into our project, click on our course, go into our lesson, we've got lesson there. And all of them are showing up. Okay, so one of the things we want to think about is how we're going to handle these coming soon videos. This is actually going to, in many ways, allude to what we will want to do when we actually have permissions, user permissions. So it's kind of working that direction. So the way I think about it is going to be this. We first off declare the default template name, as in what template name do we want to render for this by default. Now you might want to do the lesson itself, or you might want to do something more like coming soon, right? So that being the template name. And then we could say something along the lines of if not the object itself dot is coming soon. Then we will go ahead and change the template name to the one we've already created, this one right here. Now, of course, this relies on the fact that we have a property on our instance method called isComingSoon. It's a property, it's not a function itself. If it were a method or function, you would just need to call it right here, which is, of course, a little bit different than how the Django template was working. But overall, the nice thing about this is our default template. This is the one that's going to change if something else was coming soon, or whatever you want to think of it in that terms. So really, the context also might change. So we are going to put the context up there as the default as well. The template changing is not the only thing you can do. So I'll actually keep the template change and then duplicate the template in here and say lesson coming soon.html. So what of course I could do in here inside of the template is if object.isComingSoon, then I can go ahead and say, coming soon, right? Exactly like that. And we'll do end if, and you could even put in maybe something like, text gray and 800, something along those lines. So then when you go to view it, you can see that it's grayed out a little bit. Let's turn it to like 400, and then we can see that at coming soon, or maybe lesson coming soon, something along those lines, right? And so this template right here could be in lesson.html, in which case your view itself just doesn't have a different template. But what if we want our template or our default template to be slightly different than this? Maybe we want our default template to be, opt-in required or purchase required, right? So if that's our default template, then of course we want to change things a little bit. I'm actually not going to implement the purchase required one just yet, but something to think about with this is maybe then our context is nothing. We actually don't pass any context in purchase required. Maybe we pass in the course object, maybe we pass in the lesson. It's really going to be kind of variable later, but it's more of just to start thinking about how we want to manage our view itself. I think the HTML templates should not do stuff like this unless it's completely necessary. In this case, it's not necessary at all because this is quite literally the template for coming soon. There's not going to be much more to it than that on this particular template. So you could always build out these templates a lot more. You can handle them in a lot of different ways, or you could just have a snippet in here called coming soon.html that basically has all of this same sort of data, and that also gets rendered in lesson.html. So a lot of different methods on how you can go about approaching this. Find what works really well for you. The reason I'm using different templates is so that my purchase required template is quite literally different than my lesson coming soon or my courses lesson altogether. Now, the other reason for this is because it's really easy to accidentally do something like your video, right? So if you accidentally put video on lesson coming soon when you actually don't want it coming soon or purchase required, that's a problem. And so I don't actually want that to happen in any of my projects at all. So we'll come back to it and you'll see why in just a moment. But overall, we now have a lesson detail view as well as one for coming soon, which I think is fairly straightforward. Now we're going to go ahead and render the video inside of a lesson view. So the idea here, of course, is to go into our lesson detail view and then in the place where it's not coming soon. So we'll go ahead and say something like the video or the lesson is published, go forward, something along those lines. I'm going to go ahead and update our context based off of this fact that the lesson is published. So I'll go ahead and do context of video equals to lesson obj.video, right? And so naturally I want to update this template here with that video object. So let's go ahead and make sure our server is running. I'll go into lesson.html. I'll bring in the video context now, and then I'll go ahead and take a look at this and refresh. And there is the path to the video itself. Of course, it's not actually rendering the video. Now, the other thing about this is if we went ahead and did object.video, this same sort of thing will render out, as we can see right here. So this is where we take the context a little bit further, and that is going into models.py, we want to go ahead and say a property, something like property and then has video. And all we want to do is return back whether or not there is a video, right? So if the video is not none, basically. So we'll go ahead and say self.video is not none. And this should give us a Boolean value, true or false, on whether or not there actually is a video. So now we'll go ahead and say lesson object dot has video. Then we'll go ahead and run this. So once again, adding in that context, and we'll go ahead and say the video is available. So actually what I want to think about with this one is, once again, doing the opposite and say if it's not available, what is that template going to look like? And that's going to be lesson coming soon. So once again, we have another reason to use lesson coming soon. Now, those of you who are paying attention, you realize something along the lines of, hey, well, what if I just said and has a lesson video, right? And that's exactly what you'll want to do. So lesson is published, go forward. Video is available, also go forward. So we can go ahead and say something along those lines and not have multiple conditions going through. So it's not coming soon and it has a video. Great. So with that in mind, we can still obviously see the video itself, but now I absolutely want to use the context object for video. But see, this can be really easily confused on accident because they're the same. So instead of calling it video, I would call it something like video embed, and then inside of lesson.html, we'll just go ahead and bring in video embed. The nice thing about Django templates is if you were to put it into a template that doesn't have that context object, no harm, no foul. It's not going to run any errors whatsoever. But of course, it will actually work if it is available in the context itself. In other words, if you accidentally made a mistake with the template and you forgot to put coming soon here, you can just put lesson.html, and if this stuff's not correct, the template is still going to render out. It's just not going to render out the video itself. So with this in mind, we're going to go ahead and jump back in to the video. There's the embed. It's not quite the embed yet, so we need to solve that, of course. Now, where we actually solve the embed, we have already solved before, as you may recall. So inside of admin.py, here's that display video here, right? So we've got it already for us. We can quite literally display the video now using this same method. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab this embed video, go back into my views here, and we'll go ahead and paste in the video embed HTML. I'm going to paste that as my video embed, just like that. We need to bring in helpers, so let's go ahead and do that. Import helpers. And then, of course, our actual object that we're using is now just simply the lesson object itself. Still the same field name, still has HTML. The width, maybe you want to make it something fairly big, so like 1250. You could change on how you go about doing that, but this should be the best version of the video because this is finally the end user seeing the actual video itself on the actual video detail view. If you wanted to render out videos on the course list, that's where you might make them smaller or use a smaller resolution on there because then you'll have a lot of different videos showing up, similar to like the Django Admin in that case. But I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to do it on the lesson view itself. So here we go. We now have that embed. Let's go ahead and refresh, and what's going on? Now, you might actually remember where this is coming from or why this is happening, but you also might not remember. So if we go back into the admin, this right here actually did that same thing when we had it incorrectly set up. So when we were actually having all of the JavaScript happening as well as the actual HTML, so in other words, if we look back into our video snippets embed.html, you may recall we had all of the JavaScript right in line here. We actually changed that for the Django admin so we could support multiple videos on one page at once, which means that we actually moved it into base.js.html, which of course you can verify within the admin base site. It's right here. So that's essentially what we need to do. We need to grab this same thing, which will then use all of this base.js HTML stuff, basically all of the links for Cloudinary's video player and CSS, and then also starting that video player. All of those things need to be in place. So we need to bring it into our base.html. Now you can actually embed this pretty much anywhere. So if we save it on the top and refresh in here, there's our video. What do you know? Everything's looking good. If you were to move this down towards the bottom, this should still render and it should still work for you based off of how we designed our JavaScript here. And of course, if I were to turn the volume off, I should be able to play this video now, and there we go. So we're really on our way to having a full-on course platform. Now that I can play these videos, I think there's not really a whole lot that we really need to do in terms of functionality. We still will do some more things, but the idea being that we can now embed and play these videos, which is great. And we do it in a way that I think is rather sustainable. Because if we go back into, let's say, for instance, our course detail view and go to a coming soon page, this page doesn't even attempt to render that video based off of all of those conditions we had. And that logic is not in the Django templating engine, it's in the view itself. That logic being in the view, I think, is also critical, because if you did want to turn this into a JSON view, if you wanted to return, JSON response itself, the method we would go about here is we would take our context itself and modify it slightly. And that's going to be this as HTML. This would be false instead of true, because then that's going to be our URL itself. And now I can actually just return back the context here, and then I can refresh on this page. We get the lesson object is not JSON seriable, so that part's not exactly going to work. You would have to do something different. I'll just do lesson object.id. But the point being that I want to be able to see the actual URL embed, and there you go. So now it's actually ready to be used on, let's say you have a React.js front end or a mobile application. It's now ready to just quickly move over to that. Granted, this JSON response is not great because it's not giving us all the context about the actual, object itself, but overall, we are now really close to having all of the logic in place to switch if we needed to, and not rely too much on the Django templating engine to render out the things we want to render out with the correct permissions, which is, I think, a very cool thing to do. Now we're going to configure your Django project to send emails through Gmail. This process is called transactional emails because we're sending an automated message that really wants our users to click on that message and then click to verify their email. That's called transactional email. The other kind of email is marketing email, which is like you're trying to sell something. The marketing email will almost certainly be spammed out when you use this method. The transactional email might not be spammed out right away, but of course, if you use it too much, it actually might be spammed out right away. And so in that case, this Gmail process is a little bit hacky. It's not really meant to do this. Gmail is meant for person-to-person email. If you need transactional email, consider using Amazon SES or Amazon Simple Email Service. The process is almost identical here. It's still using SMTP, which we'll see in just a moment. So that process, you just sign up for AWS, you bring your own custom domain, and then you can send it through AWS SES, which is very straightforward and easy to do. Now, of course, if you actually wanted to put a custom domain on Gmail, you could totally do that. That requires another service as well, which is Cloudflare, and you can do it with this course that I created specifically to send emails through Gmail with a custom domain, which is super nice. But there's also other ones that you might want to integrate transactional and marketing email. For that reason, you might consider Resend or Loops. I've used all of these services. They are all very solid services. The main thing that we want to avoid is our primary email addresses getting spammed. We want them to be delivered and not spammed. Those two things are about, not abusing the system at all, as in sending too many email messages. The other part of it is building up a reputation as somebody who's not being continuously spammed. Using Gmail is a good likelihood that you'll start to get spammed. Using a custom domain name, it's less likely, but it can still happen. So what you want to make sure that you do when you do send out emails is that the users add your email to their contacts list, at the very least, not in the spam inbox. So now that we understand that, let's go through this blog post here. This blog post is going to be very straightforward. You could stop right now and just use the contents in this blog post. The first thing is we configure Django to send from our Gmail account, which Django has built-in functionality to be able to send SMTP because it's so fundamental. Then, of course, you bring in your env file and update things. And then you also want to bring in admins. This is actually really good for testing these things out. So let's go ahead and do the Django stuff first, and then we'll move over to the Gmail stuff. So in settings.py, I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste all of the email related configuration. So the main ones that we want to use are right here. You actually don't have to declare the email backend because that's what Django does by default. You also don't need to have both use TLS or use SSL. You will use one or the other. I think the vast majority of transactional email services that have SMTP support use TLS or the port of 587, which of course is well documented on that blog post. But here's the main configuration we want. Now with this configuration in mind, you can already try to run some sort of email. So if I did python manage.py send test email and then did -- admins, you're probably going to get some errors or just nothing at all. So we actually want to configure this thing out, which means that I need to update my env file as well, which I'm going to go ahead and do that with something like this. I'm also going to go ahead and bring in my admin user email, which is going to be aircursor@gmail.com. We'll save that. So the reason I'm having two different email addresses here is so that when I go to send an admin user email, it's going to send to a different email than the one that's trying to send it, right? And so right now I'm not getting any errors for some reason. Well, that reason is actually fairly obvious. I actually don't have the settings correct. I need one more thing, which is these admin username, all this stuff in here, so I can actually attempt to send to these admins. If you don't put it in there, it's just not going to have any errors like we saw. Now the admin username, the actual person's name, is what you want to put here, not their email address or some other username. So in my case, I'll put just in there. I'll go ahead and run this, and now it's going to give me an issue. If I try to actually run it, it should give me, hey, cannot send. The username and password are not accepted. That, of course, is because we don't actually have the correct password for this Hungry Pie user. This is a throwaway domain name for me, so don't email to it. I won't ever see it or answer it, and I might even spam certain things out. But the idea here is I now want to actually configure all of this inside of Gmail so that I can actually send out those messages. So in other words, I need to set this password right here. Now the comment, of course, says do not use your actual Gmail user password, your Google user password. Never put that anywhere other than things that you really, really trust. But even that, you still might want to use your Google app password, right? So you never want to accidentally expose your passwords unnecessarily. Google understands this. Google also understands that some people use Gmail for this purpose, to automate messages being sent. Maybe not always for a production grade project, but for these hobby projects, Google has to know that these things are used a lot. So for that reason, they have something called a app password. So you can use that app password in lieu of your actual user password to send out these messages. So the way we do this is by jumping into our Gmail account. Now make sure you're in the correct one. In this case, I have my AirCursor account. And then in this case, I've got my Hungry Pie account. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and open up our settings here, or actually our app itself. So manage your Google account here. This is what we're going to want to search for. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and search app passwords and take a look at the various app passwords in here. Now you have to verify your email. Once you log in, you'll see that I have old app passwords that I should probably delete because I don't want to use them anymore. But now that we've got this, I'm going to go ahead and do course platform, and then you can say delete anytime, something like that. These are throwaway accounts. In my case, it's delete anytime. I'm going to go ahead and hit create, and this is going to be the password I use. We can test this right now. So I'm going to go ahead and bring it back into Django, save that right there. Now go ahead and do a quick send test email. I still get this unauthenticated part. This could happen because of the environment variables themselves. So I'm going to go ahead and save this once again. I'll close this out. I'm going to create a new environment here with those environment variables, hopefully not cached or for some reason just not working. So we'll go ahead and do python manage.py send test email and then do --admins. Once again, this should actually send it. I don't have an error this time. And of course, now I could verify that this is working by going into that email address. And there's my Hungry Pie email. And it says test email from my computer. And it says this email was sent to admins. Of course, we could verify this again. Just run it one more time and see if it actually does send some emails out. And sure enough, it does. Great. So that is now working. Now, of course, if anything's, if you're having any issues with this whatsoever, feel free to go into this blog post. You can see a lot of different ways on how you might want to diagnose this. But you can also use Python or Django directly to send these emails. This is something we will actually implement very, very soon. But for now, that's it for setting up Django with Gmail. It's very straightforward. Now we're going to create the email verification models. One is going to be just to store the email in general. This is the one we'll use for permissions. The other one is going to be the verification token, which will really be the verification token event because we'll send it multiple times. Now, in a lot of cases, you might only want to verify an email one time. We're going to do it to start their session. So you could sort of think of it as like a magic link if you've heard of those things. But of course, the idea here is we want to actually use two different models. So to do this, I'm going to go ahead and create a new app. We'll call this Python manage.py start app, and I'm going to call it emails. And this is where we are going to go ahead and set this one. Now I'm going to focus on the class email, and this is going to be models.model. And this is going to take in an email itself, so models.emailField, and this has to be required. Now this is where you might actually have a unique clause. So unique being true, mostly because inside of our database, we only really want to register that one single email in here one single time. So I'm going to go ahead and do a timestamp, and this is going to be models.datetime field, and auto now add equals to true. This, of course, is saying as soon as it's added into the database, go ahead and say auto now add being true. Now, this is roughly all I really need. I'm not sure if I need to add anything else. Now, if I was going in the long run and trying to build out a more robust Django project, I might even put a Django user model or instance on here as a foreign key at some point as well. But for now, I'm just going to leave it as this. Next up, what we're going to do is a email verification. So email verification. This time, the email field is not unique at all. Next up, we'll leave in the timestamp, and soon enough, we will do a token. I'm not going to do the token just yet. But the point here is this email verification. This actually needs to have a foreign key relationship to the email itself. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to call this parent. And this is going to be models.foreign-key of the email model. And then I'll go ahead and say on delete being models.setNull. And then I'll let null being true as well. So basically, the user is going to fill out a form with their email. As soon as they do that, that form is going to either get or create this. Then it will go ahead and trigger out a email notification, which of course requires the email in there as well. So this field and this field are going to be populated by the exact same email. The reason that we have both of these things has to do with the verification event. You can think of it as an event itself. And that's kind of the idea here, is we can think of this as email verification event. That's it. So we will need the token. We will also need something like expire being models.boolean field, default being false, right? And maybe attempts as well, models.integer field, and default being 0. I'll explain these things in just a second. And then we can also do expired at, and this is going to be models.datetime field, just like we had. Let's go ahead and spell expired at correctly, and we will do a couple things with this one. This is going to be auto now being false, auto now add being false, blank being true, and null being true. The reason for this is because as soon as we want to go and expire it, we're going to go ahead and set this expired at portion. We also might want to have a last attempt timestamp as well. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this as well. And I'll say this something like last attempt at. Now, one other thing that you might want to have in here is something like an IP address in here, so you can actually track what's going on with the verification event itself. But overall, I'm just going to end up doing a token. Now, the reason I have attempts and last attempt at is so that I can monitor my system to see if there's any issues with this, with the actual verification process. So if they attempt multiple times on the same link, I want to see that, right? And that's where the IP addresses might come in, and also maybe just a whole nother field altogether for attempts, so that you can actually keep track of where in the world these attempts might be happening. Because if people share them, then you'll start to understand that and know that. Now, it's completely up to you on if you want to allow that to happen. Some people believe that it's actually a really good thing. There's a really interesting book called Free by Chris Anderson that talks about this concept, not necessarily with email sharing, but with granting access to free content. But in this case, what we want to see here is we want to track those things at the very least, because if you start it now, you won't have to think about it later. Like, tracking earlier is better than tracking later is kind of the point. That's why we thought through this process right here. Great. And so the other part about having this email is if for some reason you create an email and it's the wrong one. So let's say, for instance, I'm using aircursor at Gmail as one of my main emails here. But what if I misspelled it like this, right? And I can't understand why this is happening. I want to also see those misspellings in there to see what's going on with that as well, so that I can maybe offer a better user interface in the future for that too. Granted, the misspellings could also be in this model itself, but the event itself will track how many times those misspellings would end up happening, where this model necessarily wouldn't. Great, so that's it for the models themselves. With this in mind, let's go ahead and bring it into our installed apps on settings. So I'll go ahead and bring in emails here, and then we'll go ahead and run our migration. So Python manage.py, make migrations, and then Python manage.py, migrate. Now we need to create a form for our emails. So what we're going to start with is a Django model form. This is very similar to what we did in the Django Admin. Then we're going to modify it a little bit. So first and foremost, inside of emails, we're going to go ahead and do forms.py here, and then we'll do from Django import forms. And then I'm also going to go ahead and do from.models import, well, what actual field am I wanting to use here? What model am I actually wanting to use? Well, I'm going to go ahead and use the email itself. So that email to start out to show you why you wouldn't do this in the long run. We'll go ahead and do email form, and this is going to be forms.model form. And we're going to go ahead and do class meta and model equaling to the email, and then fields equaling to email. Great. So with this in mind, what we want to do is we want to use this email form. I'm actually going to go ahead and use it on the home page for just the moment, but we'll go ahead and grab this email form and we'll bring it into the home page itself. So we'll go ahead and do from emails.forms. We're going to import the email form itself. Great. So now we'll go ahead and bring in form equals to this email form. Now, typically speaking, when it comes to forms, they come from request post data. So in other words, there's different request methods. Request post is one to send data. All we've been doing so far is request get on our views. In the admin, we've done a lot of request post because we were managing that data. So we'll see what this looks like in just a moment, but the idea here is we do request.post or none, and then we can go ahead and say if form.isValid, then we'll go ahead and just say form.save. Don't worry, I'll explain these things as well. Request post is basically saying, hey, if it's not post data, just go ahead and say none, in which case the form will not be valid and it will not even attempt to save it. Once it is done, what we want to do is we want to return back some sort of message here. So now I'm going to go ahead and just bring in a new context object here altogether. The first item of this context is we're going to go ahead and pass in the form itself. Just like that. I'm also going to go ahead and have an empty message in here just as an empty string like that, or you could even say none. But the idea is in this form valid, after the form is all done, we want to reinitialize this form itself. And you can just do that by just bringing in the form like this and email form. I'll show you what that looks like when it's all done too. So next up, we're going to go ahead and change the message and say something like success Okay, and so now what we've got, or success, check your email for verification from, and I'll just hard code hungrypie@gmail.com. Granted, you would probably want to use the setting that you have in place for the email itself, but of course the email host user might be a little bit different. So you're going to go ahead and say email address and just put in that address. In this case, I'll just go ahead and use hungrypie@gmail.com. Once again, I'm hard coding it. I probably should put it into environment variables, but I'm going to go ahead and leave it as is just to get this portion done. And then we'll do from django.conf import settings and then bring in that email address from settings. There we go. And so now I'm going to go ahead and use that as my string substitution message. Great. And then of course the final thing would be to actually bring in our context here. Okay, so this is really all you need for a model form. What we're going to see here in just a moment is we'll bring this into the HTML. Now the idea is this will be able to accept post data, standard form data that you submit. Like whenever you fill out a form and hit submit, this is what's going on here. We bring in that form, we reset that form right here. That's what this actually resets the form, and then we're going to go ahead and display this message. Now, before we actually render out the Django email field, the Django model form, we're going to go ahead and actually hard code it with HTML. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and create a new div. And inside of this div, I'm going to go ahead and do a form element in here. And I'm going to go ahead and do an input. And this type is going to be email. And then I'm going to go ahead and add a placeholder. And we're going to go ahead and say your email. And that's it. The next part is I'll probably add a name to it, and this name is going to be simply email. And then I'll go ahead and bring in a button, and this button type is going to be submit. And then we're going to go ahead and say, login or something like that, right? Then what I want to do is on this form, I want to declare a few things. The first thing is going to be the method of post. The default method for forms is get. We want post for several reasons. The main thing is that we want to send data to our server, to our Django project. That's what's happening with post. If you use get, that's meaning that we want to retrieve data, which is actually really useful for a search form. You're retrieving data with a search form. Post, you're sending data. Next, we're going to use the action method, which is going to just be the current location, which we'll use a dot for that. So as in the current URL, we're going to send that form to that current URL, because the same current URL is actually rendering out that view as well. Next up, what we need to do is bring in something that's Django security specific, which is the CSRF_token, just like that. I'll show you what that looks like in just a moment. But here we go. Now we have this form in place. This actually will send data here, which we could print out the request.post data in here. I'm actually not going to do anything related to the form just yet. So I'm actually going to go ahead and comment those things out for right now. But there we go. So I can now actually send post data in here. If I save this and let's go ahead and run the server. There we go. What we will see is the form itself. So notice that it says your email in there. I'm going to go ahead and bring in the email that I want to use, which is just going to be simply aircursor@gmail.com. I'll go ahead and hit login. And so if I actually go back into my Django project, I can see there is that CSRF middleware. This is required on posting data to the backend. This is the email that came through. So far, the actual form logic actually works. That is the HTML form logic. The Django model form logic is not quite there, but we can also see that as well. So I'm going to go ahead and bring that in also. And so what happens with this form.save is it actually creates an object for us. So I'm going to go ahead and print out what that object might be. So we're going to save this again. And I'm going to once again going to use aircursor@gmail, hit login, and what we'll see is email object 1. Fantastic. Now if I go ahead and do this again, let's go ahead and resubmit it one more time. And I'm going to go ahead and hit login. And what I've got here is, wait a minute, it's not working. It didn't actually say this field itself. What happened here? Well, the Django model form itself is going to look at the Django model, which has this unique clause. So what we can actually see inside of the view as well is we can actually say something like else, and then print out form.errors, or the actual errors that are related to it, which it has a condition called has error. We can see the errors themselves. So once again, I'll go ahead and refresh in here. Just go ahead and resubmit the form itself. And here's this error list. Email with this email already exists, which is a hilarious error. But overall, it's showing that the form validation stuff is absolutely attempting to work. Now, one of the things that you might have noticed is this input here has some styling things about it that might be unusual. Well, this is all coming from Tailwind itself. So if I save this and refresh on here, let's go ahead and not resubmit the form, but rather just reload the page itself. This is what you might have expected to see, something a little bit more like this. But remember, Tailwind strips all of the standard classes, which actually makes it look a little bit more like this. So what I want to do is I actually want to use the correct class in here for Tailwind. So one of the ways you could do that is by going into Tailwind and doing a quick search. I always found that Flowbite has a lot of really good documentation on using all kinds of elements in here. So if you go into forms, you'll see that there's these default forms, which also have a lot of the default Tailwind classes. These right here are not Flowbite classes, they are default Tailwind classes. And what do you see right here? This actually right here is all of the things related to the field that we just created, which was the form field. So in here, there we go. We now have all of those fields in here. Just make sure that you keep the input name of email as well. As soon as you do something like that and then refresh on your page, this looks way better than it did before. Now, of course, I want to work this direction at some point, but the other thing is I actually want to make sure that when I am using a pre-existing email, that error gets rendered out. And so for that reason, we actually don't want to necessarily use manual HTML forms like this, but instead we want to use the built-in mechanisms for rendering out Django model forms. Every once in a while, you might want to hard code your HTML forms just like this, but most of the time you're going to want to use Django's built-in mechanism for rendering forms themselves. Now, checking in our view, the actual template context already has the form in there. So we can use that inside of the template instead of hard coding the rest of the form. So what I want to have in here is quite literally just form like that. So if I were to save that and refresh on my page, I now see that the styles are gone. So this is definitely something we're going to need to fix. But overall, the form element is definitely still there. And I can actually see this now by actually bringing back in air cursor, trying to log in. Now I also get this rendered error. This is great. This is a really good sign for actually using this email field itself. So what I want to do though is I still want to actually render out the form element itself before we use something even better than this right here. Now the idea is inside of forms.py, I'm actually going to add in my own CSS classes inside of this email form by go ahead and overriding the default form itself. So the default form is in forms.emailField, and then it also has a widget of forms.email input, just like that. So this is the default right here. It's not really a whole lot different. So what we can do is inside of this widget, we can add in attributes to the input itself. So we can do stuff like ID, and we can say that it's like my email login input or something like that. We can also add in our CSS classes in here, just like this. So how this is end up happening is this is the Django field itself. This is the HTML element itself. So in other words, I could use a character field here and still have an email input in there altogether. This is actually really nice because if for some reason in your model you had a char field right here or character field right here, then your form could still render out the email input as well. Of course, we don't need to do that at all because all of our things are correct. The reason you use something like an email field and an email input has to do with validation, making sure that it actually is an email field itself. So the class here, what class are we going to end up using? This is going to go back into Flowbite. I'm going to go ahead and look at the input itself and then grab that same input class, the entire thing in there, and I'm going to go ahead and paste that in. So notice that it actually added in the placeholder. I accidentally copied it incorrectly, but here is that class. So the problem with this is actually kind of big. So what I want to do is inside of emails here, I'm going to go ahead and do css.py. And I'm going to go ahead and do like something like my email field CSS. And then I'm going to go ahead and actually bring in this right here. And I'll bring it on over just like that. And then inside of forms.py, I'll go ahead and do from dot import CSS. And then just grab that as my CSS now. So CSS email field CSS. Now, this is just a way that I think is actually useful to do, as we'll see when we actually start implementing things with Tailwind. But for now, this gives me a constant of all of my email CSS, as we see right there, and then I can reuse it in other places. So maybe I would want to actually move it into maybe my helpers function down here, but in the essence of time, I'm going to leave it like that. So now that we've got this, let's go ahead and take a look at our email field in here. I'm just going to go ahead and render it out. And there you go. It's now rendering exactly like it was before. So we can also add in a placeholder in here. So placeholder being, something like your email login, something along those lines. And there we go. So now once again, I should be able to actually bring in my email here, and it shows me this error message showing that error cursor already is in there. So this actually begs the question, do we even need model form anymore? On one hand, maybe. On the other hand, maybe not. The real thing here is when we go to log in, I don't actually want either one of these fields necessarily. Maybe you want to have this email verification field instead. This actually is fairly straightforward as well. So going back into forms.py, we could just change it to being email verification event like that. And that is now the new model that we're using. The reason you might want to do this method has to do with the fact that we don't want this error ever, right? We really want them to log in all of the time. So if I go in here and hit log in, it should actually do the object itself. And of course, if we go into our print statement, we should still see, hey, what do you know? Now it's got my email verification object in there directly. So this now gets us down to the process of, well, back into our view here, what do we actually do with this form itself? Now, one of the things that we could do is we could actually bring in from emails.models, we can bring in that email model, the very first one, and we could say something like, email, let's call it email object, and created being email.objects.get or create the email itself. There's a lot of different ways on how we could go about getting that email. We could do object.email. Remember, this is the verification object now. We could do it like that. What we could also do is actually get the form data itself. So the email value is equal to form.cleanedData.get of that email input. Once again, that's the field name itself, this field right here. Or of course, if you didn't override it at all, it would actually end up being that field right there. But this is another way that you could grab that, is just do email created or something like that. There's one other reason why we want to have this email model. That is to allow for our accounts to be disabled, right? So I'm actually going to leave it in as active, and we'll do models.boolean field. The default is going to be true, right? And so now that I've got this field, how can I actually prevent an email verification event from happening? That's really the idea here. But before we actually do that preventing, we want to run our migrations because we made some model changes. So Python manage.py, make migrations. And let's go ahead and make sure that we're in SRC here. And then Python manage.py, migrate. Fantastic. So the way we actually can solve this problem is by using something called form validation. So form validation works whether it's a Django model form or just a standard Django form. Standard Django forms just basically ignore the model form meta class altogether. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it. So that also means that my actual form itself is really just going to be there for verification, or rather validation. Not verification like the email verification, but validation like, hey, you already have done this too many times today. Or, hey, this is not a valid email. Or more specifically, hey, this is no longer an active email. Please contact us, or something like that. So the way we're going to do this is by creating what's called a validation method. So in many ways, you want to think of this as valid underscore field name. And so we already have a field name, and we only have one right now, and that's email. This method still works with a model form as well in a very similar method. But of course, it's not valid. It's actually called clean and then the field name itself. So in this case, we're going to call it clean email, and it takes in self, and then we want to return the value of the email at some point. So that email value is going to be self.cleanedData.getEmail. Now this actual clean data might look a little familiar to you because in views.py, we actually used clean data in there. So that's kind of the idea here. So back into my form, I want to grab that clean data. So as soon as I have this email here, the actual value for that email, I can check all sorts of things. So I can also check, say, for instance, if email ends with, let's say, for instance, it ends with gmail.com, we can then raise a form, we do forms.validation error, and we can say something like invalid email type. And so that actually is the email validation stuff that we're implementing right now. So going back into our homepage here, if I were to do something like the air cursor email and hit login, I should see invalid email type. So this is the concept that I want to work with now, and that is I want to verify that this email is not inactive. So what I want to do now is bring in from.models. We're going to go ahead and bring in our email here. And what I want to check with this email is I'm going to do a query set of email.objects.filter. First off is going to be the email of the email, right? So this is going to filter all query sets with that email. And the next one is going to be active being false. So really just coming in here and seeing, hey, is there any instances of this email where active is false? And if that exists, then we'll raise a validation error. So this is going to be now qs.exists. Then we would say something like invalid email, please try again. Or we could say something like inactive email if we wanted to be very verbose to our users, but saying something like invalid email might not necessarily make it very clear as to why it's invalid. Or you could say security error or something like that. It's really up to you on how you want to go about what you're going to do with this validation. But after you do that validation, now all of the logic for sending out the email itself can be handled in another way. Right now, I'm not going to do that logic itself just yet, but what I will do is I will come back in here and we'll go ahead and bring in our email verification event. And then in here, this is where we'll go ahead and do our email verification event itself. So the parent object is going to be equal to the actual email itself. The email itself is going to be equal to that validation email, whatever that ends up being. And then we would obviously need to build out a number of other things related to this. Now, the idea of attempts and expired, that is another thing that we're going to want to think about when it comes to actually building this. But I'm not going to do that just yet. Instead, I'm just going to go ahead and do objects.create. And this is now our new object. So I can go ahead and say obj is equal to that. And now we've got this process going all together. So let's go ahead and try this one out. Let's make sure that our server is running. One of the things I also want to do is I want to bring in these models into the admin just to see that there are new verification events coming in. So from.models, we're going to go ahead and bring in email and email verification event, and then just do admin.site.register of the email and admin.site.register of the email verification event. Okay, so now that we've got that, let's go ahead and jump into the project itself. I'm going to go ahead and refresh in here, and let's run our email verification event. This time it didn't seem like anything happened, but of course something did happen. We just haven't seen it yet. So I'm going to go ahead and open up localhost admin again. And all I want to do is see that email verification events are in there. I have two right now. I'm going to just go ahead and delete both of them right now. And we'll jump back into our homepage here, and we'll go ahead and do air cursor again, log in, back into the admin, refresh inside of our verification events, and sure enough, there's another one. So great, now it's actually working in the way I wanted it to, which was collecting the email and just adding it in as a potential for verification. So what we want to do now is, of course, change all of this and make it into a service that not only does the verification process, but also actually sends out a verification email. So we'll also need our token in for that right now. So let's take a look. Now we're going to go ahead and create our email verification event service. So the idea inside of emails.py, we're going to go ahead and do services.py, and we're going to define start verification event, something along those lines. And it's going to be email, and then we'll go ahead and say pass for the moment. The next thing is also, maybe we want to do something like verify email. So we are going to go ahead and have in our email in here as well. So the reason we might have something like verify email is because we don't want to necessarily run our verification event without this verify email in there. So this actually could sort of duplicate what's happening in here. In other words, I actually could do this email verification in the service itself, which is actually what we'll end up doing. So I'm going to go ahead and basically copy this same concept inside of our service here, and we're going to go ahead and return back that it does not exist. So basically we're going to go ahead and return back qs.exists, and now I'll go ahead and bring in from.models, we're going to bring in our email. So with this verify email now, going back into my form, I'm going to go ahead and change this to being from.import services. Actually, we'll bring that up next to CSS itself. And then I'll go ahead and bring in services and come in here and say verified equals to services dot verify email of that email. And so again, if not verified, then we'll run those validation errors. So one other reason to have these services is literally this logic. This verified logic can now go pretty much anywhere else. Now, the reason I'm going to keep it on the email itself is because I want to have the message for this verification error. But of course, you could also think about this in terms of later, if you ever wanted to have Django REST framework views, you would have that verification function right there inside of services. So what I'm going to assume here is that this has already been verified, but we could also verify it again right here, right? So basically verify and run that same process. Now, I'm not going to do this because what I would actually end up doing for this verification process is turn this into using caching, but I'm not going to do that right now. It is just something to think about. At this time, the way it's working is in one place, and I know that one place does the verification. If it's working in more than one place, then I would not necessarily do it without actually verifying the email again. But now that we've got this verification event, we'll go back into our views, and we're going to go ahead and grab these items right here and paste them in just like that. So I want to go ahead and grab this verification event in here. The email valid will just be this email being the argument itself. And now we want to send a verification email, which I do not have just yet. So we'll go ahead and leave that for just a moment. And so now that we've got this, we're going to go ahead and return back the object itself. Going back into our views, we're going to now bring in that service. So from emails, import services as email services or emails services. And then down here, we will go ahead and get rid of all this. And we'll go ahead and say obj equals to email services dot start verification event of the email validation. And there we go. So once again, it's after that email is valid, which has the form validation error that we have on it, which of course we didn't necessarily have to use the service, but now that we do have it, it is in the right place that we want this to run. Okay, so all I want to do now is just test that these two services are now working. So let's go ahead and do that. First off, I'm going to jump into my emails here. I'm going to create a new email called abc@gmail.com, and I'm going to make sure that it is not active. Now, we'll go ahead and verify this. So going back into our home page, let's go ahead and make sure that this is inactive. We hit login, invalid email. Please try again. Great, that part's working. Now we'll go ahead and try air cursor, which should be valid, and it went ahead and looks like it did something. Obviously, we need to improve the messaging here, but we can go back into our emails and we can just verify that sure enough, there's another event in there as well. So you could always delete them and verify them one more time. But at this point, I have a way to already block some emails. So the other nice thing about the current setup is you could actually take a look at known spam email addresses and quite literally add them into your invalid emails. Now you might also make an entire model specifically for that, not necessarily just having it here, but that's something that you could do down the line in terms of iteration. But now we actually need to send that verification email. So let's take a look at how we're going to go through that process. Now we're going to start the process of actually sending out our verification email. The first thing that we need to do though is we need to get the verification body or the verification email message or something like that. So I'll just use MSG here. And what we want to pass in here is the verification instance itself. And then we'll return something back. So basically we'll go ahead and say if not is instance, the verification instance of the email verification event, then I'll go ahead and return back none. Okay, great. Next up, what we want to do is bring in something like as HTML being false by default. So what we'll do is if as HTML is true, then we want to return back some sort of HTML document, which I'll go ahead and say, and we'll just bring in here as something like verification instance.id with an h1 tag. Otherwise, we'll just go ahead and return back that same string here. Naturally, I'm going to go ahead and change these things in a little bit, but we'll get rid of the h1 tag in there, and we want to make sure that we close this one off. Okay, so the reason for this is because now what we want to do is come down here and say the text MSG or text message is equal to get verification email. We pass in that object, and then we're going to go ahead and say as HTML being false. Okay, and then we do that same thing again with simply the HTML. Great. So now we'll change that, of course, being true. So when it comes to sending email verifications or sending email altogether, you can use either one of these methods or both of them. So that's what we want to do. Now, the next thing we want to bring in here is from django.conf. We're going to go ahead and import our settings here. And then we're also going to go ahead and do from django.core.mail. We're going to import send mail. Now, this configuration is actually coming from what we saw on the blog post before with the Gmail portion. But overall, what we want with our send mail here is going to be our email host user. And that's going to be settings.email host user. Great. So once again, we just need to verify that that's in there, and we've got our global settings here. Let's go ahead and get rid of this, not in V&V, but rather there's our settings. Great. So now that we've got that, we're going to go ahead and start the send mail process. So if we do send mail, we're going to come through and use all of the parameters for send mail. So the send mail parameters are fairly straightforward. It starts with subject, then it goes with the regular message itself. Then we're going to go ahead and the from user. And then we're going to go ahead and pass a list of the to user. And then we're also going to do fail silently. And we're going to go ahead and say false. Okay, so the subject itself, well, let's go ahead and define the subject. Just simply verify your email. Okay, the text message we'll go ahead and bring in here. The from user is not surprisingly where that's from, and that's going to be equal to our email host user. Now, this, of course, is maybe different depending on what email service you're using. So in some cases, this actually might be a proper username. I know in AWS SES, this is quite literally a IAM user. So you want to make sure that it's actually the email address that you're using. That's the idea here. So from user email address or something like that might be a little bit more verbose. And the next one would be to user email. And of course, that's going to be the actual email that's being passed into this verification event. And then we'll go ahead and pass that in just like that. So another object that you can bring in here is did send and set it equal to that. And that's essentially what we're going to be doing. Now, sendmail itself, if we look at the other arguments here, so if we go to sendmail and Django, what we can see is, of course, a lot of the documentation for sendmail. But what we should be able to do is actually bring in HTML itself. So there's other ways to bring in the HTML itself, but what you can see here is there's actually a parameter for HTML message. So you can bring in the standard plain text message and as well as the HTML message. So as an argument after fail silently, we're going to go ahead and bring in that text HTML. Now, I think with verification emails, sending an HTML message is absolutely not required whatsoever. I would say just using the regular plain text message is going to work just fine. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and give it a test, jumping into our home page here. And I'm going to refresh on this page. And let's go ahead and do that. And then we'll go ahead and bring in error cursor at Gmail. I'll go ahead and log in. And it's going to take a moment. It took a little bit longer than what we saw before. But now what I should see is inside of that email address, there we go. We got verify email, and it just has the number 6. So if we do it one more time, it should give us a different number. So I'm going to go ahead and reload in here, and we're going to go ahead and do error cursor one more time. Once again, logging in. Now what we should see is a new iteration, which would give us a different value, and sure enough, it does, number 7. Now, of course, we need an actual verification URL in all of that, but we are almost there. That part is going to be very straightforward in terms of how we generate those. But overall, this verification is now showing us how we can send emails. Now, one of the caveats that I would say is I would want to actually turn this into a Celery task at some point so that it is a background task that runs right away, as in another server or another process actually handles the email event itself, because depending on how fast your connection is to what you're sending with, you might want to actually delay that process. Now, the background task would probably be better the actual email being sent versus the verification event itself. So this part being stored for sure in the database, and then the second part being kind of separate from this. So then in that case, I'm going to go ahead and actually just change this to send verification, email, something like that. So let's go ahead and grab this here, and we'll just change this to being send verification email. Once again, being the email and potentially the object itself, or maybe just the object itself. So let's go ahead and do verify object. And then now coming in here, we grab that verify object here. And then once again, now I just want to bring in that did send, and I'll also go ahead and pass in the email as well. But actually I probably don't need to, because I can just use that object itself. So verify object being the email itself. There we go. And then we can bring these things down here. And then finally, we actually just want to send mail. So I'm going to go ahead and just change this to being send mail. And now up here, we will pass in that object. And then I'll go ahead and say something like sent equals to that. And then we'll return back the object and send. Great. So that's another way to how to do it. And of course, if you wanted this to be a Celery background task, then this would actually need to be something more like the verify object ID. And then you pass in the ID here, and in which case you would grab that verify object by going in and doing the notification event.objects.get ID equals to the verification object ID. This is just trying to be as forward thinking as possible, especially when it comes to sending out email messages. I do like this process, this methodology better. Now, one of the things you might consider here is on this email verification event is when you did send email, as in like did send, you might also want to have that as a value in here also. That's not something I'm going to go ahead and implement right now because I'm not actually implementing Celery, but I certainly would implement it if I was implementing Celery. So again, go ahead and check if this is working. But of course, now we need an actual ID that we can send, or an actual URL that we can send for our verification email. Jumping into our email verification event, we are now going to create our token. This token is going to be models.uuid field, the default being uuid.uuid1, and that's it. So I'm going to go ahead and import the UUID here, and there we go. So that's going to be our token now. So what I want to do here is I want to define get link or something along those lines, and this is going to return back something where we actually grab the URL link itself. So there's a lot of different ways on how we could think about the link also, but what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and bring in from django.conf, we're going to go ahead and bring in our settings. And what I want to do is I'm going to bring in the URL. So I'll go ahead and say something like settings.base URL / verify / the link itself, which is going to be self.token, something like that. Okay, so that's going to be the link we'll use. Maybe we put a trailing slash here. And of course, we still need to implement this, but right now, this is going to be that link. With this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and run my migrations. So inside of my project, of course, make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate. Great. And then we're going to go into settings here, and we're going to go ahead and bring in our base URL, which is going to be a, something like this where we bring in a default, and in my case it's going to be http://127.0.0.1:8000. This, of course, is our local host that we're going off of. Notice there's no trailing slash there. That's done on purpose because of this right here as well. So now that we've got this link here, let's go ahead and just bring it into our services here. And so in this send verification email, notice that I have the object coming through in there. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll back up with that object, and I want to grab the link itself. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll go ahead and say our verify link equals to verification object or instance dot get link. So like that. And then we'll go ahead and pass that link in now as our default here. Now I'm going to leave it to you to actually improve these messages. You can do the same or similar process that you did with the video objects itself, where we did the get template stuff and you have all that embed. You can do all of that same stuff right here, and I recommend that you do so because, well, this just simple link doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So go ahead and say verify your email with the following, and then I'll go ahead and add in a new line there, and then I'll also go ahead and do that same message as H1 up here, and we'll close that off as a H1 here. And then we'll go ahead and put in a P tag after this with a anchor tag. So A and href equals to that link right there. And then we'll also just display that link right there as well and close off that A tag and then close off that P tag also. Okay, so in the long run, I would not have these things hard coded like this, but the fact that I am doing it as a measure, just a quick proof of concept, that's why it's like that. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and go back into my project here. I'm going to hit log in. Of course, what it's going to do, or what it should do, is go prompt me to verify my email. And so we've got verify your email. There is our email link right here. So I can go ahead and copy this, bring it over into my web page, and sure enough, there it is in terms of the link. That part's working. The other part is the HTML is working. Notice that this is formatted with H1. When it comes to emails and HTML and doing this stuff manually, there's a lot of nuance in here that maybe that's why you only want to use just simply plain text almost always. So just keep that in mind. The actual formatting of HTML within any given email can be very wonky at times. So always default to plain text for your transactional email when you need to. Okay, so now we've got that verification link. Notice that it does have this link in here. So the nice thing about UUID 1 is it's going to be a UUID field, as in it's going to be as unique as one possibly can get, but it will also auto increment. So it adds timestamps to the UUID field itself, which is exactly why I did the UUID field being UUID 1. And this will be created by default for you automatically every single time. So that's the other important part of this. Now let's start the process of actually verifying our tokens. So of course we already have this URL all set up and everything's working in terms of the email. It's time to build out the route itself. So inside of emails, I'm going to create a new view, and we're going to call this, something like verify email token view, which is going to take in a request, the token itself, and then args and keyword args. And for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to return an HTTP response of just that token. So let's go ahead and import HTTP response from django.http, import that response itself. There we go. Okay. So to map this in, what we want, of course, is we are going to be using the token of a UUID field, which means our URL needs to actually correspond to that. So we'll import the view directly. So from emails.views, we're going to import our new verify email token view. And then I'm going to go ahead and bring in a path of verify and then slash. And what we want to do is the data type first. So UUID : and then we're going to go ahead and bring it in as the variable of simply token. And then we'll bring in that verify email token view. Now, every once in a while, you might want to change it to something like email verify, but I'm just going to leave it in as verify just because all of my views are fairly simple at this point anyway. But there we go. So now we should be able to see the token as a response. So if I refresh on this page, there we go. There's that token. Not a big deal whatsoever. So what I want to do now is I actually want to create a service for verifying this token. So let's go ahead and do that, and we'll go ahead and do define verify email token, and this now takes in a token, which of course is a UUID. And what we're going to do is return back a true or false value. So no surprise here, inside of our views, we're going to go ahead and do from dot import services, and then we'll go ahead and say did verify being services dot verify email token, and then pass in that token. Okay, and so we've got our verify email, very similar, verify email token. It might be better to say something like verify token, so email's not accidentally in there. So we'll leave it in as verify token. Great. So what is it that we need to do? Well, it's very similar to one of the lookups we did before, which is essentially the start event here, but also when we went to send this message, it's going to be very similar to this. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this verify object. The first thing that I actually need to do is not get stuff, but rather grab a query set and see if this token exists whatsoever. So what I want here is I'm going to go ahead and say if not qs.exists, then I actually want to return back false and then some sort of message like invalid token. That's it. So that token just simply does not exist. So that's the message I'll actually handle with that. Next up, what I want to do is say, for instance, email expired. So now I'm going to go ahead and check qs.filter, and let's go ahead and do that. Filter, and this is going to be, well, how do we know if it expired? Well, the Boolean value being true or false, basically. You could also do it based off of the timestamp as well, but I'm just going to go ahead and do the Boolean value expired equals to true. Okay, so once again, we'll go ahead and now say if not email expired exists, then we'll go ahead and return back the false, or rather we should say expired being if it has expired. So this is has email expired. We now want to say that it is true. So if it does exist, then we'll turn back false and say token expired, try again. Something like that. Okay, great. So those are both of them being expired. Now, we could also do one more step, which would be something like maximum attempts, right? So next one would be we looked for that token. This is no longer valid. After that, we can put a little comment here saying something like has token, and then now token expired, and then now has token not expired, something like that. Has token not expired. Okay, so now what we want to do is check the attempts. So let's go ahead and say something like this in here. I'll just put an argument as max attempts being like 5. Now, the reason I have something like 5 is because some email services, you click a link and it opens up a web browser right inside of that service, and then you have to click another link or another icon. This happens on mobile all the time too, that it needs to then open up on the mobile browser. So we want to have enough attempts to be able to handle that, and I think 5 is probably good. So the next part of this would be actually grabbing the has email expired, not that one, but rather going into the query set again and basically saying that max attempts reached, and this is going to be qs.filter. And now we're going to go ahead and do attempts being greater than or equal to the max attempts. And now I'll go ahead and say if the max attempts reached exists, I'm going to do something interesting, which is going to be updating those max attempts as well. So I'm going to go ahead and leave that out for a moment. So what we want to do is update max attempts, to +1. That will be something we'll do later, but we'll return back and false again, and token expired used too many times, something like that. Okay, so once again, we're still using the same exact query set, which is getting this token. It's going based off of the token that's coming through, and then it's doing a check whether or not it expired. Then it's doing a check if the maximum attempts, this should be attempts reached. And then next up, those things have passed. So more than likely then we've got our actual token. So now it's actually valid. So the final one is token valid. And I want to update attempts on there. And then we're going to go ahead and also expire token if attempts greater than max or something like that. Then we can go ahead and return back true and welcome. All right. So there we go. Now this validation or this invalidation process for tokens, we're going to go ahead and come back to. For now, I just want to go ahead and play around with these things on my view. So back into our view here, we're going to go ahead and say did verify and then MSG. And what I want to do is I'll say if not did verify, then I'm going to return back an HTTP response of the message itself. So the did verify will return back the token. And now we get this problem right here that the object has nothing as exists. So let's go ahead and recheck what's going on here. So if we do QS filter and we've got our max reached object, this is not doing it. And this should be a filter. Oopsies, I did get. Okay, coming back in, we've got our token, so we don't have any of those issues. So right now what I want to do is actually expire it in the admin. So going into the Django admin, we're going to go ahead into our verification events. We're using this recent one right here. We could always just copy this token if we want. I'm going to go ahead and expire it, and we'll go ahead and just say now and all that. Jump in here into my front end, and we'll paste it in here. Token expired, try again. Okay, so let's go ahead and unexpire it and get rid of the timestamp as well. Save it again, refresh it again. Now it's showing us that token. Great. Next up, what we want to do is do our attempts. I'll go ahead and say 5. Save that one, and once again, we'll refresh, expired. Great. So all of those things are working correctly. The only thing I need to do is now basically expire the token or add additional attempts to it. So there's a couple of different ways in how we can think about this, and that is realistically, this QS count should be 1. So we would also say and not QS.count is equal to 1. There shouldn't be more than one of these tokens. And if there is more than one of those tokens, then of course we will get that invalid token in there. And this would be true if for some reason there weren't unique ones in there. So with this in mind, I can now go ahead and say obj down here is equal to that very first thing. And so all I need to do is say obj.attempts plus equals to 1. I can do obj dot, or rather we'll see if obj.attempts, and this is going to be equal to greater than the max attempts. Then I can go ahead and say obj.expired being true, and then obj.expired at being timezone.now. And I think I also had one for obj.last attempted at also being timezone.now. And then we can do obj.save. Let's go ahead and bring in our time zone here. So we'll do from django.utils import the time zone itself. And so now we actually have the final verification. So this is almost like the invalidation process. This is going to be invalidation process right here. Max attempts is going to go ahead and add 1 each time. Now I could do a max attempts update right here as well. This, maybe you do it on the object itself, maybe not, maybe you do it in a different way. We're going to look at how you can do it on the query set, so it's not a whole lot different than what you see right here. So with this in mind, I'm going to go into my actual object itself, and it says expired too many times. I'm going to go ahead and bring this down to 0 again, and then we'll go ahead and refresh in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do it again. Boom, it expired. Fantastic. So overall, this verified token service is working pretty well. Now, the other part about this too is we want to make sure that we actually are updating these tokens as efficiently as possible. So there might be things that you want to do in here to improve it, like offloading this process right here to a background server, like a background Celery process as well. That offloading might be a good idea when it comes to actually updating our database attempts themselves. Because what we don't want to have happen is the user not grant access after 5 attempts. That's a lot of attempts, in my opinion. You could even move that number up. But we don't want this to hang up their access to the actual service itself. So what we want to do now is take a look at how they can access the service based off of the fact that they are now verified their email and that token. Let's take a look. Now we're going to enrich our session with something related to this email verification process, as well as the message that we sent back from it. So to do this, we're going to be using the Django message framework as well as Django sessions. So feel free to make sure that all of these things are installed. I believe they're all installed by default, so I'm not going to actually even check until it's not working, basically. But the idea here is if we scroll down enough, you can see that importing messages, you can have these system messages that show up inside of your Django project. So we're going to go ahead and copy this idea here. We're going to bring it into the very top, and basically did verify or did not verify, we'll use messages.error, put in the request itself, and then enrich it with that message itself. Then of course, if it did verify, we're going to go ahead and use that same concept here, and then I'll go ahead and just do success. And for right now, I'm also going to go ahead and do a redirect. So the redirect for success, just so we can see these messages, I'm going to go ahead and send it to the admin user. And then of course, we'll do it on both places for just the moment. So let's go ahead and save that, and let's jump into our token itself. So let's go back into our Django admin. We already see these messages. This is from me testing off the video. So what I want to do here is I'm going to change the attempts on one of these to just one. We'll go ahead and save that, and then we'll go ahead and verify the token itself. So if we go into verify / that token, notice it already says welcome. And of course, if I do verify / that again and do it multiple times, eventually it's going to give me that same error on there once it's actually done correctly. And there we go. So token expired, used too many times. Great. So that's showing us the message. But what I also want to do is I want to enrich the session for this token. What do I want to enrich it with? That's the big question here. Now, the big thing is I actually want to enrich it with this instance right here. This verification event is just proving that this instance is true. That's all it's doing. So we want to actually grab this. In other words, we want to grab the email.id here, the primary key that's coming through for this email object. So what we can do then is go back into our services, back into where we verify the token itself, and we want to return one more piece, which will be down here, and that's going to be obj.parent. We can actually think of this as the email object being obj.parent, just so the reason I put email object here is just so it's a little bit more verbose itself, and that of course is going to be the email.objects.get and whatever that ends up being. But the point is being that it's the email class itself. So as soon as I add in another argument on here, I want to make sure I add it to the other ones as well. And so by default, these would all be basically none. So I'll just go in here and say none. Now, I also don't love always writing these variables like this. A lot of times I will actually prefer to have the names done right here. So like verified being false, and then like something like email object being none, and then returning back those values when they actually come through. But the thing is, that's just getting over-engineered at that point. So let's go ahead and leave it out like that. Okay, so now that we've got this, we can actually go back into our view here, and we can grab that email object, or know that this is going to be the email object. So I can actually enrich my session by doing request.session, and then bring in email ID equaling to the email object.id. Now we want the ID itself. We do not need the actual email itself. We want the ID itself so that if there's anything else that needs to use this ID, it totally can. Now, for those of you who know Django already, this is very similar to doing something like request.user.id, but now it's going to be request.session.get email ID. That's what we're kind of working towards in the future. Now, on this did verify portion, I also want to try to delete it. So basically, if you do it too many times, you will just go ahead and try to delete that item, and we'll just do like this, not delf, but del, delete that item, and then pass otherwise, and there we go. So now we have a session enrichment portion that I can use. So let's go back and grab one of the tokens again. I'm going to grab this here. I'm going to change this to 0, and we'll copy the token itself. The next thing is where I want it to redirect. So the first one is going to be to the login. The next one is going to be just simply to the home page. Since I'm going to have it go to the home page, I'm going to go ahead and print out request.session.get email ID. So our print statement in our actual running server should eventually say what that email ID is, which we'll go ahead and put in email ID and save it like that. Now let's go ahead and do that with the verification event. So we'll come in here and just do verify and go into that. There we go, goes to the home page, and there is our email ID. Fantastic. So now we're at a point where all we need to do is handle the various permissions that are related to the fact whether or not there is an email ID in there, which I think is going to be really, really easy for you at this point. Now, I will say, before I go much further here, I will say that there is another option that you would need to add if you wanted to sell individual courses and have them associated to this email. The way you would do that is do something like the purchase itself. So like a purchase, I'm not going to actually implement this, but basically grabbing the email itself. So we'd come in here and grab the email, and you would say email, and then you would grab in the course itself. This would probably be in a completely different model, but it'd be something along these lines right here is what you would end up doing for purchases. And then when you needed to verify those purchases, you would go based off of this ID right here to see if that is actually something you could look at. That's outside the scope of what we're doing here because we never added that as one of the status options. I did mention it a number of times, but really we're going to leave that one off. The access requirement is really all about this email required and realistically just checking if that email ID exists in the actual session itself. Back into the Django admin, in my course object, I have an access set at email required. So what I want to do is on any given lesson in the front end, I want to prevent them from being able to see it unless, of course, they have the email in the session itself or the email ID. So the way I'm going to do this is first going into the lesson detail view, and I'm going to go ahead and check email ID exists. Something like that, right? And this is going to be request.session.get email ID. And basically, that's it. Now I want to just check if the lesson object dot course, and well, we probably should have something like requires email. If it requires email and not exists, then we want to return a redirect to log in. And I'm also going to go ahead and do request.session and say something like next URL equals to request.build absolute URI, something like that. So the redirect I need to bring in, so we'll bring it into our actual shortcut here. And then in my lesson detail, I want to go ahead and kind of build out this requires email method here. So this property is, well, we're going to actually declare it as a property. Now this could be in our services too if you wanted to make it more complex than what we're doing here. But in my case, I'm going to go ahead and bring it in as a property right underneath path here. So we'll go ahead and do property and define requires email. And all this does is do self.course.access and basically equals to the email required access. So let's go back down here and do equals to that. That's it. So now that we've got that, we've got this requires email here. Let's go ahead and jump in to this URL in an incognito window. And what do you know? It automatically redirects to login. Fantastic. That's really all we'll need to do going forward. Now, what I could also do is have a different template that shows up, right? So let's say, for instance, instead of redirecting them to this login, I render out a new template. So let's go ahead and return render request, and the template being, courses like email required.html, and then we'll just leave an empty dictionary in here. We don't need to put in any more dictionaries in there. And then inside of my courses email required, then I would come in and create this template, and I would want to bring in courses email required, and I'll go ahead and copy the lesson detail and say something like email required to continue. Okay. And so I'll get rid of this video embed. We save that. And now, of course, if I grab this same thing and open it up on this page, email required to continue. Whereas where my email is actually verified from previous sessions, it's now showing up. Very, very straightforward and very easy to do. Now, the other thing about this requires email, one of the things we could consider here is creating a service altogether that looks in the request session itself. Like as in we pass in the request session and just verify anything related to that session variable itself, which would be something like this. So that's pretty cool. But now this email required thing, I actually want to handle this next URL portion. So in my verify URL, let's go ahead and go back into that in emails and verify. All I want to do here is basically say if request, and we'll go ahead and request.session.get next email is not none, then we will also we'll do a few checks here. So we'll go ahead and say next email is equal to that itself, or we'll go ahead and do that slash, and then basically we'll say if not next URL starts with the slash, then the next URL is going to be simply equal to that slash. This is just so we don't accidentally redirect somewhere that's not on our main site itself. So there we go. So now we've got this next URL here. So let's go ahead and simulate this. Now, how can we simulate it? Well, first and foremost, we can just use an incognito window to do this. Now, I need an email required. I need the actual page to show up. But in the meantime, I'll go ahead and jump back into the home page here, and we'll go ahead and bring in here air cursor. I'll go ahead and run that. This, of course, will send that verification email to my email address in here. So let's go ahead and just double check that one. Here it is right here, 0 minutes ago. I'm going to go ahead and grab this one, bring it back into that incognito window, bring it back in here, paste it. This assumes that that same session is going. So in this case, it didn't actually redirect it. So it looks like maybe the session didn't work. Now, I actually know why, because if we go back into our view here, we've got this as build absolute URI, which is the entire thing. So if we do just request.path, we can also print that out. So let's go ahead and print out request.path and save that. We should be able to see it. But at this point, with it verified, let's just go ahead and just double check that. We go into the course platform, we go into the video, there it is. So if I were to leave that incognito window and then do it again, it says login required. And at this point, I should be able to see the path that gets printed out. And this is it right there. There are a few print statements going on this page, but there's that path. So now the login process should absolutely work. So let's go back into that home page and we'll go ahead and do it again. Log in, might take a second. Go back into Gmail, grab that email that comes through, and then we should now be good to go with that redirect. There we go. So now it logs us in exactly where we want, and those permissions are now in place. Now, is this traditional Django permissions? No, this is just handling something that we wanted to do within our own ecosystem of how all of this will end up working, which I think is pretty useful. But now we need a better login method. We need it to be in more places than just one. So to start that process, we are going to go ahead and implement HTMX. Now we're going to go ahead and bring dynamic action into our Django project thanks to HTMX. The idea here is we don't want to have to reload the entire web page every time we need to do some sort of interaction. In our case, it's going to be using that login form or that email verification form. We don't want the entire page to reload. We want to be able to also reuse that form anywhere we want to. All of this is going to be driven through HTMX and Django HTMX. So let's go ahead and start the process of installing this. First off, go to htmx.org, into docs, under installation. You're going to grab the CDN version, the very top one, because it is minified. It's going to go a little bit faster. Just like before, what we saw with our JavaScript, we're going to go into the base template folder and then into js.html and paste that in. Now, do keep in mind, just like we said with the actual video player, you might want to bring these things locally and have it served by your own servers In this case, we're just going to go ahead and use these right here because they are still very valid and very reliable resources to serve in production. But like it says in a lot of places, consider not using CDNs in production. Next up, we're going to go ahead and start the process of installing Django HTMX. Now, this is not exactly required, but what it ends up doing is it makes it a little bit easier on us to know whether or not we are using HTMX within Django. So we'll go through that installation process as well. First off, we're going to go ahead and do the installation for Django HTMX. So let's go ahead and bring it into our requirements file here. And then we'll go ahead and run that with pip install -r requirements.txt. Next up, we need to bring it into our installed apps. Now, traditionally speaking, whenever I add something into installed apps, I always want to run migrations, but I'm going to go ahead and just bring it in like this. And we'll just call this third party. And then I'll go ahead and do internal. Great. So next up, we're going to go ahead and run our migrations, even though we probably don't need to. I'm going to go ahead and run python manage.py migrate just to make sure that if there were any models in Django HTMX, they are now in my database. Next up, we're going to go ahead and bring in the middleware here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and bring it into the middleware. It doesn't actually say anywhere you need to put it. So in my case, since it doesn't give me a requirement as to where I'm going to put it, I'm going to put it at the very end. If you're not familiar with middleware, middleware works in between requests, responses, and coming in. So if you think about a view, for example, when the request first comes in, it hits middleware, then it hits this view. When the response goes back, it hits middleware, then it finishes the response. That's kind of the idea here. And the nice thing about Django HTMX middleware, what it does is it gives us the request.htmx in the middleware itself, which will become a really nice thing in the near future. Next up, there's this extension script that you can bring in. So if we actually grab this load HTMX, we're going to go into our JavaScript once again, bring in load HTMX, and we will go ahead and bring in this extension script that will just help with a few things related to our project. The next thing is, if you recall back to home.html, we did this CSRF token here. We need HTMX to know about this as well so that it can submit things like post data. That's what CSRF is all about. In order for HTMX to actually know about this, we go into our body tag here and we do hx-headers, and we set this equal to a single string or single quote string here. And then we go ahead and use double quotes on the inside, and we do x-csrf token. And then we pass in, again with double quotes, the CSRF token with curly brackets this time. So the point here is to allow, Django HTMX to be able to run these things. So why is it that I did this though? Why would I put HTMX in altogether? Well, it has everything to do with various views. So for example, we've got our verify email token view here, but now what I actually want to have is my email, token login view, and it's going to take in a request, and then I'll return something. Really what I want to see is if it's not request.htmx, then I'm going to go ahead and return like a redirect to the home page. So basically, if they try to go to this login view and it's not HTMX, then it's going to go back to the home page. If it is HTMX, then we're going to go ahead and render out all of the form data stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and grab all of this right here, and we're going to bring it back into views.py, and we're going to go ahead and paste this in. So naturally, I need to bring in that email form and also the email services, as well as a template name of some kind. So let's go ahead in that process. Now the email services is of course .services. That's this one right here. The form itself should be also in, from .forms, we can import the email form. So not a whole lot has changed so far. The email address, let's go ahead and just see where we got that. I think it's from the settings. Sure enough, it is. So let's go ahead and bring that in as well. And here we go. And then let's bring in our settings. So from django.conf, we're going to go ahead and import our settings here. Okay. And so now we've got this email form, but the last thing that I really need to bring in here is my template. So the template itself is going to be a template specifically for your HTMX stuff. So emails / I'm going to do it as hx/email form.html, or really just simply form.html. It's going to be up to you on how you name it, but the idea being it should be only based off of this one single thing. So let's go ahead and take a look at this right here. I'm going to jump into my templates and we will create this one. What needs to happen here is basically this element right here. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this out. We're going to paste it in here. That's it. It's just like a snippet that we've seen before, but now it's literally just the HTMX stuff. So the real big question is, how do we actually get that form back on home.html? The first thing I need to do is I need to bring in this view. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into my URLs, and we're going to go ahead and bring in that view as well. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this and I'm going to come in here and say something like hx/login, or maybe email form. I'm just going to call it login, and this is going to be that form right there. Okay, so all of this shouldn't be new. The only thing that's really new is this right here. Everything else is fairly straightforward in terms of Django at this point, hopefully. I'm going to get rid of some of these print statements here for right now, but what I want to do is I want to render out this on my home page. Now, the way it's done is by doing hx-get and then the actual path that we want to render right in line. So we did hx, and then we have this login right here. So I'm going to go ahead and do /login just like that. So we're going to go ahead and save that. Let's go back into our home page here. It is not yet loading. Let's go ahead and see what's going on here. So not quite there. Why is that not actually loading? Well, we need something else called an hx trigger, and we're going to set this as load. We'll save that. We'll refresh. There. Now the form actually loads up. Now, the other part about this will be how we handle the form, which we'll do in a moment. But this is actually loading in this form. Now, the reason I'm showing you this right now instead of the form element itself is because if we go back into our course and we have this email required thing here, what do you know? I can now load this in right inside of that template. So if I were to go into a course that requires it, let's go ahead and take a look at one of the lessons here. This lesson right here should require it. I'm going to open it up in an incognito window. There's that form all over again. This is what HTMX does for us. It makes things this dynamic. Now, of course, the big problem as it currently stands is how we actually handle this form. So we need to take a look at how HTMX handles post data. Now, at this point, you're probably well aware that one of the main methods to every web page is the get method, the HTTP get method. And when we wanted to render out our form, we used the HTMX version of hx-get. These attributes for this element here are directly correlated to HTMX. They don't work otherwise, right? So if you called it hxd or something like that, save that and went into the home page here, it's not going to work. As soon as you change it to hx-get, it will then dynamically load that stuff in. Now, we also saw this hx trigger being load. Now, there are all sorts of triggers for the documentation, which you can see on various triggers. So like mouse enter, you can actually have a form load if the mouse hovers over that general area. So there's a lot of different triggers that you can use. The load one, I think, is very obvious and common. So when the element is first loaded, you can also do one when it's revealed. So like if you had a form way down on the bottom, you can have it revealed when it comes in, which is all super nice. So what we want to look at now, though, is the other side of this, which would be hx post, actually sending data. Because this right here is grabbing that form for us. On the form itself, the actual button itself, the actual form itself, we can do hx-post and send it somewhere. Well, we can actually send it to the exact same place, the login form itself. So this is going to kind of basically ignore these two things right here. So let's go ahead and try this out. I'm going to go into the login view here, and I'm going to go ahead and say error cursor, hit login, and it's loading. Things refreshed. If I go into my email here, what I'll see is, hey, what do you know? It actually worked. It was actually just that simple. And so that's what we see in here is the actual target going through. So what I could do is I can make this a little bit better in terms of a form like this. What I could actually have it make it work is go back into my emails. I've got all of my form, I've got my message, I've got all of that sort of stuff, and I've even got a template option. So going back into our template for this, what I could do then is I can just basically say if message basically is not equal to an empty string here, then I'll go ahead and render out the message. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and render out this form. Great. Now, the other thing about that, not just the message, let's go ahead and verify that one real quick. So I'll go ahead and run this and hit login, and it will take a moment, but there we go. Now it's showing us this message. And this is going to be true anywhere we want to show this form, anywhere we want to load it. It's really just that simple. It's super nice. But the other thing about this is the actual rendering process itself. One of the things we might want to check is whether or not we even want to render the form itself. Why would we not want to render the form? Well, we can actually check email ID in session by doing request.session.get that email ID. And so if the email ID is in that session, we'll go ahead and say something like show form being the opposite of that. So not in session, right? And then we can, basically go from there. With this in mind, I can go now into form.html and basically say that, if show form, then we can have all of these things in here. Otherwise, we'll just go ahead and say end if. And so this same logic works throughout HTMX. So now let's go back into the home page here and we'll take a look at what that does. Right now, it's not even showing up. Right? So naturally, we need to have some sort of logout function. But of course, if I were to go into an incognito mode, I now see that email coming through or that login form coming through. So now anywhere I want to just have a login form, I can do that, and I can do it with confidence really, really simply. So on every single page, I might want to put this on there just to make sure that they are logging in. So if I did it on base.html, let's say at some point I have a nav bar, I could just leave that on there. And so it's basically saying, hey, make sure you log in. So wherever you go, that login is going to be there, and it's going to be right front and center. Granted, the styles aren't great, but overall, it shows us how powerful HTMX can be. Now, one of the reasons I actually brought in Django HTMX in addition to that view is there are some things that you might want to do with different HTTP tools. So whenever you run an HTMX request, you can do a bunch of these different functions here if you need to do things other than rendering out a template. So let's say, for instance, an entire web page redirect, that's exactly what this does. So like, for instance, if you wanted it to go to a completely different page on a form valid, for example, right? So let's go ahead and take a look at that. I'm going to bring this in here. We're going to go ahead and run this form valid. Then I'll go ahead and return back the HTTP client response, and we'll go ahead and say, welcome or something like that, right? Or thank you, or check your email, right? And let's just verify this. I just want to show you that it works before we probably won't actually implement this, but let's go ahead and open it up. We've got our login here. I'm going to go ahead and do air cursor again, login. Now it's going to redirect me to a whole nother page. So when it comes to HTMX, the important part to remember is what you return here needs to think about HTMX when it's being returned. So the actual render to response template, you can still use that same one, but whatever you return in here will be rendered out in the element it is. So for example, what I want to just show you is if I change this to simply home.html, this is going to be pretty interesting. So if I grab this in here, open up a new one again, and then I render out my page, air cursor, I hit login, what it's going to do is it's going to show the home page all over again. It's literally doing the entire web page all over again in that same element. So that's something to be aware of. You only really want to return back really small template responses themselves, or if you need to redirect to another page, that's what you would end up doing. Django HTMX has a lot of those features built in. Now that we have this dynamicness to our Django project because of HTMX, I'm going to use it for my logout process. So I'm going to define a function called logout button hx view, and it's going to take in a request, and by default it's going to return render and then the request. The template itself is going to be something like emails hx login btn.html. And then I probably don't need any arguments in here, or rather logout btn.html. Okay. So what I want to check here, once again, I want to make sure that it is HTMX when we come in. I also want to check that if request.method equals to post, then I'll actually try to delete it. So when I say delete it, I mean delete the session that we have here, which is just simply the email ID. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and say pass, except pass. And that's pretty much it, right? So we just want to have except pass in here. And then all we need to do now is create the actual button for this. So let's go ahead and do that with the templates in here. We're going to go ahead and create that button. And this one is going to be our button here, and it's going to be log out. Once again, we can do HX post, and where is it going to go? Well, we need to bring the view somewhere, so let's go ahead and grab it, bring it into our URLs here, bring it into the import, and what do you know? HX now log out, and HX button logout view. Fantastic. So once again, I'll go ahead and grab this right here into my actual view template itself, HX post, going to logout. There we go. And then we probably need to check the triggers. So in here, we've got a target for the body when it is sent. We probably don't need that target. This is about where things are replaced and sort of outside the scope of what we're doing here. So let's go back into our triggers here. And we've got mouse enter. No, no, no. So maybe I don't actually need a trigger. Maybe the only trigger I need is when it's clicked. Everything else is triggered by the click event. Hey, cool. So we don't need to put a trigger on this. Now, in order for this to even show up, what I could do is in my form, for example, if show form, we can have that form. Otherwise, I can now do a div. Let's go ahead and do a div, and we'll go ahead and say hx get, and this is going to be hx. And once again, it's going to be hx slash log out. And this time, the hx trigger will be revealed, just so that that is working correctly. And so basically, it's going to replace this current element by default with that trigger. So now we can go ahead and take a look at this in our homepage here. I refresh. Now I've got this logout button. If I click on that, does it work? It's hard to say because it didn't actually do anything that I wanted to with a logout. But the button does get rendered, and then I can actually select the view, and that part will work as well. So realistically, we want to then check if it is still logged in. So once again, I'll grab this right here, and we'll want to say that if email session is not none, then we'll go ahead and just re-return the same button itself. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and return something else. So basically, we want to just say if not email session, then we'll go ahead and return back, hey, what do you know, the client response redirect. And in this case, we would probably want to just go back home or go to the login page or whatever other page that we might want to implement. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and just make sure our server's still running. Now it is. I'm going to go ahead and run the login portion again. I actually probably could still use one of my older tokens in here. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab one like this, and we'll open it up. There it is. I'm now logged in. If I go to log out, it takes me to the home page, and that would be true pretty much anywhere. So that's a little bit more of a process that you might have for any sort of dynamic button. It could be a like button. The logic in here would have to change, of course. It could be, well, a logout button. There's a lot of things that you could do now with just these few things in mind. One of the things you might want to learn more about, though, is actually replacing elements. That's something that the documentation definitely does go over. These HX targets, you can quite literally change where the results end up loading. This is a good example of that by doing a quick little search result. That's outside the scope of this one, but that is HTMX, and I think it is a great thing to know and to be able to use in your various projects just for these slight user interface things like what we see right here. Our course platform isn't exactly feeling the love from Tailwind as you may have hoped to this point. So what we need to do is solve that. Sure, we've got a better looking email input form here, but the rest of our site, well, it has some work to do. The first question we want to ask or answer is why use Tailwind in the first place? Now, we've already seen this a little bit. So if we actually take a look at, let's say, for instance, our actual input itself in emails css.py, this is actually a lot of classes. Traditionally speaking, what you would have is just one class, something like email input, right? But right off the bat, when you see something like email input, you actually don't really know what's going on. But if you see something like this, you can actually start to learn, once you understand Tailwind classes, exactly what's going on. So BG, there might be some intuition in you going, that seems like it should be background, because that's exactly what it is. Then the color, and then the intensity of that color. And then you can see border, you can see text, you can see when it's focused, you can see the dark mode version, you can do stuff like hover. So Tailwind is very verbose on how you actually use all of the various classes. So that's one reason to use Tailwind. There's actually another reason to use Tailwind, and that is when you declare all of these classes, that's the only amount of CSS that will be created for you, so that all of the actual CSS your web application is loading is related to the actual classes you're actually using. Now, if you're not familiar with what that means, it just means that there's going to be a lot smaller file size for your output, your final CSS file that you'll end up using. Now, in the long run, this becomes really important because you want your site to load fast, and CSS can sometimes drag it down. So in the past, I've used other tools that just give you everything. They don't actually narrow these things down based off of what you're actually using. Now, since it actually narrows the built-out CSS file that you're actually going to be using, since it does that, we need a tool that will actually run and make sure that all of that is happening. Now, of course, Tailwind does this out of the gates. So you can absolutely install Tailwind CSS directly itself and run the various commands that are in the installation process to make all of that work. This, of course, is very straightforward if you're very comfortable with NPX or NPM. These are Node.js packages that just run stuff for you. So that is actually, I think, a really good way to go. This is usually what I end up doing. But every once in a while, I might want to not think about the commands I need to run in order for my Tailwind classes to work. So for that reason, I use Django-Tailwind. The reason Django-Tailwind exists is because of, well, basically Python manage.py, Tailwind init, and then also the other command to make sure that Tailwind's actually being run, which you can see in this usage here. We've got Tailwind start and then Tailwind build. So these will be the only two commands you'll really need to think about when it comes to Django itself. You won't have to think about all these extra commands that Tailwind brings with you. So that actually means that we want to implement Django Tailwind at this point. However, if you're already very familiar with Tailwind itself, the project from here on out will basically be implementing things from Tailwind. But for now, we want to actually go ahead and just get Django Tailwind going. This will require you to install Node.js on your local machine. So if you don't have Node.js installed, you won't be able to use Tailwind directly, which is what's going on here, npm install. This is a Node.js installation process. But this is also true in Django Tailwind in order for it to work, because it's really just a lightweight wrapper on top of the standard Tailwind commands. So you're definitely going to need to have Node.js installed for that as well. I'll point out where this becomes really obvious in the next part. But go ahead and install Node.js right now so we can start the process of configuring Django Tailwind. With Node.js installed on our local machine, we are now going to implement Django Tailwind. So the reason we might want to use something like this is because the commands to actually use Tailwind CSS come down to two fairly standard Django commands. The first one is in development mode. You got Python manage.py, Tailwind start. Then when you're ready to push this in production, you just do Tailwind build. That's it. That's all you really have to remember if you configure this correctly. When it comes to using Tailwind directly, there's a number of things that you'll have to remember, including configuring your Django project to work correctly with this Tailwind project, and also in development mode, how all of that shakes out as well. So I typically go to the Tailwind CSS directly and run through this process, but I also think that it's really convenient to use Django Tailwind itself. You can pick and choose how you see fit. Right now, we're going to go ahead and implement Django Tailwind. So this process is really just a matter of copying their step-by-step instructions because, well, it's really easy to do. The first thing is we're going to be using the Django browser reload in development mode, and we'll configure our project specifically for that. This installation process doesn't show that, but it's actually really easy to do, as we'll see. So the first thing is we, of course, need to install it with our requirements.txt, just like that. I'm going to go ahead and to the root of my project and run pip install -r requirements.txt. Great. So at this point, we now have a bunch of things installed related to Django Tailwind. So the next thing that we need to do is go into settings.py, and we're going to add a number of third-party packages here. The first one is going to be simply Tailwind, okay, just like that. Now I also wanted to use that Django browser reload. So if I scroll down a little bit, it will show me this Django browser reload inside of installed apps. In my case, I actually only want this to come in debug mode. So I'll go ahead and say if debug, then I'll go ahead and do my installed apps.append that debug mode package. Now I actually want to do the same thing with middleware. So I'm actually going to bring this debug down underneath middleware because we're going to also use this middleware in here only in debug mode. So we'll go ahead and do middleware.append and bringing in that one as well. Great. So this is now basically getting us that Django browser reload in the debug sessions, in the development mode. I don't think I'll need this in production ever. There's a chance that I might. If I do need to, then we can always just bring it back, and we know now that we might need to do that. But it's a package that I might probably not need in production to have the browser automatically reload if something with Tailwind changes. That's the point here. Next up, urls.py. I also want to bring this in as well down here. We're going to bring it into settings.debug. I'm going to go ahead and do URL patterns plus equals to an empty list, which will include this reload path. Once again, another thing I probably won't need in production, but I do need in development mode. Great. So that's some of the third-party packages we need to install to get this thing working. And so now if I scroll up a little bit, there are a few other configurations we need to do to make sure that this is working as well. Before I jump into those configurations, we are just going to go ahead and run python manage.py. Now, this gives us all of the Django management commands. If you are in the right location, you can actually see all of the management commands you can use. There's a lot of them, right? And so we've got the create super user one. We saw that. We saw migrate. You haven't seen shell necessarily, but python manage.py shell is the Django managed shell. I think we might have played around with that. But we also saw start app, start project, right? So all of the Django management commands are right in there. But so is the Tailwind one, the brand new one we just added. So since we updated our installed apps, we want to run migrate. Obviously nothing happens here. But if I run Tailwind, manage.py Tailwind, I can see all of the Tailwind commands that I might want to run. This right here is the reason to use Django Tailwind, is then you don't have to remember the npm commands or all of the Node.js commands to make sure that that's working. You can just run python manage.py Tailwind like you would with many other Django commands. So with this in mind, I see all of the different commands that are going on here. Init, install, build, start. Hey, those are almost in order. So let's go ahead and do python manage.py Tailwind and then init. We need to create our Django Tailwind theme. So I'm going to use the defaults here. So just call it theme. Notice it says specifically app name, and it also says to put it into installed apps. So inside of our project here, we can see theme was added, and it has a bunch of stuff that's going on in here. Now, if you're not familiar with Node.js, which I'm going to assume that you're basically not, you can see that this is basically the root of a Node.js project. Static source right here. This is a Node.js project right here, denoted by package.json and also Tailwind config. So anything that you need to do related to Tailwind's configuration is going to happen in here. Notice there's also a gitignore in here that has node modules. So this is actually a good time to make sure that our gitignore, our entire project's gitignore, is also using Node.js gitignore. So Node.js gitignore, hit enter, just do that GitHub one right there. Go ahead and copy that raw file, go to the bottom here, paste that in, and great. So now I'm for sure not using anything related to Node.js in this project. Now, of course, there's already that gitignore there that might actually take into effect, but it also might not. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it on my main repo. And so there we go. We now have almost everything set up. But again, this is a Django app. So if I break this down here, it's got some of the configuration that a standard Django app has. The main one is apps.py, this app configuration. If you go to your other apps, you will see that same thing in there. Now, do keep in mind that there's no models in here, but that doesn't mean that it's not an app. The reason it's an app is because of apps.py. So Django can actually treat this as an app. So since we just created a new app, what do we normally do with it? Well, we bring it into installed apps. Now, I'm actually going to call this still a third-party app because it's not really one that I'm using. This is my Django-Tailwind theme app, right there. And so since I'm going to make that comment, I'm also going to go ahead and bring in that comment down here. So the Django-Tailwind theme app stuff down here as well. So now that we've got that, I'm going to go ahead and save this, and we'll go ahead and run the next command, which is, well, let's go ahead and see. We've got the install portion. Now, normally when you do an installed app, you do python manage.py migrate. We just said that, right? No big deal. There's nothing to install or happen here. But of course, if I open up the root of the Tailwind Node.js project inside of this app, that's this static src. Since I have package.json in there, I need to install all of the things that are on there. And the way we do that with Django Tailwind is doing python manage.py, Tailwind, and then install. You hit enter, and then we're going to go ahead and grab something related to that. But notice that it says that Tailwind app name is not in settings. So one other thing I need to add in here is the app name, which is going to be the theme as well. So once again, I'll go ahead and bring in the comment for that just to remind myself that that's what it is. Now that that's in there, I can go ahead and run this installation process because now it knows where to point Node.js to run some installations. And so if you're familiar with Node.js, you will be familiar with this process. Hey, what do you know? A node modules comes in here, and then package lock also comes in here. So what we did in terms of Node.js was we actually navigated into that project folder, wherever we are. So let's go into theme and static source. We're in this project folder, and we run npm install. That's essentially what we just did. So if you ever need to run npm install, you totally can. In my case, it doesn't really do that much right here. But of course, you don't have to remember that if you are not interested in learning Node.js at this time. All you have to remember is if you make some changes, you just run python manage.py tailwind install. We will see this very soon. But for now, I'm going to leave it as is. Okay, so since we've got that, I'm going to go ahead and just run our server. Let's make sure our server's still running. Everything's up, everything's good, and I'm going to show you that Tailwind is now working in just a second. So what we want to do then is go into our templates here, and I'm going to go into base.html, and I'm going to get rid of this Tailwind CSS source here. As soon as I do that, I should lose the magic that I've had up until this point, which is, of course, these things right here, right? The form is still loading because HTMX is still in there, but the actual, email class is not anymore. So we want to change that, of course. So let's go ahead and open up another terminal window here. I'm going to navigate into src. I'm going to run python manage.py tailwind. And of course, this is going to give me all of the commands I need. I'm going to run start. And that's what we need to run in order for this to work correctly, in order for it to almost work correctly. When I say almost work correctly, what happened is it's running the standard Tailwind command, but it also created this static folder in here. And so I need to use this static folder. To do that, we can actually take a look at inside of our theme, we've got this base.html. And of course, if I break down the terminal, I can see this looks a lot like a standard base.html, a standard Django template. And sure enough, it definitely is. So we really just need to copy what's going on in here. Granted, this is in the installation process on the documentation as well, but really I just need to load in the tag and load in this tag. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to grab this right here. We're going to go into base.html again. At the very top, we're going to load in static and Tailwind tags, so both things. Then inside of base.html, I'm going to grab this one again, and we'll go ahead and bring this in here, like right underneath our metadata here. And of course, if there's other things that we might want to add, like this meta tag in here or a few of these other ones, maybe we want to add those things in as well, just to make sure that that's all working. But now we've got this Tailwind CSS. Notice that it's rebuilding a bunch of things in here. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that my Django project is still running, and it looks like it wasn't. So let's go ahead and try that again, and we'll jump back into our project, and we're getting a lot closer to what it should look like. So if I inspect the element here, I see that it is not quite there. So what I want to do is I actually want to see why. If we go into our theme under tailwindconfig.css, this is where we might need to make some modifications to it, right? So right now it's not actually looking in the right places. And I'll show you why in just a second. But if we actually go back into the Django Tailwind stuff, we can see that we did a lot of these things. I don't know if I added these internal IPs, so let's go ahead and make sure that we do that. So internal, I did not. So we'll go ahead and bring that right next to the Tailwind theme stuff right here. And every once in a while, you might put just something like 0.0.0.0 in there as well. This is just to make sure that, hey, it's running internally on this local host here, just to make sure that that's correct. So that's that part. Next up, what we see is the Tailwind stuff. We already did that. We did the browser reload already. We did this as well. And so we've got a few things in here that are looking pretty good. But what we want to find is the main Tailwind configuration. So optional configurations, potentially, here it is right here. So optional configurations, that's this right here. Now, a big part of the reason our current form isn't exactly working has to do with the fact of where we actually have it. So right now, our current form is inside of a CSS file, not really, css.py. This is a Python file. So Tailwind needs to know about this file in order for it to register all of these different classes for that final build. The way it does that is by going into our theme once again, into tailwindconfig.js, and you can actually copy their version, which is this right here. It literally says that, all of that right there, but notice that this one has a Python files portion in it, but it's going to be in this content portion. So we already have some plugins in here, so I probably don't want to, replace the whole thing. I just want to replace the content section here, and I'm going to go ahead and replace that whole thing here. And it needs to be valid JavaScript in here, otherwise things will break. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of some of this. We will probably come back to this Tailwind config shortly, but for now I'm going to go ahead and grab that. We will refresh, and what do you know? There is that file all over again, and now it's using a CSS file that is literally ours. So styles.css in here, this is the source file. This is where it's going to be kind of inheriting some of the baseline CSS for with Tailwind. The output file is in static CSS dist. This is the output file that we would end up using. Now, granted, we could also do one more thing just to kind of cap off what we're going to be doing with Tailwind itself, and that is just running simply build. This creates a build version of it. So if we go back into static right here and we look at styles.css, this is now an optimized, minimized version of that style sheet itself, which is super cool. And so now what we would need to run with Django, we would run two commands when we go into production. This build command and then python manage.py collect static, and then you hit enter. This would collect your static files where they need to go. In our case, we don't actually have that part configured, and it's not something I'm going to configure at this time. I just want to make sure that the build is working or the actual start is working, either one, that those are actually outputting the correct styles, and then in my main project here, this part is absolutely working. Now we're going to take a look at how we can use Django Tailwind to build things like Flowbite. Now, what we've done up until this point was just using some of the Tailwind classes that Flowbite has. But of course, if you were to do a quick search in here for like the nav bar, we're going to go ahead and copy some code here. But do notice that it says requires Flowbite.js. So inside of the nav bar here, I'm going to go ahead and expand this code. I'm going to copy it, and then we're going to bring this into our Django project, into maybe our templates directory. So we can break down the theme for just a moment. So inside of our templates here, I'm going to go ahead inside of base. I'll go ahead and create navbar.html, and then I'm going to go ahead and paste this in here. And of course, I'm going to get rid of the image here, and we'll leave Flowbite, but we'll go ahead and call this, course. Let's call it course platform, and then we will have this go to our homepage here. And right now, I think all the other ones don't really go anywhere. So we'll leave that as is. Inside of base.html, I want to bring that one in. So we're going to go ahead and include, and there's going to be base/navbar.html. And there we go. So if I save that, what should happen here is that my actual Tailwind classes should be rebuilt. Right? So every time we want to make sure that our Tailwind is being rebuilt, we need to run Tailwind start. So if you ever change your classes whatsoever, run this command and keep it running until you're all done. I typically leave this on while I'm developing. So I have two processes on at this point, python manage.py and then, the actual Tailwind class itself. Great. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and take a look at our project. Going back into our hello world, hey, what do you know? There's a nav bar. It looks a lot better than it did already. So if I were to break this thing down though and click on the hamburger menu, it doesn't do anything. So this is one of the reasons why we also bring in something like Flowbite, so you can really see how Django Tailwind really can help you in many different places. So going back into Flowbite, into the quick start here, or docs quick start, I should say, we jump into that and we can see the quick start npm install Flowbite. But we aren't using npm, so how do we actually go about doing this? Well, there is a Django setup that they have, and I'm not sure if they use Django Tailwind. I don't think that they do. It looks like they do not use Django Tailwind. They use other setup process. So let's go back to their standard one and kind of figure out how this is done. So npm install, we actually did something very similar to this already. We did the Python manage.py Tailwind install. That similarity actually will help us right now. So inside a theme right here, we're going to go into static src. This, of course, as you recall, is the Node.js package itself. Inside of package.json, these are all of the different Node.js package commands that you need. So what we see in here are these dev dependencies. Hey, what do you know? Flowbite might be a dev dependency. So let's go ahead and add this in here with a dev dependency like that. And all I'm going to do here is just say something like greater than 0.42. That's probably the wrong number. We could find out what that real number is by just going into npm and then just searching for, not the number, but rather searching for Flowbite. This gives us the access to the package itself on Node Package Manager. Here is the version that's currently released. So I'm just going to go ahead and use that version just like that. Okay, so this process is like far more automated by just using npm, but I'm assuming that you're not using npm. So with this package here now, what I'm going to run is python manage.py tailwind and install. Hit enter. What this should do is it should install that package for us. We can look in package.lock to see if Flowbite's in there. Sure enough, it is. Package.lock just shows us what's for sure in this environment itself, and it kind of locks the version there. But there we go. So now we have Flowbite in Tailwind. But that's probably not all we need to do to configure it. The next one is requiring it as a plugin inside of, hey, what do you know? Tailwind config.js. We saw this one as well. Inside of that static source in our theme, Tailwind config say CSS, we scroll down here. We can see that there's plugins already. Cool. We go ahead and grab this and we bring it down underneath here. Save that. And once again, we can run that install command. This probably isn't necessary because this is Tailwind configuration. This is not about installing anything. So notice it doesn't do anything. It doesn't actually install anything for us. But the next thing that we need to set up is the content part to make sure that the Tailwind classes are being included as well. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that one. Notice that it's actually not in our content right now. So I'll go ahead and bring it in here and we'll go ahead and say / include Flowbite files. And then I'm going to go ahead and bring that in right there. Notice it says node modules. That's because of this right here. And then Flowbite, we can verify that node modules has Flowbite in there by scrolling down and looking for it. And there it is. So yet another reason that it shows that it's installed. For those of you who are not familiar with node modules, it's a lot like our Python virtual environment. So VE&V has all of those third-party packages in there as well. Great. So now that we've got that, we probably actually don't need to do anything else with this. So this is saying that you need to require flowbite.min.js. We probably shouldn't need that one at this point. But let's go ahead and just check. I'm going to save it and we'll run that install again. That didn't do anything. I just want to make sure that I restart my start command since I made some changes to Tailwind config. Now I want to go back into my project here. We will refresh and we'll break this thing down. Now, still not fully coming through. So what we did configure was everything related to Tailwind and Flowbite and all of the configuration for that. What we did not configure, apparently, was quite literally what it says in the installation process, which is including the JavaScript code itself. So in our case, we're going to go ahead and grab the CDN version of it, which is going to be this right here. And then I'll go ahead and bring this once again into my current template base JS. And then I'll go ahead and add this one in here as well. I'm going to put it right below or actually at the very top, because it's going to be something that I'll want to have there for sure. Save that. Now we can go back into our project and break this down and open things up. Great. Okay, so what is it that I actually added then if it wasn't the JavaScript? Well, I added all of the actual CSS packages that Tailwind might use. So now whenever you copy and paste something, all of those colors are coming through. And I think before we didn't actually see these blue colors, certainly not on the dropdown, but I don't think this was blue before, and you can obviously verify and check that. But now we have Tailwind installed, we have Flowbite installed, so it's just a matter of building out the rest of the look of our interface just to make sure that all of that is working, which we'll do little by little. Let's start off with the login page. So inside of our templates here, I'm going to go ahead and create a folder called auth, and inside of that folder, we'll go ahead and call it login.html. Since I'm doing login, I also might as well do logout. Now, not surprising, what we're going to do is we're going to extend, so we'll do extends from base.html on both of these things. We will also have block content on both of these things. And there we go. And in block content. And you also might want to have a title tag in here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the current one, paste it in. You don't need the HTML title tags in there, of course. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of those. And I will just have something like our logout, because that's the template name itself, dash, block.super. Not blog, but block. Great. Now I'm going to grab that, bring it into the login page, and this is going to be login. Now, the cool thing about these pages itself is, well, do I actually need two templates here? The way I have my login form working, I probably don't. So I'm actually going to change this to login, logout, and we will go ahead and delete the other one, the extra one. Now, how do we actually log in, log out? Well, we already have on our pages, we have that home page where we were grabbing the item here, where we were loading it in. Naturally, I have it in base.html, which I don't want anymore. So I'll just put it on this one single page that's going to handle all of this stuff. Now, with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and jump into my nav bar as well. And we're going to go ahead and bring in our login, logout button. So this is actually a big question. It's like, well, how should we handle this login, logout portion? So I'm going to go ahead and do login, and we'll go ahead and put in login here. And then I'll also go ahead and right above that, we'll go ahead and put in logout. And this is going to be logout. Great. So these two things are what we're going to end up using for our classes. So if we go into our homepage now, we've got login and logout. Obviously, we still need to bring in the templates themselves. So if I go into /login, I should be able to see that template being rendered. So there's a lot of different ways on how we could use and render out various templates. We could obviously create a homepage view in there and actually create an actual way to load up that template. So what we could do then is we could just come in here and say define login, logout, render view or something like that. We'll call it a template view, and it'll take in the request, and all it's going to do is return render the request and then the template we just created, which is the login, logout inside of auth. So auth/login, logout.html, and we can leave it like that. I'm going to go ahead and bring this into my URLs now with the .views here. So let's go ahead and add it with very simply just by creating the path for it. So the path being login. And of course, this is going to now be views.login, logout. Let's go ahead and just copy and paste the function name itself. And what do you know? I can duplicate this again thanks to HTMX. I can just go ahead and call this logout as well. So naturally, now if I take a look at those pages for login, here's my login form. If I were to go to logout, it's not going to redirect me. It's going to just show me the same form. I'm not actually logged in. So both of these things actually end up working fairly nicely. Now, the other thing that we really need to attach here or know about is the buttons that are showing up here. If I need to log in, it should show me the login button. If I need to log out, it should show me the logout button. Now, if we actually had a Django user, a standard Django user, we would use that instead of what we're about to do. What I have though is a session. So basically we want to see if request.session and well, what is it that we need? And that was the email ID. So basically if the request session has the email ID, then it's going to render that. Otherwise, it's going to render out the other one. So we'll go ahead and say, and if right here, we save that, and I can now refresh in here, and all it shows is login. I can't actually verify that this is working until I actually log in a user, right? So there we go. It sent a verification. I'm going to go ahead and log in that user. Let's grab this here and bring it into our current session. Hello world. What do you know? There is logout. Fantastic. Super easy to do. Not really that big of a deal in terms of how it works. But naturally, if I go to log out now, I can go ahead and click the button to log out. So I want to actually improve the styling of that form altogether. Let's take a look at how to do that. So into our login, logout template, I want to improve the styling of the general template first. Then I'll improve the styling of the snippet that's coming from HTMX. So what I want to do then is I want to jump into Flowbite. I'm going to go into blocks here. And I want to look in for a login block. So I'll just search for login, and there's login forms. And so basically all I'm looking for here is something like this, right? That's actually pretty nice. I'm going to go ahead and hit show code. Tailwind config, I might need to update that. So notice that it has some updates in here. I'm not going to touch it just yet. I'll just use HTML for the moment. And I'm going to go ahead and copy this out. Notice that it says section and all that. That is what I'll actually paste into my login, logout template. I'll save this, and then we'll go ahead and take a look at that template itself. So I'm in the logout portion, and somewhere in here is going to show my button. I don't actually see it right now, probably because of how this section ends up working. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this out, and I'm going to change it where the form class is right there. So I've got this form class that I want to get rid of. Let's go ahead and click on it and get rid of that entire form because, well, I don't have a form class right now. So I'm going to save that. There's my logout button again. Great. So what I want is, of course, a different sign here. And I also don't need Flowbite written in there. I just want my own package. And what do you know? This is now already better. Now, once again, we can use the if statement. So we can do if request.session.email ID. Then we'll say something. Otherwise, we'll say something else. In fact, I'm going to just change the text itself. And then we'll go ahead and say, and if. And we'll also put in an else clause in here, and we can say the login portion. So the first one is, hey, they are logged in. What do we want them to do? Are you sure you want to log out? Hey, what do you know? Already looking much better. I want to look at this in the incognito window because I want to keep that session active. But there we go. Now we see sign into your account. Very, very straightforward into how this will end up working. So what I want to do is I want to change this button naturally. So one of the ways we can do that is by going back into Flowbite and looking at the various buttons. This is really what's going to be the key thing for us on how we want to render out the different buttons. So the logout button, maybe I want to have it as red because it's fairly a destructive thing. And so if we look in here, here's all of the classes to make it red. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that. We'll go into the snippet that we've been using for this, which we have it in emails, HX, logout button. This is probably not the right location to store this. This probably should be in the auth folder, but it's not something I'm going to touch right now. The only reason it's in the emails folder is because that's where we implemented this feature, so it made sense at the time. This would be a good time to switch where you want it. But there we go. What do you know? This already looks way better. What about the login page? Well, that's going to be maybe the default one, or maybe you do something different. I'm going to go ahead and say the default one, and I'll go ahead and grab that default class there. We'll go ahead and copy that. We'll go back into our project here now, into form.html. Granted, notice it shows the button if that ends up happening, which, of course, in this case, the button could just be an include statement. With form.html, we don't actually need to use HX here. We don't need to use HTMX here, but I'll leave it in for just a moment. We'll save that, and then we'll refresh on our login, logout portion. And what do you know? There's my sign into your account, and there's that button. It's looking a little bit better. It still needs a little bit of improvement. One of the things I also noticed is it says login up here. So back into my actual form here, I want to go ahead and copy this same statement, and we'll go ahead and get rid of this. And there we go. So we change this to log out and this one to log in, just so the actual title tag is looking correct. So what we want is, of course, improving the styles. So going back into that incognito window here, I want to make sure that this is not right on top of each other like that. Now, this is where learning some, actual Tailwind will be super helpful for you. So what we've gotten here is our form being loaded, which is inside of form.html, and our emails here. Just adding a simple class in here will make all of the difference. That class is called space, and you can do something like space y4. This will space out all of the elements that are in there. So if you have a lot of form inputs, it will space those things out as well, which we can verify by going back into that incognito window. There's that spacing a little bit better. This already looks so much better than it did before. So now we've got most of the login stuff kind of handled. Let's go ahead and go to the next portion, which of course would be actually seeing our various courses. Let's make our course list view look a lot better. First off, we're going to go into navbar.html. We're going to change services to simply courses. We're going to change the href to /courses as well. Now, one of the things I want to do right away is I want to take a look at my home URL here. The reason I'm looking at this is because what we'll see is this is the active version. So what I also want to do is basically say something like if, courses or /courses and in request.path, then I'll go ahead and bring in that class there. Otherwise, I'll just use an else clause here and then go ahead and say and if. Save that. And so this is now going to be all of the classes for an inactive and an active class. So let's go ahead and jump into our project. And if we go into homepage here, click on courses, notice that courses is now highlighted. I don't want home highlighted anymore. In fact, I probably don't even want home as a link altogether. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. And there we go. So now we've got courses in here. It's all highlighted and everything like that. Logout, I don't care if logout's highlighted. I don't actually want it highlighted. Courses, I do. Next, of course, is now the display, the list view. We need to update the list view. We're going to go to Flowbite blocks for this. There's a lot of really good ones in here. The one I'm going to use is just simply the product cards. If we click on product cards here, you will see something that is going to resemble maybe what we want to have for our courses. Granted, we might not have all of these features right now, but some of them we would. Now, this might be what you use, or you come in here and you do blog sections just to make things really simple. You can use this as well. I actually think this is pretty good. So we'll go ahead and stick with this one because we don't have all of the features of purchasing courses or anything like that. So we'll just stick with this and maybe we'll add an image at some point. I'll go ahead and hit show code. I'm going to copy this code. We're going to go back into our list view for our courses, which of course has a snippet in here for the actual courses themselves. I'm actually not going to do that just yet. I'll just replace this first part and have that going through. And then I'm going to scroll up and find where it says blog and just say something like courses. And we have awesome courses. Great. With that in mind, I'm going to go back to my course page, and there we go. We have awesome courses. This is, of course, where we want our courses to actually show up. So each one of these elements is going to be really what we want to help include, but I've got something for the list display. So I actually want to bring in part of this section for that list display. So we need to figure out where that list display section is coming through, and I'm pretty sure it comes through this grid right here. So if I were to break this down and cut this out, save it, those should go away. Sure enough, they do. If I bring it into the list display, I can save that. And what do you know? They're now back. Great. So they're in the wrong spot, but we'll solve that right now by bringing this where that used to live. There we go. So now this is our list view. We won't have to change it anymore. We just need to change the snippet for that list display. So right now, this is actually a good time to think of, instead of maybe your include here, you want to actually turn this into an HTMX function so that this page loads really fast, but then all of the other courses you might have can be delayed only slightly. As far as the user is concerned, it's not delayed that much, But as far as actually loading these things up across a lot of users and a lot of courses, this could make a huge difference in how you end up loading that. So just some food for thought for now. Next up, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and isolate the individual card element that's in here. So that's going to be each one of these articles, it looks like. So there's one right there. I'm going to get rid of the other one that's also right here. So there we go. I'm going to go ahead and delete that. And now I just want to do the for loop inside of this, just like that. Next up, we're going to break open the article itself. We've got this SVG class, which I'll leave in here. This article here is probably going to be our title. So we've got our object title right here, and I'll bring that in like that. This small text, maybe that will be for my coming soon objects in here. So I'll go ahead and copy this, and we'll go ahead and paste it right above that. Then I'll go ahead and change the divs here, and I'll just go ahead and put in coming soon. Naturally, you could also put in the actual timestamp that it had in there. Next up would be something along those lines. So we've got this course platform. So that might actually not be the right spot for the object title. Maybe this needs to be something more like course, and we can save that, and there we go. Or any other tags you might have. The object title itself might be down with the actual title, our first blog post or our first project with React. Maybe it's that, and there we go. We've got our course platform in here. It's not linked yet, but we will do that in just a moment. So the next thing is going to be like related to it. Maybe we want these things, maybe not. For right now, I'm going to go ahead and delete them because I actually don't have most of those things in line. The read more one, I might want to keep those. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this first div here. And then I'll go ahead and get rid of this p tag here. And now, of course, we need our URLs set up. So the object title, object.get absolute URL. There we go. We're going to save that one, and then we'll do that on our read more as well. Save that, and we refresh. Now, instead of read more, we can go ahead and say view course or something like that. View. We'll leave it in as just simply view, and there we go. So this already looks a little bit better than what it did look like. Now, our course list view can be improved by actually having our course thumbnail on it. Let's go ahead and do that right now. The way I'm going to do that is by creating an instance method on the model itself. Similar to like get display name, but now we're going to go ahead and do get display, image. And it's going to take in self, and it's going to return some stuff. But really what I want to have is two different versions of this. So we'll go ahead and say our list view image, like that, and then our detail image or our detail view image, get detail view image. Now, the reason for this, of course, has to do with Cloudinary. So if we go back into our admin, we already have this display image in a few different places, right? So the course admin has one, the lesson admin also has one, and we have different ways on how we might display these things. So really what I want to see is the thumbnail. I'm not going to call it list view. I'm going to call it get thumbnail. I'm not going to call it detail view. I'm just going to call it get display image. That's realistically what I would call this. So we'd say get thumbnail, and now get display image. These will actually be a little bit closer to what we would actually want to call them in their like non-technical way, right? The thumbnail or the display image, that's it. Okay, so naturally what we do is we're going to use the same Cloudinary URL helper here. I'm going to go ahead and copy this. We'll bring it into our models, and we'll duplicate this 2 times. Now the first thing is the thumbnail itself is the object. So we'll do self.object and all that. Now, one of the questions you might have is, should we send it back as HTML? I'll go ahead and say true for the moment, but in the long run, we won't do that. Next up, we're going to go ahead and bring in this one down here, and we're going to go ahead and save this as self, and then we've got our as HTML, and this one I'll go ahead and say false. Next up is, of course, using the right field. So inside of our course here, we need to just verify the field. It's going to be our image field, of course. So let's go ahead and grab that on both of these. So image and image. So for our thumbnails, we want to actually figure out how big we want them to be. So let's go ahead and go back into Flowbite, and we'll take a look at cards. We're going to do a quick search for cards and card with image. So this is actually where I'd rather go towards, maybe with our different course thumbnails themselves, or maybe the entire course card. Maybe use this instead of what we've been using. But the point here is I want to see how big this is. So one of the ways you could do it is by inspecting the element and going in and just taking a look at what's rendered. and this says 382. So let's go ahead and just leave it in as 382. You know, intrinsic size a little bit bigger than that, but I'm going to go ahead and render it in as 382. So let's go ahead and change our thumbnail to being simply 382. Our detail image is going to be bigger than that. I'll go ahead and say something like 750. All right, save that. And there we go. So now we've got a thumbnail and a display image that we'll use. And the first one is going to be using the HTML. So let's take a look at that one. In our list display here, maybe above our title, I'm going to go ahead and grab this anchor tag still, and we'll bring it down here. And then I'll go ahead and bring in the object dot, and this is going to be our get thumbnail, just like that, which of course is going here. One of the things we want to check though is basically if not self.image, then we're just going to go ahead and return back none. Right? And we want to do this in both places where we're going to load this back into our display. The reason being is we would just say something like if object.image or if object.getThumbnail. Either one will work at this point because we have that condition. So go ahead and save that like that. And let's go ahead and now take a look at what happens. If I render this out, I see that, hey, the width is in there. That's correct. It's giving us the right source. Also correct. What we can also see in here is the fact if I wanted it to actually render, what I need to do is do something called safe. Doing that /safe will allow that image to render out right inside of that element. Super cool, right? Very simple to do. But this also doesn't give us exactly what we want in terms of the image size. So let's actually go back into the cards themselves, into Flowbite. I'm going to go back into the blocks. And once again, I'll search for blog. I want to see that same blog session. I notice that there are images on this one. So I'm going to scroll down to find the one that actually has images. And here it is. So these are those cards once again. So I can go ahead and inspect the element here. And I can see that the card is, once again, this time it's going to be 346. So a little bit different in size in terms of how it's rendering out. So you may or may not want to actually implement this exact thing. So I'm going to leave it as we currently have it. But the other thing about this is this article class in here. So this is actually a card. So maybe you do want to use cards, maybe not. But overall, just leave it as is with the thumbnail itself, but using the URL instead of the rendered HTML, so that if I need to change any sort of Tailwind classes, I can do it in the template where it makes the most sense. So what we want to do instead is this. We'll leave the width in here as 382. That is the thumbnail width that we're going to be using. This probably should be a main configuration on Django in general so that you don't accidentally make a mistake there. That is something I'll leave for you to do. But back into the model itself for getting thumbnail, it's not going to be getting the HTML instead. It will go ahead and grab this right here. Great. So yes, it can definitely be improved in terms of the styling itself. That's not something I'm going to worry about right now. But I will say that if I click on this, I go right on over into the course itself. And now that list view is showing up once again. So maybe we want to keep the same list view for our lessons, maybe not. I'm actually not going to. I don't think it makes sense to do that. It makes more sense to change it a little bit more. So one of the ways that we can solve the sizing issue here within our list display is by going back into this and changing the grid columns. Instead of being 2, you can change it to being 3. As soon as you do that, it automatically makes things a little bit smaller, right? And then if you wanted the image itself to be rounded, you can come on the image here and do something like rounded, just like that, and that actually rounds off those images for you. Now, I already showed you about the spacing element in here, so inside of this div here, maybe you want to add in something like space Y6, save that, and then refresh, and what we would end up getting is maybe better spacing, but we don't have it just yet. So let's go ahead and see how we might solve this spacing issue. Let's actually put this into a div right here, and then put the header into a div as well, and see if this helps us solve that spacing issue. Save that, and it's still not quite there. So let's go ahead and go one more step, and we see that maybe I did it in the wrong place. So I did it in this div right here, which if you look on VS Code, we can see that we break it down. It's literally in the wrong space. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of those divs again. I'll just do undo here, and we will go ahead and move the spacing here up to the article element itself. We save that. That gives us a little bit better spacing. Now it's probably too big, so let's go ahead and change it down to maybe 2, and now the spacing looks a little bit better. Okay, so why did I put those divs in? Every once in a while with spacing stuff, I like putting divs around all of the elements to see if it ends up working, which is exactly what you saw in real time. I wanted to check whether or not those spacing elements were correct. So there's two things on how we could solve this for our lessons. We could leave this course here, or we can get rid of it. If I got rid of that course element, it actually solves a lot of things for me. So this div up here, maybe we still want to have that coming soon up there, maybe not. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this span right here. I'll leave that coming soon in though, because you might actually show that. But basically we want to put this now around the entire div element on whether or not it's coming soon. Now, I don't actually need to go into the admin to test what that looks like. So going back into the course here, I can quite literally just say, if not coming soon, then I can see, oh, there we go. That's what coming soon is going to end up looking like. That looks good. We can stick with that. Now I can actually use this on my lessons. So now it actually works really well. And of course, with the lessons themselves, we can use that same method, the same methodology that we had, this get thumbnail and get display image. Now, the lesson itself probably won't need a display image. So I'm going to go ahead and come in here, go into the lesson, scroll on down to something like that get thumbnail call. We're going to go ahead and take a look at what it is that we're going to be using. It is also called simply thumbnail. So we'll go ahead in here and grab that thumbnail. We'll go ahead and replace in here. Lesson has no object image. Of course it doesn't. It has a thumbnail though. And we refresh in here and there we go. We now have a thumbnail image for any one of our lessons in here. And of course those lessons start playing as well. It's actually starting to really come together from my perspective. Let's take a look at one more thing that we might want to do, which is showing a thumbnail for these as well. Now we're going to take a look at how to take a thumbnail from a video frame. Now we're just going to go with the defaults here, but the idea is if I don't upload a thumbnail, I want to show a video frame instead. Now this is actually really cool on how it's done. First off, I will go ahead and say I'm going to comment out this if not statement for the moment, and I'm going to just change the field name to being video. Now, as soon as I do that, what I should get in here are broken image links, as in it's not empty like the coming soon one, it's just a broken image link. And of course, if I were to inspect this, what I can see is it's an image class going to an MOV. That is not the correct format that we want. So what I want to do then is update my get Cloudinary image object. I want to be able to support me adding in formats in here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that by jumping into the service itself, go to that definition. We're going to go ahead and put the default format to being none. And then I'll go ahead and say, basically, if format is not none, then I'll go ahead and update my image options in here. And that's going to be this right here, passing in the format itself, just like that. Great. So with this in mind now, if I save everything and look back, what do you know? There are stills from my actual video. Super nice that that exists. But realistically, this would only want to show up if the thumbnail does not exist. So basically, we'll now change this to being saying if self.thumbnail, then we'll go ahead and return back the thumbnail field, of course, right? And let's go ahead and make sure we spell that correctly. And then otherwise, we would then want to say if self.video, then we return back that one. Otherwise, we will go ahead and return back none, or rather elif self.video. Okay, and so there we go. Now we've got those arguments in here. Now the other thing is maybe you bring in the width up here so it's basically the same across the board, and you can change that as you see fit in here. And then also the format. Maybe you don't need the format for the thumbnail image itself. Maybe you can go based off of the default one, or you can have them all at JPEGs. So there we go. Now we've got our original image in here, and then the screenshot thumbnail. Both of these things are looking pretty good, and we are getting so close to calling this all done. Something I really liked about this course list view is how these things are lined up on both sides. As soon as I go into the actual course detail view, that lining up goes away. So this is actually something we can add globally. I think it actually would be beneficial to add it globally. I want to check one other page once I do, but the idea here is actually this class right here, this entire thing from this div class in list.html. I can cut this out, and then I can bring this into base.html, and then around my block content here, I can go ahead and do a div class with that same class element, and then bringing that around all of my block content just like that. And so this is now going to be global. So if I go into the next one, I can now see that this already looks so much better. And it looks so much better across the board. Now, every once in a while, you'll see that the lining up is just slightly off still. And of course, if that's the case, then you can always get rid of maybe some of the extra padding. You change it a little bit to something like 4. This means padding left and right being 4, which is like what's happening here. And so that lines up a little bit better. Granted, there's also now padding top and bottom, which maybe you do or do not want to have. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. And notice that the large one has huge padding as well. So I'm just getting rid of a bunch of things and really experimenting or playing around with how I want this to look. So if I look at my courses, this looks pretty good. Then my course detail, there it is. And so we're getting a lot closer to having all of this completely flushed out. But doing these global changes, I think, are recommended from time to time. Now, one of the things that does change about this is when you go into your actual, logout screen or your login screen, that gray part is not taking up the whole screen like it was. It was literally on the side here. So one of the ways you could solve this is you could just go ahead and say something like if, log out in request.path, or let's go ahead and put this as a slash here. You could do if log out or log in, then we just leave it empty. So we close that off and then you leave it empty. Otherwise you leave that default in there. And we set it in as end if, just like that. And so once I save that, then on my logout screen, notice that that side goes away, whereas all of my other pages are still looking correct overall. Now we're going to go ahead and update our course detail view, which really means that we're going to push down these thumbnails a little bit and have some information about the course right above it. So I want to start with the actual thumbnails for the lessons because they're using this object list as well. So in other words, I can just grab this entire section here and bring it into my detail and paste below. This time, of course, just using the snippets here for the actual lesson query set. And so once we do that, we are a little bit closer to what I was looking for. And that is, this is now going to be simply our lessons for this one. I'll get rid of this right here. And there we go. So now we've got our lessons. Now there's a lot of things with the padding and spacing that we might not want to have in the long run. But what I can also do is take this same exact section idea and bring in my main title page right here, or the main content. Now, naturally, I could always update this to include the description and all that sort of stuff. But what I want is I want these to not be the same size, and I want the course image here right above that. So to change it from sizes, we look for this text-3XL and text-4XL. So when it comes to Tailwind, there's a bunch of different responsive sizes. So you can do SM, you can do MD, you can do LG. So those different sizes are literally the size of the viewport. This is going to be the default. This is going to be the override at that various size. So for example, if I change this to just simply text XL at LG, the LG size, notice it goes really small. Now, if I were to break this down, it starts to go big again, and it becomes even more obvious when you add in different ones. So let's go ahead and do text SM like that. So it's going to go ahead and be kind of big, then really small, then really big again. Right? And so you can play around a lot with that. And I think using text makes these MD, LG stuff really, really cool and easy to work with. But in our case, we actually just want the main title there to be the same as what it was, which was this right here. The thing we want to change is the lessons themselves. This one, I'm going to go ahead and change it to being LG when it's really small. And then if it's large, that's going to be XL. There we go. And we can see now we've got our lessons there. It's a little bit less like the main focus of this. Instead, the course platform itself is the main focus. Next up in this section itself, I might also want to add in py8, so it just adds in more padding from the top and bottom of this whole thing. Maybe that's not big enough, so let's go ahead and do LG and do py16 to really see that one play out. There we go. So now we've got a lot more spacing in here in terms of the first section. So one of the things that I also might want to have in here is updating how close this part is to my list display here. So what we've got in here is LG, meaning at the big size, we've got a margin bottom of 16 or a margin bottom at 8 as the default. If I were to get rid of these things altogether, let's take a look at what happens. That actually looks much better than it did. Now all we're going to do is bring in the image itself for the detail. So we're going to go ahead and do our div here, and it's going to be image source, and this is going to be, of course, object.getDisplay and image. And if I remember correctly, the width is 750. We can obviously verify these things in our models. So there's our display image for our course model, width being 750 and all that. Great. So we save that. There's a reason it's in the div, as we'll see in just a moment, because it's off to the left. We want it to be in this center. So one of the ways to do this is by adding in the class of flex. So flex is nice for doing things like justify center. If we save that, it goes into the center. I can also do something like items center as well and save that. But now look at our course platform detail. It's looking pretty good. Now, granted, my course platform isn't displaying the description, so perhaps we want to put the description in here as well. And this means that inside of my div class here, I'm going to go ahead and add in space y being 8, and then we'll do LG space y being 16, so that then down here I can bring in a div class in here, put in a p tag, and then do my object.description, and then add in something like line breaks, so that if you have multiple paragraphs, it can actually do that. And so in that case, I probably won't need the paragraph tag in there, which we can verify by adding in a bunch of line breaks, saving it, going back into the home page here, refreshing, and what do you know? The things are all aligned to the left once again, which may or may not be what you want to have happen. But their line breaks are in there. Let's go ahead and inspect the element here. As you can see, the line breaks are creating p tags, so we don't want to do that twice. Let's go ahead and actually get rid of those p tags now and just leave it in as a div tag. We refresh in there, and sure enough, it's looking better. So the next part of this would be to decide the same sort of justify items center thing here, but then we can actually change the width of it. So we can say class width being, so let's do max MD width. Oh, there we go. And so now it brings things into the middle. They are still not aligned left. It's kind of hard to tell when I just copy and paste a bunch of different paragraphs in here, but that's exactly what's happening. And so we can change this MD to LG if we wanted to as well, which would make it maybe just a little bit bigger, not by a whole lot. But overall, we now see that I can add in all of the text that I want, and there's my lessons, and so on and so forth. And granted, all they would need to do is log out. And so that's going to be sort of the next portion, is just viewing this from a logged out perspective, which if we look at it, here it is right here. This leaves some things to be desired in terms of how it's going to look. So that's kind of the last thing that I want to fix before we call it all done. I want to improve the email required page here. The way I'm going to improve it is really based off of the login, log out. So I'm going to copy that, paste in here, replace everything else that's in there, and basically say something like unlock content as the head title, and then go ahead and say enter your email to unlock, or maybe something like verify your email to unlock. And there we go. So that's all we need for that portion. That's it. But the thing that you might want to consider here is going into Flowbite, taking a look at those blocks again, going into the login block, and really just thinking through like, well, this is like encouraging someone to now join your site. It's quite literally requiring them to do so. Just a login page might not be enough. What you might need is some other features in there. So something like this block right here. Now there's a way to reverse engineer this by actually going through all of the docs and just re-engineering what they did with Flowbite altogether, or of course you could always purchase Flowbite. But the idea being that if you're going to require them to add their email, this might not be enough to do it. It also might be. We'll see. I don't know. It really depends on how you end up building out your courses and how you sell the course and why they're even clicking on this lesson altogether. But overall, that's, I think, a really good start in terms of the unlock page. The final page would really just be the home page. We need to fill this thing out. The final thing we want to do here is improve the course platform homepage. This will actually allow us to implement some HTMX stuff as well. So let's take a look at the first part of this. I'm going to jump into Flowbite, into blocks, and I'm going to grab a hero section. I'm just going to go ahead and grab the very first one. I'm not going to actually fill out any of the content. I'm just going to go ahead and copy the code itself and then go into like base here and just say something like hero.html, paste this in, and then go into my home page and get rid of hello world, and now just go ahead and include base/hero.html just like that, and we'll go ahead and say something more like welcome to the course platform, and then we can refresh on our home page, and now we see a little bit closer to what you might want. Now, of course, some of the styles are still missing, and this is something that we really didn't look at before, but let's go into our show code here. Now, there's a couple of reasons why this could be. Number one, maybe Tailwind is not currently running on our local machine. It absolutely is. So the thing that's actually missing in terms of Flowbite is Tailwind config. So what we can do here is we can grab all of these things and bring them into our Tailwind config. So if we go back into the actual theme app itself, let's take a look. Theme app, inside of static SRC, we go into Tailwind config. We just need to add some stuff based off of the theme itself. So here we go. We've got the theme in here. It's going to be from end to end. I'm going to grab that whole thing, replace this whole thing of theme, and it looks like everything's looking okay so far. The other part is the mode that we might want to use is going to be based off of classes. There is default dark mode support inside of Tailwind. But as soon as I add that, all of those colors come in, and it's starting to really flush out what it is that we want to do with our course platform. But now below this, what I want to show is I want to show us really how simple it is to just bring in some course list view. So to bring in some HTMX in here. So very similar to this course list right here, I'm going to go ahead and actually, I will use this course list, but I'm going to change it a little bit. So the first thing is we'll say template name equals to the default template here, like that. Then what I want to do is say if request.htmx, then we're going to go ahead and change the template name to something different. Well, what is that different that we're going to do? There's a lot of different things on how we can think about this, but I can just use literally the list display snippet, like this list right here that we're using. This is what I want to show. It gives me the grids. It does all of the things that I might want to do. So that's it. That's all I need to do, and I need to just make sure that I'm bringing in the query set in there. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this relative path here, go back into my courses, bring in that as my template name, getting rid of src/templates. There's my new template name. I already have it in here as object list, which is slightly different. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this context up a little bit here. And now I'll just go ahead and bring in or enrich the context being object, or rather being query set, being equal to query set because of this actual template itself. There we go. And now I'll go ahead and bring in this template right here. Great. So with this in mind, I now have support to change how I list this thing out. In fact, maybe I only want to have up to 3 pages or 3 actual courses in here, and maybe I want to order it differently, or maybe I want to change the query set altogether. I'll leave that for you on some other time. But I don't have to add this into the URLs at all. I can literally just go back to home here and do div hx-get to /courses with the trailing slash, and then hx trigger, and we can say revealed and close off this div just like that. And what do you know? There's my courses once again in there. So I also might want to go back into this list view here and copy this section for my homepage. So it's a little bit like the original one that we had on our course view. And so we bring that in here like that. And now we've got these courses here. We might want better spacing or maybe not. It really depends on how we want this to render out. Perhaps we change the margins in here to being half the size that they are or more than that. And perhaps we add in like an HR tag. So let's go back into Flowbite and do HR, horizontal line. We basically just want one of those in there. I'm going to grab their example here, and we're going to go ahead and bring that right below the hero image here. We'll look back at our home page. What do you know? So naturally, if I had a few more courses in here, I totally would add those in there. But now I can actually just go to the courses, navigate to them. I can go back to the list. I've got a lot better navigation altogether. Now, I actually don't have this about page set up, so feel free to add it if you'd like. But I'm going to go ahead and remove it from my nav bar and do just like that. So this is the power of all of these things working together, using Tailwind, of course, to build out the way it looks and the way it actually kind of maybe elicits certain feelings in your users, but then also using Django and HTMX to render out all of our courses with all of the permissions and all of that. So it's actually, I think, really, really fascinating. Now, the other thing about the homepage itself, maybe you don't actually want this to always be the homepage. Maybe if they're logged in, you show something different. That is a challenge I'll kind of leave you with at this point. Thanks so much for watching. Hopefully you got a lot out of this. We are now at a point where you can deploy this into production. There's a key next step that you'll have to solve in order to do so, and that's going to be handling all of your static files that are not hosted on Cloudinary. Right now, Cloudinary can handle all of the things that we need to deliver our courses and the thumbnails that are associated to it. The static files we need to worry about now are CSS, the Tailwind stuff that we built out, and then of course you'll need to secure your API keys. That's going to be another key part of this. So be sure to check that out at this time. Thanks again for watching, and thanks again to Cloudinary for partnering with me on this one. It was a lot of fun. Hopefully you learned a lot. Thanks again. Bye. My next course is coming out soon, and it will be on Cursor, the AI code editor. Now, the first version of this course will absolutely be for free, so be sure to sign up on aircursor.com to be one of the first to know about that and to let us know that you're really interested in this topic. If you are really interested in it, this is the best way to know. Of course, subscribing to my channel does help a lot as well, but this is more specific to learning cursor development, or what I've been calling cursor first development. So thanks again for checking out this one. Look forward to seeing you in the next one.